Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Medical ninja were especially loaded. One last thing. What now? Take off your shirt. Fighting bare-chested is a rule for men in the ring. Takuma sighed in frustration as he pulled off your shirt and shoved it into an omoto before facing the arena. The fight was over, and the announcer was raising one of the men's hands as the winner. He closed his eyes and concentrated on a repetitive breathing pattern as he waited for himself to be called up for the fight. The last time he fought seriously was during the final tournament. Everything after that had been shadow training and light sparring with friends. He knew this would be nothing like that, and his opponent would be coming to take his head, and that if he wasn't the same, it would hurt a lot. He didn't like getting hurt, so he needed to hurt back to make sure that didn't happen. From the arena, the announcer's voice boomed, introducing the newest entry to the ring. Once again, a nameless enters the grounds to prove himself. Would he conquer to get crushed in the trenches? Only time will tell. Today we see him fight and see if his fists have the right to climb to the top. Go, Inomoto pushed Takuma. Takuma took in a deep breath before jogging out of the tunnel. There were metal chain mesh walls on both sides with people on both sides banging on them as Takuma ran past them. He entered the ring, where his opponent waited for him. When he entered, a sliding door dropped from above with a heavy thud and sealed the entrance. As he stood in the arena, Takuma felt that maybe it was good that he got to fight before he started fighting regularly. Watching a fight from outside wouldn't have told him how restrictive space felt with the solid metal wire mesh surrounding the arena. The arena was significantly larger than an MMA octagon arena, but he could tell that managing space here would be drastically different than anywhere he had fought. He needed to be cautious about his positioning at all times. Standing in front of Takuma was his opponent, adorning a similar cream mask with maroon highlights. One glance told that the man was much older than Takuma. He was taller and had an adult's body frame and muscles. Even if Inomoto told him the man was fairly new, an older shinobi would have more experience in general. The announcer stepped out of the ring, and the fight started when the metal door fell behind him. Takuma wasn't planning to move immediately, but he noticed the man staring at his torso. It took but a moment for him to realize that he was looking at the scars that marred his body. When he realized that, Takuma charged ahead, and the man snapped his gaze back, but it was enough for Takuma. He was already on him and swung his fist. The man used his arm to block the strike, but the force against the unprepared stance was enough to send the man stumbling back. Takuma struck again and the man caught a foot in the chest. The man hit the ground and rolled on the ground a couple times before he was up and charging towards Takuma. Takuma let the man strike and waded through a running hook before sending an elbow in the face. The mask didn't break, but the man stumbled out of balance. If Takuma had learned anything from Masaaki, it was that if the opponent was going down, you didn't wait for them to go down, you dragged them to ensure they didn't get up. Takuma jumped the man, shoved him to the ground, and placed himself above, but before he could rain down punches, the man threw him off to the side. He grunted in frustration as he got up and took out the man's legs with a sliding tackle. He then grabbed the man's leg to put it in a lock so he could pop a joint out but got kicked with the other leg. He floundered back as the man got up and charged with an angry growl. The man crashed into Takuma with a shoulder tackle and sent him flying to the edge of the arena. He felt the cold metal mesh dig into his skin as the air rushed out of his lungs. Takuma landed his feet and caught his breathing back as he saw the man charging towards him like an angry bull. His hand went to the side of his thigh for a kunai, but his fingers grasped for air. He couldn't force a delay. Takuma lugged himself off the mesh and raised his arms just in time to catch a kick to the head. Another spinning kick thrashed into his arms. The barrage continued from the raging man, and soon Takuma felt his arms numb and grow heavy as he kept them up and held his stance steady to not get blown off into oblivion. His eyes peeked through and around his guard, fixed on the man, his body making little movements to not let any hit get through. The sounds of the crowd, which was all he could hear in the arena, dulled down, to be replaced by the sound of his thumping heart and the swishes of the man's swinging arms. It was all but for a moment, but he felt he could truly see the man. He could feel an anger seep into the movements. He knew these movements. They resembled his own when he would spar against Maraboshi and couldn't make any contact. He would grow angry and start swinging wildly. There was a second of separation, and Takuma deliberately opened his guard slightly. Suddenly, he could tell what was going to happen next. Knee strike to the stomach with a cross to the face. And at the same time, Takuma could see what he would be doing in the next moment. The man opened with a knee strike to create distance while making Takuma lower his guard. Takuma stepped in at the opportune moment, slapped the knee down, and then like magic, the wild cross came for his head. Takuma heard a swip as the arm slipped past his ear. Time slowed down as Takuma saw the opening he knew was coming. Like a piston in an engine, Takuma's jabbed and his fist crunched into the man's throat. The man's aggression vanished as his eyes bulged out, his body closed in on itself, with his arms moving back into a guard as he stepped back. Before he could complete his guard, Takuma's cross smashed into the man's chin. As the man staggered like a drunk, a kick thrashed into his calves, putting him to the ground before jumping onto the man's chest feet first. Takuma felt the bones bend as his weight pressed down. The moment ended, and the world returned to Takuma as he mindlessly kicked his opponent. He heard a loud siren, and at the same time, the announcer, who had at some moment entered the arena, pulled him away, and sent him stumbling to the ground. Takuma sat on the arena's floor in a daze as he stared as the announcer and another man tended to his opponent. Over his breathing, all he could hear were the raucous cheers of the crowd. "What do you think?" asked Inomoto from a balcony area that overlooked the arena from above. Saburo lit the tobacco in his pipe and puffed the embers as he looked down at the arena at the new kid as the announcer paraded him around to the people. Inomoto sure knew how to pick them. The kid fit the mold to the fault. An orphan, assigned to the Geinin Corp, rookie with barely any experience, a quiet personality with few friends, a regular mission record, trained every single day, and a decent fighter. There was that close connection to another shinobi, but Inomoto had assured him that it wouldn't be a problem. Many people in the same place as the kid career-wise didn't want to fight in the ring. They were still naive and threw themselves into missions, trying their best as the good little shinobi they were. The young guns continued to slave away at the missions for the rest of their minimum service period, only to find out they couldn't get enough Chunin recommendations for the Chunin exams. The lucky few that did receive recommendations had wasted their time as laborers and failed to improve themselves as shinobi. None of them got promoted on their first chance. The foolish would keep trying like idiots. Chunin promotions were for the smart ones who knew what they were doing from early on, or those who had connections and people to guide them to be in a capable place. It was difficult to get those smart ones. The kid wasn't a smart one. He did train every day, who knew how long that would last, but there was no effort to make meaningful connections, or pursue alternate routes for promotion or an assignment shift. The kid was bound to get stuck in the Geinin Corp for a long time before he got out, if he ever did. The way Saburo looked at it, he was doing the kid a favor. Win fights, get money and mission points. If the kid knew what was good for him, he would put both in the correct place. It was only time before he would be put on a C-rank mission with an observer. If the kid did well, he would get pulled into a Chunin's team rotation. The proven way to either get a chance at promotion or at least shift out of the Geinin Corporation. "You did good," he said. "I like him." The kid was dull in a fight, but that was everyone when they started out. It would improve as he continued to fight. The kid had won his first fight, but it didn't come as a complete surprise. The kid was the winner of the basic training tournament. "What are we going to name the kid?" asked Inomoto. Saburo looked down at the boy before smiling. "Let's go with Scars." Chapter 67, Takuma rolled his neck and bent down to grab his ankles to stretch his spine. He waited for his name to be called. After 2 weeks of visiting below the surface of the Leaf Village, he had gotten somewhat used to the cold and, thankfully, dry tunnels and arena of the place that he bled in front of a crowd of zealous people who wanted to see the conflict in its most primal form. The ring's latest fighter, adorned in the scars of 100 blood battles, wearing the green leaf over his face, the announcer's voice boomed outside the tunnel, holding a 4-3 record. Scars. Takuma ran off the tunnel into the wire mesh passageway connecting into the domed arena. The steel trapdoor rose up and Takuma skipped the steps with a jump and hopped on his toes on the white floor of the arena, the best backdrop for Red to shine. Into his third week at the ring, Takuma didn't know how to feel about his fighter nickname. It's what he was called by the announcers, plastered on the betting sheets, posted on the scoreboards. Regardless of how the announcer put it, none of his scars were gained in battle, all of them were a gift from the previous owner. In most cases, as long as a cut was healed by medical jutsu before a certain time limit and the medical ninja was decently competent, the injury didn't leave behind any scars. Even if the injury wasn't healed within the time limit, there were procedures that could eliminate most scarring, a practice popular and fairly common with shinobi, especially kunoichi. Takuma never bothered going through the procedure because the scarring on his body never bothered him or obstructed his life in any manner. Was he ever curious about where the boy got enough scars that even the average shinobi would pause and stare? Of course, he was curious. But between no leads and having a life to live, Takuma didn't have the time and motivation to dig something up that from what he could tell didn't have any effect on his life other than that he wore full sleeves clothes throughout the year. In a way, they were coming to his advantage in the ring by becoming his defining characteristic and helping him sell the scars branding. It had only been 3 weeks, but Takuma had spent just enough time to understand that the ring had high points of similarity to a combat sport organization. If he got famous among the audience, gamblers, he could bargain for a better payout per fight. And he had to give it to whoever it was who thought its scars was a banger identity. His opponent entered through the opposite end of the arena. Similarly, to him, his opponent wore a cream mask with blue claw highlights. Like most of his opponents, the man in front of him was a fully grown adult. This one was a big guy to boot with bulging muscles on a tall and wide frame. The man could give Yoshio competition in musculature. With a record of 25-21. Thrasher. Thrasher beat his hairy chest and raised his hands as he jumped around the arena to rouse the crowd. From the Thrasher's record, Takuma could see immediately that the man had some experience in the ring and that he had actually gotten paid with having more than 36 fights on the record. He felt himself salivate thinking about the payout for 25 wins. Takuma didn't let the 46% loss percentage give him any overconfidence. Having a win-loss percentage closer to 50% was widely common in the ring. Fighters fought in such a massive volume, anyone who had a winning percentage closer to 60% was considered good in the ring. Thrasher's 54% win percentage did make him a decent fighter. Stat-wise, I'm better than him, thought Takuma. He was cruising with a cool 57% win percent in his 7 fights. He quickly shook his head from the useless thoughts. The announcer finished his hype trail and stepped out of the arena. Thrasher slammed his massive bare hands together as he looked down at Takuma, who could feel a grin behind Thrasher's mask that looked too small on his big head. The moment the steel trapdoor made a thud behind the announcer, Thrasher charged at Takuma. Takuma felt the arena beneath him tremble as he skipped back on nimble steps, keeping in mind the edge of the arena behind him. Getting cornered was never wise, especially with a big man such as Thrasher as his opponent. Thrasher let the full force of his meaty arm loose, swinging against Takuma, who ducked under the arm and got behind him. With a swift push against the floor, Takuma leapt high and spun to crunch a solid spinning kick into the side of Thrasher's head, snapping the beefy neck to the side. The impact left him satisfied as he hopped a step back. It wasn't enough as the giant hobbled for barely a step before charging towards Takuma with hands fashioned into claws. Not wanting to get caught, Takuma kept light on his feet and made use of the arena floor. Takuma admittedly didn't have much experience, much taller than him. Size difference didn't mean as much it would have if Chakra didn't exist, but there were still a few nuances that one had to keep while fighting someone differently sized than you. For example, the concept of reach still mattered and a person's wingspan provided an advantage. Thrasher had longer arms and legs than him, and while Takuma wasn't one to stereotype, his opponent's burly muscles were clearly indicative of a hard hitter. He didn't want to get too close and get conked in the head. In a rare moment, he found himself as the faster party in a fight and he took full advantage as he skirted around Thrasher and precisely planted body shots. Thrasher's muscles might be tough, but there was only so much they could do before damage reached the soft and squishy organs. Thrasher was angry, Takuma could feel that, and it made the next breath even more astounding. Takuma took a quick forestep to close in the distance and committed his full body behind a heavy hook to the body only to be blocked by Thrasher, who condensed his body behind a closed guard. Before Takuma could move back, he felt a quick jab dig into his shoulder. The force twisted through his body and knocked Takuma back on staggering feet. An angry growl sounded behind Thrasher's mask as he raised his arm and hammered it down towards Takuma's face like divine retribution. Takuma used whatever momentum he could from his unsteady stance and parried the strike with a redirecting blow to the side of the incoming arm. Takuma's attention immediately turned to make space and get his stability back, but before he could do it, Thrasher grabbed his arm in a vice grip and spun him. Takuma felt as if a stretched bungee cord tugged on his body through his arm. In an instant, Thrasher had both his arms in his grip. Takuma heard a rough voice, "Got you, boy." Thrasher raised Takuma's body before slamming him down into the hard floor of the arena. The ground cracked under the force. Takuma felt his entire back hurt to the bone, pain throbbing in waves. Takuma gasped for air as it rushed out of his lungs. He had been beaten worse before, getting hurt was Takuma's forte. He tensed his muscles to get his body in control as Thrasher raised him for another smash down. He smashed his legs into Thrasher's chest, who simply grunted in response as he continued to raise Takuma's body. Takuma wasn't done. In an instant, the two energies melded in his body and chakra shot through the chakra pathway system. For a split second, his soul stuck to Thrasher's chest before the concept of tree walking turned into a weapon and Takuma overloaded the chakra output. There was no sound but both Takuma and Thrasher felt the force surge through their bodies. Within a split second, they caught eyes behind their masks, and it was a question of who would give first. Fortunately for Takuma, and unfortunately for Thrasher, having an overwhelming force hammering down his chest could have been absolutely lethal. Thrasher let go of Takuma's arm and both of them were flung away from each other. Takuma got up on his feet and he staggered several steps to the left as his feet trembled like a newborn fawn from the force of the chakra not having a free direction to launch Takuma into, so it ran rampant inside his legs. He had no feelings in his feet and his knees hurt like hell as he tried his best to not fall down. Even though he was fighting in the taijutsu only category and jutsu wasn't allowed, chakra wasn't banned. There was a reason the arena had a dome covering it. The arena ground wasn't the only surface that the fighters could fight on. The entire arena was valid space. He had paid money to watch a fight between high-ranking fighters in the taijutsu only category. The fighters utilized the dome by sticking to it and added another dimension to the combat. Takuma watched as the steel trapdoor rose and the announcer entered the arena and walked to Thrasher who was rolling on the ground. Unlike Takuma, his opponent hadn't gotten up after the clash. The announcer knelt beside Thrasher and after a few seconds, the announcer stood up. Thrasher is unable to continue. He looked to Takuma. Scars is the winner. Takuma raised his arms up and the crowd erupted into cheers. That was all the energy he had. The trapdoor slid up and he walked out of the arena while the crowd banged on the wire mesh as he walked by them. He entered the tunnel and his legs almost gave out but he continued as Yoshio's training showed fruit until he reached a room and then his knees buckled. "We got one," said a woman and a man helped her to get Takuma onto a bed. "What happened?" she asked Takuma. "My legs got busted," Takuma groaned as he balled the sheet laid on the bed. He wasn't dying but pain was never fun. A few minutes later, Takuma's tense muscles eased up as the medical jutsu alleviated the pain from the damage he had inflicted on himself. As he sighed in relief, he muttered to himself, 5-3. Apostrophe. Later that night, Takuma hobbled from his kitchen and dumped himself into a chair in his living room. He took out a sheet of paper and began scribbling his experience in the fight against Thrasher. He had made a mistake in judging Thrasher's personality. He had sensed anger and increasingly rash moments and had decided that if he continued, Thrasher would devolve into a wrecking ball that he could exploit to no end. He had committed more and more to offense, becoming overconfident that if Thrasher throwed anything at him, he could handle it. But Thrasher had reined in his anger during battle and if not for Takuma's last-second gamble, he would have lost terribly and been hurt horribly. There were people who would become cold while in rage. He didn't think Thrasher was capable of that. He wouldn't do that again. Emotions were an essential part of combat. Anger and rage could make movement sloppy, cloud judgment, and lead to mortal injuries and death. But he needed to make sure that he wasn't underestimating his enemy. "Can't do the chakra overload like that again," he grunted to himself as he got up from his chair. Its effectiveness was proven today, but he didn't want that turned on himself. He needed to figure out how to utilize the overload in a different way. Takuma took a double-sided tape and added the page to the line that had 4 other similar pages. Above that line was another line with 3 more pages with the details regarding his losses. He stepped back and sighed. There were going to be 72 pages on the wall, and he needed more pages on the winning section than on the losing section. That was his main goal for the next 6 months. Chapter 68, A Shinobi is much more than the chakra he wields. Did Takuma fully understand the depth behind the meaning of the words that Murabashi had said to him nearly a year ago? The answer would be no. His teacher had put him through many different skills that he initially thought would be of no use to him. To this day, there were skills he thought he would never ever use. However, at the same time, the cycle of D-rank missions had shoved him into many paths of life. He had done more different things in his life than ever before. From farming in the soil to sewing with a needle to construction work under the sun to balancing books in an office to standing at a gate and smiling at people as they walked by, he had done a lot of jobs. And surprisingly, some of Marubushi's teaching had helped him along, and he had learned much more things along the way that had come to his aid in one way or another. Looking back at it, he was surprised at how little his previous self knew. The stupid college bozo wouldn't have been able to survive in the world if he was one day kicked to the street to fend for himself. So, while he didn't fully agree or even understand his teacher words, Takuma had to agree that having knowledge and skill of various kinds was beneficial in general. Simultaneously, he was still a shinobi. He believed that if he was to learn different skills, they should be more suited to his job title and not just anything until he could call himself a jack of irrelevant trades. His time was better suited to learning and trying things he deemed more useful. Which was why he decided to test out something practical and valuable to him in the future. And not all because he thought it was fun and something he always wanted to do. Across the street from him was the headquarters of the Hidden Leaf Snay, the Land of Fire's biggest publishing house, Sum Publications. Takuma didn't have time to read many books in his time here, but he did follow the newspaper, and book reviews were a thing in it, and he had heard much about books from Sum Publications. Takuma wanted to see how deep he could get into the building without getting caught. He could, of course, transform as one of the employees and walk into the building, but the risk of getting approached and talked to by someone was high. If that happened, his disguise would be outed. With his inability to talk back, he could act rude and ignore everyone or pretend as if he was in a hurry, but that wasn't ideal. Moreover, as useful as transformation jutsu was, trained shinobi could catch flaws. They had gone over it during basic training, looking for flaws in each other's transformations. And while Sum Publications was a civilian establishment, he didn't want to use that tactic. It was a self-restriction. He had something else in mind. Takuma looked down at the simple set of repairman clothes. They were the equivalent of the high-vis vest, and tucked the latter under his arm and picked up the red toolbox before jumping down from the building's roof. He walked up to the entrance of the building where two shinobi stood guard. Even though it was a civilian establishment, a couple of geinin guards were hired by the business. The building was both the headquarters and a large printing press. In the Leaf Village, a shinobi hub, having 1 or 2 geinin guards, was considered the basic level of security for those who could afford it. Taking a calm breath, Takuma crossed the road with his head held high. He had the toolbox, ladder, and a clipboard with blank paper. That was all he needed. Even if they were shinobi, they were still humans. He just needed to believe that this was where he belonged. He could do it. Without slowing down or looking at the guards, he walked past them into the building. Takuma felt their eyes on him, and for a moment, he felt his heart skip a beat, but as he kept walking, they didn't stop him. His lips twitched upward as he stepped inside the building. It worked. Holy shit, I didn't think it would actually work. He cheered to himself. But as it turned out, a simple suitable disguise and the right attitude were all he needed to get into most places. Putting away his smile, Takuma continued. To his surprise, even the receptionist didn't stop him as he walked deeper into the building. Well, better for him. His destination was on the floor with the editors, specifically fiction editors. His target, Shindoru, a senior editor for Semu Publications. The reason why Takuma had chosen Semu Publications and Shindoru was that he knew both. During one of his delivery stints, he had been asked to deliver a package to Semu Publications, and the recipient had been Shindoru. He had been in the building once and had seen the man once. If it wasn't his first exercise of the type and he wasn't participating in the ring and thus short on time, he would have chosen a fresh target and would have done scouting, but since he still had to do missions, he deemed that experience as scouting. As long as he entered Shindoru's office without raising suspicion, he would consider it a win. From what Takuma remembered, Shindoru's office was on the edge of an office space that was shared between junior editors in an open cubicle style. Shindoru, being a senior editor, was given his own closed office. For Takuma to enter the office, he needed to go through an entire floor of people without raising any eyebrows. He had delivered the package directly into Shindoru's hands in his office, and he could have used the delivery boy's identity again, but that would have only given him a few seconds in the office, and that's only if Shindoru was in his office. If the man wasn't in his office, he would have been forced to hand the faux package to someone else. He could hide somewhere, but that would have restricted his reconnaissance options, as an unknown person would have stood out. But, a repairman? Takuma opened his ladder under a bulb just outside the office space with a direct line of sight to the office and pretended to work while observing the premise to figure out how he could get into the office and stay for a reasonable amount of time. An ideal period to try getting into the office would be lunchtime when people go out to eat, but that was a little over an hour away, and he couldn't wait that long without someone figuring out that something was wrong. And, from the looks of it, Shindoru wasn't in his office. Even if he could stay until lunch, he didn't have that kind of time. He had a fight right after lunch, As he was still a new fighter, his fights were not at times one could call prime time. He needed to be out and away to get prepared for his fight. Is there something wrong with that? As Takuma was peering around, a voice called out to him. He looked down and saw a bespectacled woman with documents cradled in her arms staring up at him. Even though he was expecting someone to talk to him, it still surprised him. It took him a moment to reply. There's nothing wrong, it's just routine maintenance work, miss, he said with a smile. Then can you help me with the light above my desk, it has been flickering lately, said the lady. Sure, where is it? I will head over there after I'm done with here, he said, keeping the pretense. Inside he was annoyed about the hindrance in his mission, but he kept the pleasant mask on the outside. Contrary to his expectations, the woman pointed inside the office space. Takuma's eyes shined. He smiled and assured the woman that he would be there to help her in a jiffy. He followed the lady with his eyes, and her desk was a pebble's flick worth of distance away from the office. Lady Luck was with him today. He counted 2 minutes before heading to the lady's desk, and she showed him the bulb that was bothering her. Takuma set up his ladder and began his pretense. This looks like it has reached the end of its life, we will need to change the bulb and put in a new one, miss, he climbed down from the ladder. I don't have one that will fit in this socket right now, but how about I exchange this bulb with one from a less inconspicuous place? That way, you won't wait until we order a replacement. That would be really helpful, thank you, the woman smiled. Then, I will go search for a matching one, Takuma said, pulling the nigh invisible string wrapped around his pinky. Thud. The woman turned and gasped when she saw that a pile of paper on her desk had fallen down. She turned and saw that Takuma was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Takuma silently closed the door to Shindoru's office behind him. He grinned as he looked inside the empty office. The tricky part was done, now all he had to do was complete the task and take his exit. The office had a messy desk filled with stacks of paper and envelopes that looked like manuscripts. There was a bookshelf with a lot of books. Takuma could have stolen them, but he didn't want to cause harm to the man, or the people who had sent the manuscripts. This was just an exercise. Other than the furniture and decorations, there was a large metal almirah. When Takuma pulled on the handle, he found the doors locked. This is it, this is a proper place, he smiled. Takuma took out his lock-picking kit from his person and got to work. It took a little under 2 minutes to pick the lock and click. He was in. There were more documents inside, a packed lunch, a jar of candy, a change of clothes, a formal suit, and more. None of the things interested him. He just wanted to test out his lock-picking skills on the field. And for the final step, Takuma picked up a blank paper and a calligraphy brush from the desk. Takuma grinned as he put ink on the page. Getting out was easier. Takuma threw a smooth decoration pebble from Shindoru's decorative bowl across the office space and made a large glass jar fall. The crash was loud enough that it caught everyone's attention for a moment, which was sufficient for Takuma to sneakily get out of the office. He replaced the woman's bulb, packed his stuff, and walked out of Zoom Publications with no one knowing any better. And later that day, Lady Luck continued to shine on him as he got a sub-3-minute knockout on his opponent. It made him think if he should go prowling into buildings as a ritual before fights. It was a good day of quick in and outs. Shindoru looked up at the faintly flickering light bulb in his office with a frown before looking down at the manuscript envelope. He pulled out the manuscript with the title, Kuka, Part 1, Jiraiya. As he got ready to read the first manuscript by the one of the three great Sannin, Jiraiya, another folded page fell out of the envelope. It was an unruled page, different from the manuscript paper. He spread it open. Written on it in bold writing were the words, Big Daddy was here. Shindoru frowned before shaking his head. He could never understand the eccentric minds of shinobi. Chapter 69, Standing Victorious at a record of 9-6, I introduce Scars. Takuma ran into the arena and locked onto his opponent. A woman that went by the fighter alias Purple Wind with a winning record of 36-34, an almost equal split. And from the looks of it, she was about to complete her initial contract. One more win would mean she would complete her contract with a winning record. And that win wouldn't be against him, Takuma declared to himself. So, you're the new rookie, eh? Purple Wind, wearing a gray sports bra and shorts, looked him up and down before scoffing. You don't look like much. Takuma didn't respond to the pre-fight chatter and moved in for the attack. Purple Wind had experience and immediately switched modes. She stuck faster than the wind and blocked Takuma's first and second strike in less time than it took to blink. Takuma squared his legs and reset the tension in his foot with a quick hop before lifting off the ground as he twisted his body to put all the momentum behind his elbow that rammed into the block guarding Purple Wind's head. The crowd roared as the fight's momentum turned to 11 right off the bat. Purple Wind footwork all but teleported her a step back as she created enough space before swinging her leg like a scythe toward Takuma's torso. Takuma didn't have a millisecond of rest as the moment his feet touched the ground, he bent his body back into a bridge, barely avoiding the vicious leg strike as it whiffed a few inches above him. His senses and mind worked together to birth a flash of battle instinct. Even with Purple Wind not in sight, he tensed his muscles and shot up a leg like an arrow on a tense bow. Bam! His leg countered Purple Wind's jackhammer fist. He called upon his ABS and backflipped himself off his hands back upright. His guard barely went solid before Purple Wind's both feet sent him flying across the arena. Takuma gained balance midair and held himself steady as his feet skidded across the floor on recontact, all the while he kept his eyes zoned in on his opponent. Purple Wind didn't wait for Takuma to hit the ground and was already charging toward him to maintain the pressure. Takuma shot forward the moment the sliding momentum allowed him. The two fighters met in the middle. Takuma buried a punch into Purple Wind's gut while her uppercut nailed Takuma square inches the jaw. She was flung back and barreled as her feet failed to grip the ground. He staggered on the spot and felt his body go through a hard reboot with a momentary blackout. Takuma shook his head as his eyes refused to stabilize the world. When he could barely make sense of his vision, he immediately searched for Purple Wind and found her jumping through the air toward him. His first instinct was to nail her with a lightning-style shock, but reason took over him the next moment, and he got ready. Purple Wind landed on the floor and immediately sliced her leg in an arc. Takuma effortlessly pulled his torso back to let the strike pass him and then bashed his head into her. It didn't do the damage he was expecting as Purple Wind crashed him to the ground. No grace was spared on the floor as they battered each other with the fervor of a zealot. He pulled on her tight hair bun to jerk her back to the ground. She kneed him in the crotch as he tried to scamper away. Both tried to get up but were more focused on ensuring that the other didn't regain footing before them. Purple Wind got a bit of space and instantly maneuvered into barring Takuma's arm into an arm lock. Takuma's danger sense screamed hard. Wrestling locks weren't popular with shinobis because they meant a commitment to contact for a period of time, and that opened the aggressor to vulnerability to getting stabbed. Striking was the bread and butter when fighters held superhuman strength and could lift several times their body weight. But there were no weapons in the current fight, and the ring wasn't a combat sport. Takuma knew that if he didn't act soon, Purple Wind wouldn't stop at bending his arm until he tapped out. She was going to snap his arm. A broken limb was practically a guaranteed loss, and the damage would then reflect on his life outside the ring. He roared as he lifted himself up and Purple Wind's body with him and slammed her head into the arena floor with as much brute force as he could muster. He could feel the opposing pressure on his stiffened arm loosen a fraction. He didn't let it pass him and pulled his arm free. Wanting to regroup, Takuma pulled back away from Purple Wind. She got up and also didn't rush into things, and maintained distance. The two fighters circled around the arena, observing each other with their nerves ready to burst into action at a moment's notice. The crowd mimicked the image inside the arena and fell into a murmuring hush, making the underground cave seem emptier than it was. The balance broke like a crack in a glass. Takuma and Purple Wind moved at the same time and met in the middle. Blows were exchanged in a matter of seconds. The pain was beginning to simmer in his body, and Takuma knew he needed to finish the fight before he made a slip, and Purple Wind punished him for it. He jumped to avoid a sweeping leg and focused on his feet to remain agile to avoid Purple Wind's attempts to get something that wasn't a glancing blow. He looked for an opening, anything he could use to counter and drag her down into defeat. He found one. Purple Wind, who was hot on his tail, keeping close to building pressure, paused for a blink of a second. It created space, and Takuma knew this space would disappear soon, so he decided to go in and exploit it. He stiffened his calves, switched out of the reverse gear, and hopped an inch to reset his feet to go in for the hit. He leaped forward with a raising knee strike and a punch below the ear to get her vulnerable. But in the same breath, Purple Wind pushed the knee strike aside, and before he knew it, he had a fist inch away from him. It was fast. Much, much faster than anything he had seen from Purple Wind. She hadn't suddenly gotten faster, as if she had been holding back the entire time. This was a matter of timing, pitch-perfect timing. And then the fist hit him in the throat, the staple in the ring. Before he could even feel the aftermath of his throat punched in, Purple Wind kicked him below the ear, snapping his neck. He was midair, and the strike spun 180 degrees until he slammed his head on the ground. Everything after that was a blur as he was hit more, and he couldn't defend until he blacked out. He didn't do anything wrong, was Takuma's conclusion as he stared at the fight summary stuck in the lost section of his wall. There was nothing wrong with his decision to exploit the opening he saw. Yes, it wasn't a particularly great opening, but it also wasn't bad. It wasn't his choice that had led to his defeat. Did she bait me? He clicked his tongue. Even if she did, how did she predict his moves so accurately? He could have gone in a completely different direction. It was uncanny how well she had responded. Her counter to his counter was so perfect that he couldn't respond until the end. She simply picked the best move. The fight had gone well until that point, which in some way, made it his worst loss to date. The only thing worse than that would have been if he had choked away a dominant performance. Takuma sighed in his frustration as he flicked the paper. The fights were tapped, so he couldn't even go replay the fight to see if he was missing something. He concluded that he needed to get better with his opportunity selection. With that, he went to sleep. Currently running hot with a 7-fight win streak, an old name in the ring, the master of combat Bishop. Takuma watched a man only a few inches taller than him walk into the ring with an eased swagger. He could tell it was a grown man and not a growing child, which meant that the man was short in height. Like some of his other opponents, Bishop interacted with the audience before the fight, hyping the people up. Takuma was told to ignore the audience, to act like a stoic, battle-hardened figure. It supposedly went better with his branding, and Takuma was satisfied to uphold that. He used the time to loosen his legs as he observed Bishop. The crowd was the biggest Takuma had seen. It was his first time fighting on a Friday night. He was supposed to in the morning, but when he came in, they told him that he would be fighting in the evening. Every one of his opponents was an unknown to him because he was only given the timing of his fights and not who he was going to fight. He could find that out easily by dropping by the betting counter, which had the fights listed a couple of days in advance, but that didn't help him as he would need to go watch his opponent fight. Until now, he didn't have the time to go watch a fight. He needed to study the opponent during the fight. Bishop's audience work was over, and unexpectedly, he walked towards him until he was only a couple meters away from Takuma, who took a few steps back. It was unusual to start a fight at a close distance when the arena had so much space. "I'm going to pound you, boy," Bishop said with a pop. His brown hyena mask enhanced the mocking of the words. Takuma tilted his head, confused. Well, he was not confused. This was clearly trash-talking. However, Takuma wasn't in the mood to reciprocate because, unlike Bishop's whopping 14-fight win streak, Scar had a 2-fight losing streak. He hadn't lost twice in a row before Purple Wind. He didn't want to extend that loss streak to 3. The announcer backed out of the arena, and Bishop kept his eyes on Takuma. The moment the metal door slammed closed, Bishop raised his guard up, but unlike Takuma's expectations, Bishop didn't come at him with bellicosity. The man simply kept his guard up and stayed light on his feet. Without a word, Takuma attacked. In the beginning, they flowed with each other, letting their strikes dance. Then flow gave way to force and Takuma started his offense. Fighting an opponent closer to his size felt comfortable as Takuma circled, attacked, and defended only when he must, pushing Bishop, seeking to push the man past the limit of his prowess. Bishop, however, seemed unbothered by the aggression and kept his guard up. He dodged what he could and blocked the other. Takuma felt in complete control of the fight, and yet he didn't seem to be able to land solid hits. "He's slow?" Takuma observed to himself. No, slow wasn't the correct term. Bishop was lightning quick in his dodges as he weaved around Takuma's attacks. But it was like Bishop had no sense of urgency in his movements. Why was Bishop satisfied to follow Takuma's pace and practically hand the momentum to his opponent? Takuma led with a fury of strikes, targeting everything from the head to the legs, but Bishop continued to be on the defensive. Even when Bishop took hits, he didn't look bothered. And Takuma knew this wasn't an ability to attack. He knew better than anyone else what it felt like to be unable to attack while under offense. The entire first year of his existence as Takuma, he had struggled with that. This wasn't that. What was Bishop planning? Takuma suddenly checked if he was going too fast. He was familiar with the tactic of cranking up the pace of the fight slowly until the opponent couldn't maintain it and strike at the breaking point. But no, Takuma found that he wasn't over-pushing himself. He wasn't getting baited. What then? "Okay, that's enough from you, boy," Bishop said, his tone relaxed. Takuma's instincts acted faster than his mind, and he sensed danger. He immediately shifted his stance to fall back. He didn't see the strike coming. He only felt the front of his mask bending until the solid fist struck his nose. "It's broken," Takuma could tell even before he could gather himself up after the attack. Bishop darted in, Takuma reached up to block, and Bishop's left cracked him in the ribs. "Ack," Takuma wheezed, pain coursing in his side as he backed away. He hadn't been hit this hard in his life. How could he hit so? Bishop hit him again, forcing out another cry of pain. Whatever part of Takuma's mind was clouded with pain was focused on pain, but every time he tried to rebalance, he was hit again. He dodged one strike to his strong side, only to get bashed in the weak side. He wasn't even allowed to brace himself as Bishop laid heavy strikes that brutalized him one hit at a time. Takuma's body burned, and his white blurred white as he fell to the arena. The crowd's noise grew distant as his body contracted itself to protect him, but no other attack came. He closed his eyes to the sight of Bishop's back with his arms spread wide. Takuma stared up at the ceiling of the ring's medical room with a dazed look. His nose was broken, his entire body purple and bruised. The medical ninja had said he was lucky to have gotten out with a slightly cracked rib and nothing else. Bishop had clearly placed his hits deliberately. He felt powerless. For the entire fight, when he attacked, he couldn't do damage, and when he was attacked, he couldn't defend. He hadn't felt this powerless since his entry into this world. His moves were predicted. Any opening he showed was exploited. Bishop had barely broken a sweat the entire fight and still broke him down with leisure. He didn't know where things had gone wrong except for the fact that Bishop outclassed him in every way possible. Are you ready to leave? Takuma turned his head slowly to the side towards the medical ninja who had treated him a couple times. She was a young brunette with freckles on her face. She seemed to be cleaning up the medical room, ready to leave or, at least, end her shift. From what he knew, she was Inomoto's apprentice. And as expected of Shady Guy, he had rolled his apprentices into the ring. Yeah, just give me a minute, he said, not looking forward to lugging himself back home. He thought he had jinxed himself. He had not wanted to get a third continuous loss and had handed the win to Bishop on a bruised platter. You know. Takuma glanced at the medical ninja. You have a tell. Chapter 70, you know. You have a tell. Takuma's eyes widened as the words registered in his mind. He jolted up from the bed and was punished by the pain stabbing in his ribs. He fell back on the bed and shivered in wait for the hurt to pass. They shouldn't have paired you against Bishop, the freckled brunette sighed, but there was no pity in her tone. I have a tell? What is it? Takuma spat as the pain abated. Other than being crippled, having a recognizable tell was the worst thing for a fighter. A tell meant that he was doing something that was giving away his actions, and if the tell was being picked by his opponents, he was practically telling them what he was doing. Did his opponents pick up on his tell? Was that why he had lost thrice in a row? The medical ninja continued packing her duffel bag as she said, How would I know? I don't watch scrubs like you fight. Takuma didn't have the time to feel offended. Then why did you say I have a tell? He asked as he gingerly sat himself up. I heard someone in the passing. She slung the leather bag over her shoulder and glanced at Takuma. Look, you can stay here if you want, but don't fall asleep because if someone doesn't wake you up, you'll be stuck here because they lock down the place at night, and with that, she headed towards the door. Hey, wait. Can we talk? I want to know more. Takuma jumped off the bed and winced as the pain stabbed him. No, thanks. She didn't even look back and walked out of the door. I will buy you dinner, shouted Takuma in a last-ditch effort. But the echoing footsteps continued to move away until they stopped. Takuma, who had hung his head, raised his head in surprise as the footsteps moved closer. The medical ninja stopped at the room's threshold. Any place I want? She asked. Takuma nodded immediately. He had savings, and even though they were earmarked for the future, he could make some concessions for today. The young woman smiled, then let's get going. I'm getting hungry. Takuma silently watched the medical ninja as she conversed with the waitress about the menu. The waitress was uncomfortable looking at Takuma's swollen face, which was in the process of de-inflammation. It was because Hidden Leaf was a shinobi hub that they were even allowed. It had desensitized the civilian public to a level. So, he quickly gave his order and passed on the menu. Contrary to his expectations, the place the medical ninja had chosen would make him lose sleep, but it would definitely make his wallet shed weight. My name is Takuma, he introduced himself after the waitress left. Oh, we are sharing names, are we? She rested her hand on her palm with the elbow on the table. It's uncomfortable if I keep you hey and you. She narrowed her eyes briefly before shrugging. Well, we already know our faces, I guess it doesn't matter. My name is Sengo. Thank you for the food. In the ring, the fighters were advised not to exchange identities, and any communication they had was to be behind a mask and using their fighter aliases. The only people supposed to know their faces were the ring employees, such as the medical staff. However, it was openly known that many fighters didn't really heed the advice. Takuma hadn't revealed his identity to anyone. The only people who knew his face were the medical staff and the guys in the scheduling room who gave him his fight schedule. He hadn't made any efforts to get to know people, nor had anyone approached him. Where exactly did you hear that I have a tell? Asked Takuma. You fought her. What's her name? Purple Wind, yes, Sengo snapped her fingers. It was after your fight she and her friends were chatting in the bar. Takuma's eyes thinned. Everyone fought in the ring for one common reason, to profit from their wins. The ring, having been run for a long time, the fighters had made themselves familiar with the system, and they had grouped themselves to exchange information to maximize their wins. Takuma didn't know much about how these groups operated, but it definitely involved paying an entry fee and acting in the group's interest. The group, in turn, had connections with the staff and could provide extra benefits to the members. By any chance, is Rhinahide part of that group? Asked Takuma, hoping his lingering suspicion would be unfound. Sengo had a wry smile as she nodded. Takuma closed his eyes and sighed. Rhinahide was the man who he had fought before Purple Wind. His suspicion was correct. The group had bribed someone in the scheduling room and had set up their fights against him because they knew they could win. Is Bishop also part of that group? Takuma sighed. No, Bishop isn't part of the group. He no longer fights actively in the ring. When he fights, she chuckled, is for fun, And he always picks opponents that he knows he can beat easily, like you. She pumped her brows. He puts on a show, brings in the crowd, and because of that, they let him do whatever they want. Thinking back to it, Takuma now realized why he was bumped to a Friday evening spot. He was used as a prop so that Bishop could entertain the crowd, which he had done with a vicious, one-sided beatdown. Takuma closed his eyes. A group of fighters was apparently targeting him, and the people on the staff put him against to show off because he wanted to beat someone up. Don't feel bad about it, kid, Sango smiled with a hint of sympathy. Bishop's a chunin who uses the ring to blow off steam. Your loss was decided before you knew that you were fighting him. Takuma opened his mouth to express his outrage, but only a resigned sigh came out in the end. The ring was a place for geinin, the fighters were all geinin. The moment a shinobi got promoted to the chunin rank, the rewards that were once attractive became unsatisfactory. The promotion was accompanied by a fat pay hike because of the bump in the danger level of the missions. Getting beat in an arena in front of people was no longer an appealing proposition for a chunin. The lavish food spread arrived. Sango started immediately while Takuma stared at his food with his chopstick lying limply in his hands. Should I join a group? Asked Takuma. If he was being targeted by a group, then joining another group that could protect him seemed like the logical option. You can. But they'll take you for everything you got, kid, said Sango as she indulged in the exquisite dishes. What's your record again? 9-7. That's okay-ish, but you're squeaky new. You bring absolutely nothing of value to a group. Most of them won't even look at you, and those who do offer to take you in, Sango chuckled, will make you their bitch. They'll demand a large cut of your winning when you get paid for their effort. Who knows, some of them might even make you lose fights on purpose. So, you're saying that I shouldn't join a group? Hey, Sango raised both her hands as if in surrender, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just telling you what might happen to you. The decision is all yours. It'd be horrible if I told you to do something, then you did it, and didn't like the outcome. I'll still have to heal you after fights. Can you imagine what that'd be like? Awful is what it'd be. It wasn't a surprise that Takuma had no appetite for the rest of the meal in the expensive restaurant. Was Takuma a greenhorn to adversity and challenging situations? No, he was not. If someone dared tell him otherwise, he would shove his hand up their ass and take it out of their mouth. Was he best at solving those challenging situations? Given his track record, Takuma would be the first to say he wasn't the best. So, he turned to the person he thought could help him the most. Perhaps it is my age talking, but it doesn't seem that long ago when we used to meet here every day, early in the morning, young Takuma. Takuma, who had been warming up, greeted his teacher with a smile. He hadn't seen Maraboshi in a minute, but the old shinobi looked like he had picked a wrinkle or two since they had met. He, however, didn't let that make him forget the fact that the old man could wipe the floor with him. It's been a while for me, said Takuma, kipping to his feet. Let me look at you. Maraboshi made Takuma stand in front of him. He gave Takuma a look down before nodding in satisfaction. You are growing more and more every time I see you. Takuma scratched the bandage on his mostly healed nose. Now tell me, child, for what have you called me here today? Asked Maraboshi. Takuma always appreciated how direct Maraboshi could be at times. I apparently have a tell when I fight, said Takuma. I need you to help me hammer it out. I've been getting absolutely battered in spars, and they won't tell me what's the tell. Maraboshi's almost closed eyes widened in a sharp glare. That's serious, child. Having a tell can be dangerous if it can be spotted and used against you. And from what you said, your tells have been successfully used against you. We will definitely need to work them out, but before that, I will suggest that you change your sparring partners. I do not believe them to be proper people if they won't share your tells with you. What's the use of sparring if not help improve each other? Takuma didn't know how to reply except to nod. He prayed for his imaginary sparring partners as they had incurred the wrath of his teacher. Maraboshi took a few steps away from Takuma. He held his hands behind his straightened back. Come, child, show me how much you have improved, said Maraboshi with a smile. After that, we will fix you. Takuma hadn't sparred against Maraboshi since the day before graduation. If there was one yardstick he wanted to measure his progress against, it would be Maraboshi. He grinned as he assumed his combat stance. Chapter 71, Maraboshi faced his student, anticipation hidden behind his eyes. It had been ages since they had met like this, and he wanted to see how Takuma had improved in that time. The last time he had seen Takuma in action was during the basic training tournament, so he had a rough measure of where his student stood back then, but in the two fights he had seen, one of them had been fought in an injured state. He wished to experience Takuma's progress firsthand. Come, child, he smiled. Takuma assumed a stance. A solid stance. Good, he noted to himself. Takuma wasted no time and dashed for Maraboshi and launched a barrage of punches mixed in with palm strikes, trying to overwhelm him. Maraboshi parried away the attacks and batted away a strike here and there to check for Takuma's recovery. He still likes to open with his hands. Maraboshi hid a smile as his student's habits surfaced in his mind. Takuma planted his leg hard into the ground and used it as a pivot to launch a vicious spinning back kick for the side of Maraboshi's head. Maraboshi's eyes widened a fraction as he received the kick with his forearm. He struck with a straight punch for Takuma to bob his head to let it slide past his head while simultaneously adjusting his positioning to create just enough gap between them to launch the next attack. Takuma chambered his leg to build muscular tension before lashing out toward Maraboshi's head, who pulled back at the last moment to make it miss. Takuma pulled his leg toward his torso as soon as the kick missed and immediately punched out with a front kick for a speedy second strike. Maraboshi simply caught the kick with his hand and pushed Takuma back with it. He has gotten more aggressive. Maraboshi moved closer to Takuma. Takuma spun in the air to land on his feet. The moment Maraboshi entered his eyes, he launched a flying kick that Maraboshi thwarted and did the same with every strike Takuma unloaded before touching the ground. "I see you have picked more of the hidden leaf kata." "A fine choice," said Maraboshi as he mimicked Takuma's stance. "It's the choice of the majority of the leaf shinobi. A tried and tested taijutsu created by the first Hokage himself for the generations of leaf shinobi to follow." For the first time, Takuma paused in his attack and circled with deliberate yet light steps. Maraboshi held back from switching to offense. He wanted to observe more before he stopped the fight. He glanced down at Takuma's feet, and just at that moment, Takuma dashed again. "No weapons?" Maraboshi hummed. He knew better than most that bare-hand taijutsu wasn't his student's strong point, which was why he had ensured that Takuma was comfortable wielding his kunai so that his opponents would be at the very least be conscious of the blade and had drilled in the importance of using shuriken and senbon to create distance whenever needed. Takuma had never taken to the latter advice to the level Maraboshi wished, but as long as he was aware of the option, Maraboshi wasn't overly worried. Time and experience were great teachers. Maraboshi spoke calmly as he danced with Takuma. The motive behind the hidden leaf kata is to allow the shinobi who practice it to create their own Takuma through a feint, and from its shadow came a strike toward the throat. Maraboshi struck the arm on the side, redirecting it. Unfazed, Takuma let the arm fly as he bent his knees and launched an elbow strike aimed at the groin. Maraboshi shifted his leg and let his shin meet the elbow. Maraboshi looked at Takuma in a different light than moments before. His student had been fighting. When he had trained Takuma to fight, his focus had been to teach Takuma the basics of taijutsu so he could protect himself. He had taught Takuma to protect himself first and strike others second. And he knew that the basic training taught Genin to incorporate all other combat skills into one to get them prepared and experienced with real-world combat scenarios. Takuma had never tried to target points like the throat and groin when he was still in the academy, and Maraboshi couldn't remember any point in the tournament fights where Takuma had tried to target them. If his memory served him well, Takuma focused on knees, head, and body shots to damage. It was clear that his student had either fought or seen someone who fought with those moves and had adapted them into his own moves. Is it from his sparring partners? Maraboshi thought as he parried a heavy hook punch from Takuma. "You have grown interestingly, young Takuma," said Maraboshi. He thrust a palm into Takuma's crossed arm guard that staggered him back a few steps. Takuma didn't get to regroup as Maraboshi closed the distance in a single step. A strike to the shoulder destroyed Takuma's upper body stability. Takuma saw the knock to his side placed perfectly below his guard coming, but the previous strike robbed him of his ability to guard. Maraboshi swept Takuma's legs as he finished with a punch down at his chest to slam him into the ground. "Get up," ordered Maraboshi. The familiar command made Takuma follow it subconsciously. He was on his feet with a ready stance. "Ease up." Takuma breathed a sigh and bent forward by his hip with his hands resting on his knees. "I can still feel the hits on me," he groaned. "You have clearly improved," said Maraboshi. Takuma smiled. Maraboshi continued, "However, I'm curious as to why you didn't use your weapons." Takuma froze. It was for a fleeting moment, but Maraboshi noticed. Takuma awkwardly chuckled as if embarrassed. "Me and my sparring partners haven't been using weapons. Getting injured with a mission around a corner can be bothersome." I guess I was still in that mindset. Half-truth as a lie, Maraboshi couldn't help but feel a conflicted sense of pride. "So, what do you think?" asked Takuma. "Were you able to figure it out?" Maraboshi pointed at Takuma's feet. "It's small but evident at the same time. You square your feet before you jump. You do it before a running start and even before a standing jump. It frankly is a glaring indication of what's about to come." "Ugh, for it to be visible to you after just one fight," Takuma let out a frustrated groan. "I was deliberately seeking it out." Takuma groaned as he sat down on the floor with his knees half bent. "I'll need to get rid of it," he sounded half worried and half frustrated. "That you'll need to do." Maraboshi crossed his legs as he sat down on the ground in front of Takuma and watched his student pull on grass as he stared at the grass with a faraway look. "How are the missions going?" asked Maraboshi. Takuma thought for a moment before shrugging. Nothing special, I would say. I like the fact that I'm jumping from job to job, so things don't get monotonous. It would be nice to have an office job, at the same time, every day, around which I can build a daily schedule, but I think I prefer what I have right now. I get to meet some nice people, you know. There are some awful shitty patrons, too, though. Maraboshi studied Takuma. How have you been spending your mission points? Ninjutsu, perhaps? Takuma clapped his hand and jumped up to his feet. I did learn one that I want to show you, he said as he skipped several feet away. Takuma immediately weaved hand seals that Maraboshi partially recognized to be for a earth-style jutsu. He sensed a charge of chakra permeating into the ground. I need to ask him to work on his chakra control, thought Maraboshi. Using chakra more than required by the jutsu not only wasted the chakra but also alerted the enemy. It wouldn't be a problem for Takuma in the short term, but once he encounters skillful opponents, they could sense chakra discharge, not to mention sensor type, who could pick up chakra signatures from a distance. Wasting chakra while casting jutsu was nothing short sending up a flare. The ground around Takuma broke loose into soil particles and rose up to the sky until they met a point 2 meters above the ground, forming a thick earthen dome. Maraboshi knew that Takuma was given the reward of C-rank jutsu for winning the basic training tournament. He knew there were 2 dome-shaped earth-style jutsu. Narrowing from that, he recognized the jutsu as the earth-style, earth dome. After a moment, the dome crumbled from the top, and Maraboshi saw the thickness of the dome. He found it surprisingly not lacking by much. Even though the thickness of the wall only partially showed the defensive capability of the wall and the real strength came from how tightly the ground particles were held together by the chakra, it was still an indication of the progress that Takuma had made. He must be blessed with a strong earth-style affinity. Maraboshi felt joy for Takuma. A strong primary affinity went long ways in terms of combat strength and survivability. The dome crumbled enough to reveal Takuma, who stood up. I love that I chose this, he chuckled. I used the jutsu to create myself a tent while I went camping last time. Imagine using a C-rank defensive jutsu for camping. He patted at the dome wall. I just need to master it enough that I can crumble it away from the side rather than the top to give me more escape options. Maraboshi stood up and waved Takuma to him. Yeah? They are dangerous people. You know that, right? Said Maraboshi. Takuma looked confused. Huh, what do you mean? I know they offer mission points. The moment Maraboshi said that, Takuma froze like a stone statue. You know, Maraboshi silenced Takuma with a finger on his lips. He didn't want Takuma to say anything to him. Even though he already knew about it, the less he knew, the better it was for both him and Takuma. He would have preferred not to talk about it at all, but Takuma was his precious student. He needed to say something about it. I don't like what they do, he continued. I don't blame you, child. The allure of mission points is strong, and I do know that they pay handsomely. Takuma looked like he wanted to say something, but Maraboshi continued on. But, I want to make things very clear, Takuma. Those people are not good people. No matter how they act, no matter how well they treat you, they don't care about you. They only care about themselves. Don't trust them. For the moment you lose your value, they will scavenge and extort what remains before throwing you out. Despite not having a liking for what it stood for, Maraboshi couldn't deny the aid that it provided to the shinobi. It was a darkness of the Leaf Village, but even the darkness gave something or it wouldn't exist, but it also took away. He had seen good, talented, competent people who had been tied down by their circumstances rise from their problems with the aid that it gave them. However, he had also seen how it had ruined similarly good, talented, competent people. What people got out of it differed from person to person. He simply didn't want Takuma to be the person who lost more than they gained. Do you want me not to? Because I will if you ask me not to, Takuma stuttered as he asked. Maraboshi shook his head as he ran his hand through Takuma's hair. He was honored that Takuma held him in such high regard. And that made him so profoundly sad. I do not want to dictate your choices, Takuma. I have cautioned you about the nature of that place. No matter how valuable it might look, it is a gateway to a place that drags people into the darkness. If you want to continue, that is your choice. If you wish to leave, even that is your choice. The one thing I wish is for you to be careful. When the time comes where you think it is time to leave, do not think about it, simply leave without looking back. Maraboshi smiled sadly. He couldn't tell Takuma what to do. For taking this away from Takuma would mean that he would need to replace it with something else. He possessed that something. Alas, he was unable to provide it to Takuma. And for that, Maraboshi despised himself for his own cowardness. Chapter 72, Is he part of the group? Asked Takuma in the shadow of the fighter's tunnel. Standing behind him, Sengo, the brunette medical ninja, nodded. Huh, Bearpelt is part of the group, alright. Takuma narrowed his eyes as he hummed, thank you. Don't thank me, I just got a meal at any place I like. Any place you like, but capped at 100 ryo, Takuma said sharply to Sango. He didn't want to empty his wallet for a simple yes or no answer. He turned back to look out to the arena at the average-sized man with a rotund belly covered with body hair that covered every inch of his front and even on his back. This was the first person he was fighting from the group after Purple Wind. He couldn't let someone run over him and allow them to go unpunished. In this place, if he let people push him around, they'll take that as an invitation. Takuma clenched his fist and ran out of the tunnel when the announcer called his introduction. Kunio rotated a shoulder, feeling the kink in his shoulder. It still pained from the slam during his last fight. But he wasn't worried, his opponent today was the kid. Kunio smiled behind his bear mask, thinking about the opponent. They had caught a delicious prey in their grasp. They had found a tell in the kid, and what a treat it was. It was commonplace practice for group members to share information about other fighters among themselves to increase the chance of victory. But when a group had an in with the scheduling office, they could hunt down their prey and get some sweet mission points while enjoying dealing out a beatdown. Battling it out against the mighty Bear Pelt is the rising star with the record of 11-7, scars. Kunio turned his body to see the skinny kid skip past the stairs to enter the arena. They met eyes, and neither looked away. The kid had some guts. Kunio grinned, walked directly up to the kid, and looked down at him. "What are you looking at, brat?" Kunio could see Scar's black eyes staring up at him, unblinking. "Nothing, just wondering who has bigger boobs between you and your mama, because not many can rival that bosom of yours," said Scar and made squeezing gestures with his hands. Kunio's face contorted and his skin turned red as he screamed, "What the fuck did you say, boy?" He shoved Scar's and was about to take the brat's head out when the announcer pulled him back. A smile appeared in Scar's eyes as he shouted, "Oh, did that hurt because it's true? Hey, I'm curious. Can you see your dick when you look down? I doubt you'd be able to see the raisin-looking micro-cock even if someone jacked it hard, you fat fuck face. Fucking let me go." Kunio screamed his lungs off as he glared at Scars. "Bear Pelt, just let me go out of the arena, and then you can do whatever you want," the announcer said as held the shinobi fighter back. "Get off of me. Do you understand what I said?" said the announcer, tightening his grip around Kunio's shoulder. "Try to start the fight before I exit, and I'll disqualify you." Kunio clicked his tongue and turned away from Scars. "Yeah, I get it." He spat and shoved the announcer when the man loosened his grip on him. He didn't charge at Scars. He could wait a few seconds before he destroyed the boy. The fucking brat had to pay. He was going to make him pay. The plan was to exploit the Scars tell and have everyone in the group fight him and get those victory mission points. They couldn't all go one after another because that would look too suspicious, and they had to fix the schedule so that Scars would have other fighters outside of the group. The plan after everyone in the group had fought the kid was to sell the information to other fighters who were going to fight Scars and take a cut of their fight winnings. Fuck that. Kunio gritted his teeth. He was going to break every bone in the boy's body and then leak the information to everyone in the ring who was willing to listen. He wanted Scars to lose every fight, starting with the one with him. Scars was still new and had a large part of his contract in front of him. Kunio wanted to see Scars beaten blue and black for the rest of his contract without being able to get out of it. No one got out of their ring contract without completing their obligations. Kunio turned to face Scars. The announcer was talking to Scars, but the boy was staring at him directly. The look only served to fan the flames of rage in him. He was going to break the boy to the point they would need to delay his fights even if that meant he would get some pushback. The crowd was rowdy from the pre-fight altercation that the ring didn't see happen much, as the announcers would be out of the arena after a short introduction, and the fighters would take out any grudge between them during the fight. It was exciting. The crowd grew louder, demanding for the fight to start at this very moment. The announcer walked away from Scars, and as he walked towards the exit, both fighters took walking steps towards each other, but everyone could see that they were rearing to go, and the brawl would start the moment the metal gate fell. The crowd fell silent in anticipation. And so it happened. Thud. The gate closed, and Bear Pelt and Scars charged each other with the smaller crowd creating enough noise to rival the peak of weekend night primetime fights. Kunio knew he was stronger than Scars and planned to use his size and strength to overcome the smaller opponent. He'd make a play out of it for the watching crowd, embarrassing the brat. Then, after a time, he'd crack the boy's skull, putting him out of commission. It was cruel, and that's what Kunio desired. Since the boy wanted a fight, he'd give it to him. When they would come asking questions, he'd tell them that he had controlled and pushed the blame upon them who let a child enter the ring. Kunio, bigger, with longer arms, came in range first and sent a thundering blow for Scar's neck. His hands moved faster than an untrained eye could track, ripped through the air, keening as it went. Scars swept beneath it and stepped closer to smash an elbow just below the chest. Kunio grunted as the force knocked him back a few steps. But he was immediately back and thrusting a palm strike only to find Scars, with his shoulder raised, launching towards him. Kunio was a heavy man, so the collision pushed Scars back a couple strides, but it also threw Kunio to the ground. Before anyone could even draw a breath, Scars jumped the fallen Kunio, and both men were clinching on the ground. Scars planted a knee into Kunio's gut before Kunio grabbed him by the neck and rolled to the top. "Got you, you little fuck," Kunio laughed and raised his other fist to start the massacre. He looked Scars in the eye and saw no fear or even the slightest bit of tremor. The next thing he felt was intense pain in the crotch. Scar kicked Kunio in the groin and was followed immediately by a throat strike. Kunio's eyes bulged and his veins flared as he couldn't scream or even grunt as he tried to take a breath over the dreadful sensation of being choked assaulted him. Scars grabbed Kunio's hand holding his neck, and as the grip loosened, he got up from under Kunio, grabbed his wrist and snapped it. In the heat of the moment, Kunio flung his arm as hard as possible, and fortunately, it hit. Scars was sent flying away, and it gave Kunio time to gather himself back up. His heart was thumped against his ribcage as he staggered around with his eyes searching for Scars. The flame of rage had been doused with a cold splash of panic. He backed away and put some distance between them as Scars immediately got up. Kunio's eyes went to Scars' feet and saw them square up for a moment before Scars dashed. A flash of hope glimmered in his eyes as he readied for a jump from Scars. He raised his guard at the last moment, fighting through the pain in his broken wrist, when he saw Scars ready to leap. Only for Scars to whip out a low kick to his knee. Kunio's heavy body weight crumbled with half of his footing breaking down as the bashed knee gave away. Scars grabbed Kunio's broken wrist, twisted it more, and yanked Kunio to the ground with it, all the while eliciting a pathetic scream from the man. "You're not the one paying attention, you know," said Scars as he held Kunio's arm up and placed a leg on the back of his shoulder. "Your shoulder is hurting, isn't it? Let me fix it." Kunio looked up and found himself staring into a pair of frigid cold eyes with nil emotion in the dark pools of black. He knew what was about to happen and opened his mouth to beg, but Scars snapped the shoulder clean without a ripple in his eyes. The crowd's enthusiasm fell into a hushed silence as Kunio's screams cut through the underground cavity. It wasn't like they hadn't seen harsher injuries in the ring. Blood and breaks were part of the experience. It was the prolonged screech of the scream that got through many. Scar dropped the arm and stomped on Kunio's face, which stifled away the scream of anguish. "Tell your group they know where to find me. I'm waiting for every single one of them." He walked away from Kunio as the announcer entered the arena. "Do you want to continue, Bearpelt?" asked the announcer as he squatted by Kunio. "And no," said Kunio through gritted teeth as pain assaulted his body. He could continue to fight, but it wasn't worth fighting. Even if he won, injuries would only pile up. It would put a disturbance in his life in and outside the ring. He couldn't afford a prolonged absence from either shinobi duty or his ring fights. And though he wouldn't admit it, the dark frigid eyes frightened him. As Takuma entered the fighter's tunnel, Sango was waiting for him. She walked towards him with a smile but stopped to stare at Takuma, her previous expression fading. "Is something wrong?" asked Takuma. She stayed silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Are you alright?" "Yeah, I don't think I'm bruised or anything." "The fat fuck went down easy," he said and noticed that she was still staring. "What is it? Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing," she said. "Now, come on. Let's clear out of here for the next fight." Takuma flashed a smile Sango couldn't see as he still wore his mask. As they walked to the medical room, Takuma reflected back on the fight. He felt satisfied with what he had accomplished with Bearfelt. He had sent a message he wasn't to be taken lightly. He wasn't going to be seen as a weak player on the board. He was going to make sure they didn't think they were looking at him like a weak naive kid to exploit. If they wanted to hit him, he would hit them back. The conversation with Marubsai had blindsided him, but seeing his teacher's reaction, had left him with a lot to think about. He had decided that if the ring could provide him the value he sought, he would continue to swim in it. However, he understood that he swam with sharks, who would devour him if he showed a hint of blood. He was here to take things from it, and not the other way around like Marubushi had warned him about. And for that, he couldn't let anyone underestimate him. If it took for him to repeat Bearpelt to make it that way, then he would do it as many times as he deemed it necessary. Chapter 73, How is duty treating you? I hope you're at least diligent in front of the patrons. Tar glanced at his dad walking beside him as they returned home from his dad's workplace, Mido Hospital of Leaf. The best thing he liked about his dad was that they could let the silence sit between them, with it never being awkward. There were hours worth of spence where both had sat together in the same room without speaking to each other, and Taro looked back at those times as perfectly blissful. Taro appreciated that, which was why he didn't feel annoyed at the frustrating question his mom sprung up on him like clockwork every few days. He said, "It has its ups and downs. And I haven't received a legitimate complaint against me yet." "So, you mean someone did file a complaint against you?" Taro clicked his tongue. "It was one of those patrons, you know. The asshole's language, Taro. Who are awful to everyone no matter how well you do. Thankfully, they had a record of demanding more than what was stated in the request. I got out scot-free when I refused to do anything other than what the mission stated. Taro's dad sighed. It's good that you held your ground, that was the right choice. But be careful about handling these types of situations. Be as polite as possible, and if you have partners on the mission, make sure they're there to be a witness. These people can get you in trouble sometimes. Father and son fell silent as they entered a shopping district to shop for groceries. Another thing Taro liked about his dad was that shopping was quick with Dad. His dad knew what he wanted to buy beforehand and stuck to the list without getting distracted by other things, only to ultimately not buy any of it. They were out of the shopping district the moment they checked off the last item on the list. Have you thought about what we discussed earlier? Asked Taro's dad. Taro groaned audibly upon hearing his dad bring that up. And here he thought he would be safe until he reached home. I believe it's high time you make a decision. Your mom thinks you should have already made a decision a month back, said Taro's dad. It had been a few months back when his parents sat him down and told him that he needed to choose what he wanted to do with his career. Having two Chunin parents, they could get him out of the Geinin Corp before the minimum mandatory period, but they needed him to decide on a destination. They had asked him where he wanted to go. Taro honestly had no idea where he wanted to go and what he wanted to do. And it wasn't like he hadn't given it a thought. He had contemplated on it, but nothing had clicked to him. How was he suddenly supposed to decide where he wanted to go when it had only been half a year since he became a shinobi? In his mind, he thought he still had time. He had a little under 2 years on his Geinin Corp service, but when his parents said they could get him out early, he knew they were expecting him to move out before the service period was over. It wasn't like he didn't feel grateful. But he didn't need that right now. However, when Taro looked around, he could see that he was indeed lagging behind. I had already decided that she would join a medical corps and had begun preparing for the exam and interviews. Multiple times over the past month and a half, he had seen Nenro in the company of several Chunin, and if he knew Nenro, Taro knew he was making moves to get out of Geinin Corp early. Masaaki, who hadn't expressed any plans about where he was heading, had told him recently that he was training with an uncle stronger than the Masaaki's mentor back home who, according to Nenro, was at least a Chunin. Taro had no idea who this uncle was, but he could guess it was a Chunin. Even Masaaki was building connections. As for Takuma, he didn't know what Takuma was doing. Taro hadn't seen much of Takuma in recent times. Whenever they did talk, Takuma's plans for the future never ended up being brought up. A majority of his other friends had also begun planning for things. Well, at least I have some companionship, Taro sighed to himself. When he didn't know what to do, his parents gave him some options. His dad was a medical ninja and had expressed his desire that if Taro wanted to become a medical ninja, he would support it. His mom had been urging him to either follow her into the torture and interrogation division or become a lawyer like his uncle. Did he want to go through these fields? Even though it had improved recently, his dad worked late a lot. His mom worked regular hours, but once in a while, she wouldn't come home at night and would even get called away to work in the dead of night. As for his uncle, he traveled most of the year, which Taro, a homebody, disliked even the thought of. I need more time, Taro said to his dad. As they crossed a red bridge over water, Taro looked over at the flowing stream and halted when he saw a figure dressed in black clothing standing on top of the water. Taro's dad stopped as well, followed Taro's gaze, and saw the figure. He narrowed his eyes. Is that a map he's reading? He said before asking, Taro, have you been practicing the water walking exercise? Chakra control is vital for a shinobi. Moreover, superior chakra control is a requirement if you wish to be a medical ninja. Taro ignored his dad and leaned against the bridge's railings. He shouted, Takuma. Takuma, his brows furrowed, looked up at the bridge. He waved his hand up high with a smile when he saw Taro. Taro turned to his dad. You head on home, I'll talk to him for a bit and meet you at home. Taro's dad looked at Takuma jogging on water towards them. How about we invite him home for dinner? Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Oishi, said Takuma as he sat down in Taro's living room. Oh please, Takuma, I'm delighted to host one of Taro's friends, said Taro's dad. He doesn't bring many of his friends home. I simply had to jump at the chance. Did you know he once complained about there being too many people at his 7th birthday? Taro rolled his eyes as he deposited himself beside Takuma on the couch. Taro's dad sat across from them with a plate of refreshments between them. Takuma, if my memory serves me right, you won the basic training tournament? He asked. That's right, sir, said Takuma. He had multiple images of Taro's dad in his mind, but seeing the scholarly man with an elegant air to him was surprising. With how sloppy and lazy Taro was, he expected something else. Maybe he got it from his mother, he thought. Impressive, really so, Taro's dad smiled. Taro told me that you graduated from the Leafs Academy, and I vaguely remember seeing you at the graduation ceremony. Were you two friends back then? Takuma could feel Taro's eyes beside him. Both of them knew he had no friends when they were in the academy, and even though Taro didn't do anything to him, he also didn't do anything to stop Hiji and his group from bullying him. I only got to know Taro closely in the basic training. He helped me a lot from here and there, said Takuma, flashing a smile at Taro. He says that, but then he picks up a nasty fight with me during the training. Takuma softly smiled, and that only brought us closer. Taro's dad chuckled. He asked, now, I'm curious about what you were doing in the middle of that stream, Takuma. I could see you were practicing the water walking exercise, but you also had a map in your hands for some reason? Well, as you could see, I was practicing the water walking exercise. The map was to get better at cartographic reading, and the map I was using adds stakes, said Takuma. There was no GPS in the world, and if he was going to venture out of the village someday, he needed the ability to read a map. Maraboshi had taught him the basics, but he was trying to advance his skills. What might you mean? Takuma handed the map he was reading to Taro's dad. This is a high-quality map, Takuma, Taro's dad said after observing the map. It must be expensive. Takuma nodded. It is expensive. The maps are high quality, finely detailed, printed on a water-resistant fabric threaded paper, and every time I take a total dip into the water, I force myself to buy another map from the cartographer. He could see confusion in their eyes, so he continued, I buy a different map every time, and it does expand my collection, but these maps are out of my price range. I can't keep buying them. And that adds pressure on me to do better. You're an idiot, Taro said immediately. Does that even work? Believe me, it works, Takuma said bitterly. Maraboshi's added punishment to his leaf concentration exercise had changed something in him. He performed better when stakes were involved, and even now he hated losing money. He accepted the looks from the father-son duo. He didn't need to tell them that he had been thinking about doing water walking exercises with hot water in his bathroom mini tub. Sir, I know you're a medical ninja, said Takuma. I was wondering if I could learn medical jutsu or anything that would help me if I get injured on the field. And our teammate I is preparing for the medical corps. If you can give some tips on that all, it would be extremely constructive. Taro's dad took a breath and looked at the roof for a moment in thought before nodding. Okay, I can absolutely help her if she's trying into the medical corps. He turned to Taro, invite her to dinner when she's free, and we can talk it out. He then turned back to Takuma. As for learning medical jutsu, I fear enrolling into the medical corps or finding a willing teacher are the two viable ways to learn. Medical jutsu needs a base of knowledge before you can do any practical healing, especially if you wish to do it consistently when you're injured in the field. I can, however, recommend to you some of the first aid courses that we run at the hospital. Correct knowledge of treatment before you can get proper help can boost your survival and even aid recovery by preventing further damage. In fact, I urge you to take these courses in the near future. Takuma filed the advice about the courses in his mind. But he also asked, would you be my teacher if I wish to learn medical jutsu? Only if you join the medical corps and perform well in your exams and interviews, Taro's dad smiled. I'll be happy to have you as one of my apprentices then. Takuma shook his head. At least, he asked. I will leave you two boys and start on the dinner preparation. Taro's dad told Takuma to sit tight when he offered to help. Takuma turned and saw Taro staring at him with a studying gaze. What? Asked Takuma. Nothing. Water walking, cartographic reading, medical jutsu. Just glad to see that you're still trying to learn all sorts of things. A shinobi is much more than the chakra he wields, said Takuma sagely. Huh, what? They heard a voice from the front of the house call out, I'm home. The steady footsteps moved through the front corridor until a tall woman with shoulder-length hair, dressed sharply in the standard uniform of the torture and interrogation division, entered the living room. She had a confident and disciplined posture, and even at the end of the working day, she looked like she had just gotten dressed. Well, color me surprised. It gave me a second of pause when I saw an extra pair of shoes outside, Taro's mom said as she peered at Takuma. To think Taro would bring a friend home. Dad invited him. Takuma stood up and greeted Taro's mom. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Takuma, Taro's teammate from basic training. Takuma. Ah yes, Taro mentioned you. Taro's mom asked him to sit down as she sat where Taro's dad had been sitting. She gazed at Takuma. Under her gaze, Takuma suddenly felt conscious. He subconsciously straightened his back and couldn't help but feel that the woman was studying him, looking straight through him. He wasn't worried about her finding out about his secret if a Yamanaka couldn't find out. He wasn't concerned about anyone finding out. But he did worry about his second identity getting out. He didn't think he gave out any clues regarding the ring. He didn't carry his mask around, nor did he show any skin, and he hadn't suffered any significant injuries that would give it away. He was fine, or so Takuma told himself. Tell me, Takuma, what are your plans for the future after Geinin Corp? Where do you want to go? Asked Taro's mom. Oh my god, Mom. Taro exclaimed loudly, sounding thoroughly fed up, a rare emotion for Taro. At least, ask him how he is, chat with him about the weather, maybe discuss general news or something, warm him up before bringing that up. Normally, Takuma would have felt awkward, but the person in front of him was a chunin in the torture and interrogation division. This was an adult who was currently very active in the Leaf Shinobi organization. And he assumed that being from the torture and interrogation division, he believed they would be very aware and in touch with the shinobi scene. So, he jumped at the opportunity. To be honest, ma'am, I'm not sure where I want to go, said Takuma, leaning forward. Week after week, I've been doing these D-rank missions, doing my best, but I feel like I'm not going anywhere. Yes, I've been getting Ryo and mission points that I can invest in myself, but I still can't see a clear path I can follow. From what you said, I infer that you don't have plans to go into a specific division, said Taro's mom. Takuma shook his head. As of right now, I don't think any of the technical divisional routes is for me. Then, I assume you know that a Chunin promotion is the only way to get out of Geinin Corp, she asked. Takuma nodded. After the mandatory period, I will be eligible for the Chunin exams, but to participate, I need recommendations from Chunin. You don't need to participate in the Chunin exams, said Taro's mom. What? You can get a field promotion. Technically, all promotions are field promotions. Field promotion. That was the first time Takuma was hearing that. He asked Taro's mom more about it. According to her, as long as you collect enough merit, you can be directly promoted without participating in the exam. Chunin exam, in its essence, is a Geinin submitting an application saying that they're ready for a promotion, but a field promotion is when you gather enough merit that the promotion committee decides to directly promote you. Then there's also the element of recommendations. Recommendation means much more in field promotion as you're not actively seeking them out as you would during the Chunin exam, she finished. Takuma thought about it for a moment. If the Chunin exam was a performance to get eyes on them, field promotion sounded like putting the head down and doing the work until you got noticed. Taro's mom could see Takuma wasn't feeling enthusiastic about field promotions. There are many ways to get a field promotion, but the most reliable way is to get into a Chunin's permanent squad. They take C and even B rank missions. And even though you don't get paid C or B rank mission rates as the pay is split up, your record still reflects you completing C and B rank missions. Stay on the squad long enough, and the promotion department will notice you, and if your Chunin leader recommends you, promotion is all but guaranteed, she said. Takuma wondered how he could get on a Chunin's permanent squad. I'll need to ask how Nenro managed to get chummy with so many Chunin, he thought. All of that sounds a hassle, said Takuma, sighing, and made me pretty interested in the torture and interrogation division. How much of it is torture and how much of it's torture and how much of it is interrogation? Taro's mom smiled as she leaned back into the couch and crossed her legs. Well, do you think there's a difference between the two? She asked. Of course, there is. If there wasn't, they would have just named it the interrogation division. Taro's mom turned to Taro with a smile. I like him. She looked at Takuma. If you want to join, complete the selection process. When you enter, we will see if you have the stomach for the operation theaters, she then shrugged. Or you can do something that catches the big boss eye and he might poach you for the team. But that's true all around. That was new information for Takuma. If he could do something eye-catching, he could get into a division. And that got his mind turning for the rest of the day. Chapter 74, Saburo walked into one of the VIP booths that overlooked the arena. He gazed down at the people standing around the caged arena, waiting for the next fight to start. He could look down at them, but they couldn't look up at him because of the one-way windows. Every arena hall had 5 such booths built into the walls for people who wished to spectate the fights in privacy. Of course, most of these booths went unused throughout the year as the fights capable of attracting that sort of crowd were few and far between. He rested on one of the chairs with a groan, feeling a stretch in his lower back that he adjusted as he asked one of the watchers. That's the kid? Yes, boss. Saburo peered down at the fighter in the green leaf mask with a body riddled with scars entering the arena. Scars. He remembered the kid Inomoto had brought him. It had been nearly 3 months since then, and Saburo wasn't expecting to hear about the kid until the end of the contract. What's the problem? He asked. Watchers were his eyes and ears littered around the ring. They were barmen, cleaning crew, fighters, staff handling betting and scheduling, or even people in the audience wordlessly watching the fights. They kept a finger on the pulse of happening, looking out for the erratic behavior for him. For a watcher to bring him a case in the taijutsu category and not outright put a strike and penalty against Scars meant they weren't sure if it was going against the rules. Saburo looked down at the fight and watched as Scars scrambled with another teenager on the arena floor. Chakra augmentations, said the watcher. Sabura's beady eyes narrowed at the fight below. Scars stepped back to skirt a hook and bob his head to dodge another strike before choosing the perfect timing to retaliate with a hip kick. Scar's opponent had his lower body stability disrupted and tried to put some distance between them, but Scars took a quick forestep and struck out with a calf kick from his back leg. The attack that should have hobbled the opponent suddenly struck out with such force that the other fighter's legs slapped against each other as the footing was taken out altogether. Scars didn't spare a second for recovery and immediately pounced on his opponent and started battering him to keep the man grounded and unable to get out of the predicament. That was augmented. Sabura didn't need to be an expert to tell that the calf kick struck with an unnatural force, and yet he didn't see any hand seals or signs that he had precast the augmentation before the fight. He was well versed with chakra augmentations. It was his clan's specialty, after all. He knew how rare chakra augmentations were. Chakra naturally nourished the body and raised a shinobi's strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance. Among other things, that's what allowed shinobi to survive against weapons of ninjutsu and made taijutsu a viable tool. At the same time, it could also be used actively to temporarily enhance the body's capabilities. The caveat for it all was the difficulty and rareness of chakra augmentations of the body. They were challenging to master and proficiently use in actual combat as the techniques were complex and usually locked behind clan doors. And Sabura knew Scars wasn't a clan kid. He watched the fight as Scars' opponent kicked him off to get up. Scars didn't rush and stalked around like a predator looking for an opportunity to nab his prey. Sabura judged the damage done by Scars and found it to be significant but not in the same vein as what one could deal with chakra augmentations. "What tipped you off?" Sabura asked the watcher. "Unnatural bursts of strength while striking," told the watcher. "The medical staff tells me that he has been leaving 1 or 2 nasty bruises on his opponent every fight. He even left one of the fighters with a cracked shoulder that could have easily been a shattered shoulder if it was touched once." "Just strength?" "Nothing but a few heavy strikes every fight. I believe he has been trying to keep it down to not catch eyes." That could mean many things. It could mean Scars was keeping it down, as the watcher said. It could also mean he wasn't well versed in using the augmentations and was testing the technique during fights, or it could mean whatever chakra augmentation Scars was using was only limited to strength. The two fighters brawled in the arena's center, exchanging blows with Scars pushing his opponent back. Scars' opponent was clearly more skillful between the two fighters, but the limping leg handicapped the ability to showcase the skill to the limit. Pairing that with Scars' aggressive approach, there was very little breathing room. Scars pried his opponent scarred open with a jab before sneaking in a decisive palm strike toward the chest. Sabura found it strange why Scars hadn't focused his attack on the legs, tearing down what was already broken. It was inefficient. Nevertheless, the palm strike stamped the chest. Sabura could see the next few seconds before they happened Scars was going to target the side with a nasty body shot and then needle an uppercut to the jaw through the flimsy guard, all but finishing the fight. Instead, he saw Scars move to retreat his palm, and almost bizarrely, the opponent got pulled along with the palm. It wouldn't have been shocking if Scars had gripped body hair to pull the fighter towards him, but there was none on the body, and the palm was flat. At the moment, Sabura knew what Scars had been doing. Scars pulled the opponent closer and landed a vicious sharp hook to the side of the head, snapping the neck to the side. The opponent went down. Scars followed him down to land finishing blows to ensure that there was no continuation. It seemed 3 months were enough for the kid to become a ring fighter. "Ask someone to bring Scars to my office before he leaves," said Sabura as he got up from the chair. It was time to decide Scars' future in the ring. Takuma kept his senses peeled as he followed the man who told him that the boss, Sabura, had asked to see him. He had considered himself gotten used to the dingy corridors lit by old yellow bulbs nearing the end of their lives. But the unexpected summons had him glancing over his shoulder. Just in case something was afoul, he studied the man who he was following. Takuma knew the man worked in the ring. He had seen him walk around in areas not accessible by the audience and once seen him sit behind a desk in the scheduling office. It made Takuma cross of the possibility of this being a play by one of the fighter groups to jump him. He couldn't be entirely sure though. There was regulation in the ring, yet he had heard rumors of misplay between fighters outside the arena. Takuma only let his shoulders relax when they arrived in front of Sabura's office, which he remembered from his one initial visit with Inomoto. The man knocked on the door and peered inside before opening the door halfway and letting Takuma inside. The door closed behind Takuma, leaving him alone in the room with Sabura, who sat on his oversized pompous throne-like chair behind the gaudy desk. "Takuma, my boy, come sit down," said Sabura with an oily smile on his fat face. "Or do you prefer Scars now?" "I prefer Scars," said Takuma. The less someone said his name down here, the better it was for him. "If that's what you wish for. I myself would be more than happy to use the name I gave you." Sabura eyed him with a peculiar look in his eyes that Takuma couldn't really place. "I was told you wanted to see me?" asked Takuma. May I know what this is about? I saw your fight today. It was enjoyable. I could clearly see how far you have come in the 3 months you have been here. Takuma clenched his fist. The ring's boss watched his fight. He didn't have an iota of good feelings well up inside of him. The fight wasn't against someone exceptional like Bishop, or during a prime time slot, for someone this higher up to come watch his fight. Only one thought crossed his mind. They had noticed him using the chakra during the fights. It was during basic training when he had subconsciously pushed off to evade an attack using overloading chakra through his feet. Ever since that day, he had pondered about using that overload in combat. He had tried to experiment with it but had been unsuccessful for months in making any progress. Eventually, he narrowed the problem down to a lack of chakra control, which he had tried to improve by practicing the water walking exercise. The improvement had been slower than tree walking as he had to juggle his time between missions, ring fights, housework, and other training and endeavors. Moreover, the water walking exercise was much more comprehensive than tree walking. There was much more nuance to consider when a water's surface could be standing water, a gentle stream, harshly flowing rivers, and all sorts of water flowing patterns. Eventually, he found a way to use the overload in combat. Using combat to gain speed by pushing off the ground was largely inefficient, hard on the knees, and all but impossible to control. But he had found that he could extrude chakra through the tenketsu of his fists and feet, creating an additional force that could do great damage if done properly. If done properly. The difficulty was staggering. There was no jutsu scroll or research that he could refer to. He had to experiment with it all on his own. His success rate was abysmal, and the amount of chakra he wasted was just terrible. Thankfully, he was fighting in the taijutsu category. His success rate plummeted even further during actual fights when he had to focus on not getting hit while keeping track of opportunities to strike. It was still very much a work in progress and something he would abandon immediately if the fight got tough. Thankfully, the regular fights allowed him to test things out and gain some valuable insight from them. It helped that as long as he landed one solid hit, the chances of victory boosted like a rocket. It's okay, Takuma said to himself, you read the fine print, and you aren't doing anything wrong. I'm happy that you enjoyed the fight, sir, he said to Tsubura. It was a good fight, indeed. I was surprised to see the use of chakra augmentation, said Tsubura. How long have you been using chakra to supplement your strikes, Scars? He peeked into a manila folder. 19 wins in 31 fights. A whopping 61% winning rate. That puts you in the upper echelons of the fighters, Scars. How many of these would you say came from that extra boost of chakra? How many Ryo and mission points would you attribute to the little trick of yours? Takuma held his posture to not give out anything. I wasn't aware I was doing anything wrong. I don't believe what I have been doing is against the rules, he said. Oh, it's not against the rules, who said that? Tsubura leaned forward. It simply upsets the balance of the fights, makes the pairings unfair. We don't see chakra augmentation down here, it's a rarity, after all, and what you have been doing is simply a derivation that every shinobi learns. You're a smart kid, Scars, I appreciate that. Which is why I will ask, do you intend to continue using the chakra augmentation because I have to make decisions based on your answer? Takuma gazed at Tsubura, acting like nothing was wrong. And from what Takuma looked at, there was nothing wrong with it. As Tsubura had said, there was nothing in the rules that forbade him from doing so. He thought about it for a moment, considering what could be the further response from Tsubura. I'd like to continue to use it, said Takuma. Very well, then we would need to make some changes, said Tsubura. The opponents that you're currently fighting are at a clear disadvantage if you continue using chakra augmentations. So you have two options, we either increase the quality of the matchups that we pair against you, or you move on to another category. I'm thinking. The weapons category. I will let you choose. Takuma wanted to protest about the sudden changes but held his tongue. He was given a choice that he needed to make. And to be honest, the choice was obvious. I'll move to the weapons category, he said. His chakra augmentation, as Tsubura had put it, was unreliable. The only reason he was able to practice it in his fights was that his current opponents allowed him enough breathing room to do so. If the quality of opponents increased, he would be on the back foot trying to keep up. At least in the weapon category, he would be allowed to use weapons like his opponents and maybe even continue using the chakra augmentation. Excellent, excellent, said Tsubura. We usually don't allow category change this early in a fighter's career, but you're an exception, he said while stamping a stamp on a paper that looked like a form. With 31 fights, you only have 5 fights before your payday. I'm sure you're looking forward to it. 5 fights. That was less than 2 weeks. He was indeed looking forward to it. He had a 60% win percentage, which was good, meaning that he would get paid more than the usual rookie. Takuma stood up, ready to walk out, when Tsubura spoke. A friendly advice, Scars. Stop using that chakra augmentation. Takuma turned back to face Sabura. He continued, you're not the first to think of using tree walking like that, by far not the first one, and you'll not be the last one. It doesn't work. You must have already felt the restrictions involving the recoil. One shift from your opponent, and you'll get hit back by a nasty recoil, or it won't work at all and potentially expose you to a counter. You can learn to be better at it, but why give time to something with no future when you can learn something else? Takuma stared at Sabura. Thank you for the advice, sir, he said before walking out. Was he going to stop? He might not be the first one to think about using the tree walking concept as chakra augmentation, but he could be the first one to do it successfully. Chapter 75, the kunai felt strange in his hand. Throwing practice had continued to have a place in his training regiment, but it had been a while since he had held it in a melee grip, to use the kunai as a blade rather than a throwing dagger. 3 months of training with bare-handed brawling had left his fingers feeling stiff. Now that he was transitioning to the weapons category in the ring, he needed to refamiliarize himself with wielding his weapons for active combat. It was time to scrape the rust off. You told me you wanted to talk. I'm unsure if a kunai has a place in conversation. Thankfully, he had just the way to warm himself up before the ring fights. If he was going to be slashed, he very much preferred fewer cuts to heal afterward. Come on, let's spar. I haven't sparred with you for so long, said Takuma as he skipped on his toes. Weapons allowed. No jutsu. And for God's sake, don't whip out your explosive tags. So long? It's only been 2 weeks, Nenro sighed as he pulled off his thin cotton sleeveless vest, folded it neatly, and placed it beneath the tree's shade. It was at one time and you all have deemed me to be some sort of pyromaniac. He walked to the open field to face Takuma. It's your fault for whipping out a grade 2 explosive tag, said Takuma, holding the kunai in his right, prominent arm. And I do want to talk to you about something. I did came to talk, shrugged Nenro as he took some steps back with one hand in his back pouch. Takuma closed the distance and swung his kunai in a diagonal overhead slash. Nenro pranced back as Takuma unleashed a quick volley of swings. The arm hidden behind Nenro's back whipped out, and a senbon flew out. Takuma leaned his head to the side and heard the faint trip of wind as the senbon passed him by. How did you make friends with so many chunin? Asked Takuma as he countered Nenro's low kick with his own and raised the same leg to Nenro's head. Nenro barely stopped the swift strike at the last minute and stumbled back. Even while his balance was disrupted, Nenro threw a shuriken to stop Takuma just as he was about to charge in, giving him enough time to regain his balance. You're my friend, Takuma, said Nenro, as he armed himself with a kunai in both hands. If I was being generous, I'd call them my work acquaintances. They're my connections. A relationship built upon both sides being beneficial to each other, he smirked. But, of course, if they ask me, they're my dear friends. How are you beneficial to them? He asked. Takuma retrieved shuriken in both hands and sent them hunting toward Nenro. He tried to think how he could be useful to a chunin and couldn't come up with anything. Nenro's arm moved faster for an untrained eye to move, and he deflected the shuriken with dexterous skill. He shrugged. They like me, they enjoy my company. I know how to make them laugh, flatter them at just the right time, and make them feel I understand. When you know what people want to hear, it's easy to make friends, he winked. Takuma was only half surprised hearing Nenro. His friend had always been one of those people who attracted others, wanting to be friends with Nenro. However, he always thought others would be trying to appeal to Nenro and not the other way around. Nenro's hand swung from a blind spot, and it was already halfway through when Takuma noticed Nenro had thrown something. He hurriedly raised a kunai to strike a stone away from him. He couldn't take a pause as a shuriken followed closely, and Takuma had to awkwardly bend his torso to evade that shuriken. Nenro took advantage of the situation and came on to Takuma with a kunai in a two-handed grip over his head. Instinct flew through him, and Takuma let himself fall to the ground on his hand to free his leg that he used to kick Nenro in the chest, sending him stumbling back a few feet. It was as he knew, weapons added an element of range that he had gotten used to not facing. But it wasn't a problem. How do I do the same? Takuma asked as both he and Nenro got up. Nenro grunted as he rubbed his chest. Cultivating connections requires time and effort, he said. If you're trying to build a connection to someone higher up than you, then they need to see some value in you. Of course, you can always start with simply getting close to them, build a friendly relationship, and then asking them for something. However, that takes time to build up to a level where they're willing to do you a favor, but if you show them value, they'll be much more agreeable to do something for you. What if I don't have time? Takuma asked as he slammed his shoulder into Nenro. Nenro took a step back and tried to get in a body shot that Takuma caught. Make some then. Few things come easily, this is not one of them. You'll have to put in the effort. Takuma swung an elbow for Nenro's head as he pulled the grabbed hand down. Nenro grabbed the incoming elbow with his other hand in a firm grip. They stared at each other for a moment before both made their moves. Takuma bent the arm in his grasp while Nenro used the hand holding Takuma's elbow to smash into Takuma's face. The fist made a solid hit. Takuma turned his face back to Nenro, and instinct took over as he kneed Nenro in the groin, followed by a hard headbutt. He stepped back and was about to strike Nenro in the throat when he realized that he had let habit take over. "Ah, oh my god, I'm so sorry," he said in a hurry. Nenro groaned hard as his legs stuck together as if glued, trembling faintly. "Why would you do that?" he croaked. "We were just sparring." Both of them were fighting at half speed and were pulling their punches. Even though weapons were allowed, neither wanted to cut the other. Until the last moment, Takuma had kept all of his trained instinct, the aggression and brutality that was demanded in the ring, in check. They had accidentally leaked out when Nenro had stuck his head. "Yeah, really sorry about that. Just came out, you know," Takuma said with a wrinkled nose. "No, I don't know." Nenro finally stood straight, still groaning. Takuma could only chuckle awkwardly. Takuma breathed out as he closed his eyes and concentrated on the crowd noise coming from outside the tunnel. Takuma's body was covered with a sheen of sweat from the warm-up in preparation for the fight. The weight of the kunai case around his thigh and the weapon pouch tied around his waist hanging behind him that he got so used to that he never felt it anymore, but at the moment, that weight felt pronounced. Scars only wore his mask, black shorts, and black shinobi sandals in the arena, but today, he had boiled leather arm guards and shin protectors. He focused on the crowd noise, trying to empty out his thoughts. From what Sango had said, fights in the weapons category tended to last shorter than in the taijutsu category. The involvement of sharp weapons chipped away at the fighter's ability to fight faster than blunt fists. The announcer called for him, and Takuma went running into the arena. The weapon category fights were fought in a different arena than the taijutsu category. The dome that covered the arena was made of a solid metal grid that could handle heavy loads and bashing, but for the weapons category, they had added a second layer of finely threaded metal mesh to stop weapons like senbon from escaping the arena and poking a viewer's eye out. But the thing that attracted Takuma's gaze was the arena floor. The white base was no more visible as the red blood had dried on the surface to give it a dirty brown cover. Enough blood had spilled to cover the large arena's floor. Standing there, he could smell the scent of blood, even though he knew it was just his imagination. He had never had so much blood before. His eyes went to his opponent, Bloodshot, and found the lithe woman staring at him with a short sword in one hand and a kunai in the other. Takuma stared into the woman's black eyes and felt compelled to draw a kunai in each hand. The gleam of the short sword blade made him wonder if it was a correct decision to exit the taijutsu category. The moment the metal door shut behind the announcer, Bloodshot shot forward like a quick cat. Screech. Sparks flew as Bloodshot's short sword clashed with Takuma's kunai. She raised her kunai and swung it down at Takuma. Takuma pushed the short sword back and twisted his body to make the kunai miss by a few centimeters. He kicked the woman in the gut and stabbed for her short sword arm. Bloodshot grunted as she staggered back and saw the kunai coming for her flesh. She moved faster than before, and her kunai arm grazed against the incoming kunai, the two opposing forces sending both arms flying. Bloodshot was already spinning back on her, pivoting. Takuma pulled his torso back as the short sword swung for his life. The tip of the blade grazed Takuma on top of the chest, missing the neck by a few centimeters. A thin cut split the skin as a few droplets of red peeked from inside. Takuma jumped back and threw the kunai in his left for Bloodshot's chest. Bloodshot dropped to the floor, her posture like a wild animal on fours, her eyes locked onto Takuma. She shot forward, and Takuma felt his heart lurch from not being able to secure any time or space to gather himself. Slash, thrust, jab, jab, jump, clash. Takuma didn't need to be told about Bloodshot's dual-wielding combat style as he experienced the quick barrage of blood-hungry blades. He wasn't allowed to draw a second kunai as every muscle fiber on his body moved in concordance that his blood was to be kept inside his body. His body felt stretched to the limit as the one kunai only allowed him to counter the short sword. Bloodshot's kunai came close to hacking his body far too many times for Takuma's comfort. He was well aware that he was rapidly moving toward the edge of the arena. He knew he would be cornered the moment he hit the dome, and Bloodshot knew as well what that would mean with the way she was brandishing her blades, not allowing Takuma to travel anywhere but towards the dome wall. Takuma needed to act quickly, and he decided to summon his only other weapon. He was going to overload his fist with chakra, break something in Bloodshot, and turn the tide to finish the fight quickly. It was his only choice. Sorry, this is going to hurt, he told himself. Bloodshot slashed her short sword down, and Takuma raised his arm to it. He unsuccessfully stifled a scream as the blade tore through the leather arm guard and dug into his flesh below. His knees buckled a smidge, but he couldn't stop to feel the fear of the metal reaching his bone and immediately charged his fist with chakra and aimed it just below her chest. He didn't want to shatter her ribcage, but a cracked rib was totally within the rules. The chakra flowed through the tenketsu as the clenched moved forward and struck Bloodshot. Bam! Takuma felt his shoulder pop out of its socket as the nasty recoil from the overload fist shot through his arm muscles and bones. He had failed. Takuma knew from the spiking pain that he had put too much chakra than required, and now he was getting punished for it. The punishment didn't end with that. Bloodshot cried as the chakra fist assaulted her body. She fell to her knees, her hand leaving the short sword to grab her side. Her body quivered as she leaned closer to the floor as though she was about to fall any second. She glared at Takuma with hate in her eyes and shouted through heavy guttural breath as she dug her kunai deep into Takuma's gut until the entire blade was sheathed within his body. Takuma felt lightheaded, and the last thing he felt before darkness overtook him was the heavy taste of metal in his mouth. Chapter 76, Takuma stepped up to the front of the queue for one of the reception desks in Mission Desk Central. It was the reception desk assigned to him. Every mission assignment and completion submission happened on this desk. "Good evening, Michi," said Takuma to the receptionist who took the evening shift. He handed her the signed and stamped mission completion receipt for yet another D-rank mission. Michi, the brunette with a reddish tint in her curly locks, glanced up at Takuma and nodded. She was a woman of few words. Or maybe Takuma was wrong, and she was a socialite, but the constant stream of shinobi at her counter and the pressure of keeping the line moving made her not speak much on the job. As he was needlessly contemplating and imagining Michi's life, the receptionist shinobi corked one of her brows. "Your next mission," she started. "Ah, may I hold the next mission for a short while?" "I would like to take a few days of rest," said Takuma, interrupting. He wanted to do a few days of intense boot camp for the coming ring fights. The weapon category fights differed from what he had in the academy and basic training. The tempo and intensity were harsher, yet every move was deliberate and thought after. "You might want to take this. It's your first C-rank mission," Michi looked up at him. "If you pass this on, you might not get another for a few months." "I'm fine with that if that's what you want." "I will take that mission, thank you very much," Takuma said instantly. He was ready to exchange a couple losses in the ring if that meant he could get going on his first C-rank mission. This could be the gateway to more C-rank missions and a chance to meet different Chunin shinobi that he could add to his network, as Nenro had said. "So, what is the mission?" "The details of the mission will be revealed by the Chunin team leader in charge," said Michi as she drew up paperwork. "You're to report to the debriefing tomorrow, and the mission will officially begin 2 days after that." She slid the introductory mission statement through the slot in the glass pane. "All of the information is present in the document. Your mission completion submission is filed, and the payment will reflect in your account in 5 to 6 business days. Good luck." Takuma stared at the document in hand as he walked out of the queue feeling dazed. His first C-rank mission, Takuma swallowed. He wasn't sure he would sleep tonight from tomorrow's expectations. He read to the bottom, and his eyes widened when he saw the name in the team leader column, Amino Iruka. Takuma looked at his wristwatch, which had no strap on it because he didn't wear it, and kept the timepiece in his weapons pouch. It was 10 minutes before the meeting time, an appropriate time to arrive in advance. Ever since he had joined the ring, he kept his schedule tight and strived to arrive 5 minutes before a commitment. But he wanted to be safe for his first C-rank mission and arrived earlier. The location for the meeting was a large hall with seating inside the shinobi complex that shinobi used for all things from meeting to catching up with friends to discussing joint missions. He searched for the reserve table in the arena and walked over to find 2 people already sitting at the table. One of them he recognized as the Chunin team leader, Amino Iruka. "Good morning," said Takuma in greeting, his eyes briefly lingering at the horizontal scar that stretched across Iruka's face, cutting through his nose and the edges resting on top of his cheeks. "I presume you're Chunin Amino?" "Good morning." "You can call me Iruka," said Iruka, and the other person, Oganin, nodded in return. Takuma sat down at the table and observed the 2 people. Iruka was young, Takuma pegged him at maybe around 16 to 17 years old. Except for Atachi, who Takuma had met in passing, Iruka was the youngest Chunin he knew. It was honestly surprising as the other geinin sitting across Iruka and beside Takuma seemed to be older than Iruka by a year or 2. "My name is Takuma," he said and gave him his shinobi registration card for verification. Iruka looked at the file in front of him and nodded. The other geinin introduced himself as Dai, and as far as first impressions went, the man was either aloof or taciturn. Whereas Iruka looked nervous, he hid it well, but Takuma could see that the young Chunin lightly fiddled with the mission file, and his eyes darted between him and Dai. Soon, the third geinin arrived. A girl perhaps 1 or 2 years older than Takuma. She quickly introduced herself as Ameko and sat beside Takuma, placing him in the middle. "Now that everyone is here, we should start," Iruka addressed the 3 geinin sitting across from him. "The objective for our mission is fairly simple. A group of thieves has been targeting herb supply deliveries to pharmacies. They have struck multiple delivery carriages with her boarders and stolen the consignment en route. It has created problems for the farms and pharmacies who both take losses from each theft. I heard about that in the news, said Emiko. I should start following the news, thought Takuma before asking, did they hire shinobi to guard the consignment? The farms use shinobi guards for deliveries that contain expensive produce, but the thieves have been targeting deliveries that can't have shinobi guards as it cuts into the profit and makes it financially unfeasible. Iruka's file had multiple tabs and post-its sticking out from it. Civilian guards are sent with the delivery carriages, but the thieves are easily able to overpower them. 2 civilian guards have been killed by this gang of thieves. Takuma took that information with a healthy dose of surprise. It was only his first crank mission, and death was already involved. Iruka continued, what makes this mission important is the client. We aren't hired by the farms or the pharmacy but by the Leaf Military Police Force. By the Uchiha? Asked Takuma, baffled. Even the other 2 geinin looked at Iruka with surprise. By the Leaf Military Police Force. But yes, by the Uchiha, Iruka said seriously. The police have been working on this for a while now, and they even sent their members undercover as civilian guards with the consignments to catch the thieves in the act, but the thieves never struck any delivery that had undercover shinobi on it. The cogs fell into place inside Takuma's mind. There's an insider giving the thieves information, he said. Iruka nodded. That's what they realized as well. The investigation is already in its final phase, and they have narrowed down the informant's identity. They don't have enough proof against the person, but they're confident it's him. They have decided to feed the informant incorrect information about which carriages have undercover shinobi and which ones have civilian guards. As long as the thieves follow up on the incorrect information, we will know the suspect is guilty, and the police can interrogate the thieves to get all the proof they need. Takuma understood the tactic, and as long as the police identified the informant correctly, the plan would be successful if the thieves went for the bait. But he had a question, what is our role here, sir? They weren't police, and from the looks of it, the police had a good handle on the situation. He didn't understand how they factored into the equation of things. The police force is short of people, and that's where we come in, said Iruka. We will be going undercover in one of the many carriages as guards. In the best case scenario, the thieves target another cart, and we don't see any action. Worst case, our cart gets targeted, and we apprehend the thieves with the temporary authority granted to us. There was some tension among the geinin that Iruka sensed as he followed up with, you don't have to worry. I'll be there, so there's need to worry about things going wrong. And all of you are trained shinobi, you shouldn't be worried about civilian thugs. Takuma nodded. He felt nervous, yes, it was his first C-rank mission, after all. But he wasn't worried about losing his life. Any question? Takuma had one. I don't see why this mission has a Chunin as the team leader, sir. The thieves are civilians, are they not? Doesn't it seem overkill? Not all C-rank missions had a Chunin shinobi attached to them. Experienced geinin regularly served as team leader for C-rank missions. A group of 4 geinin could handle a band of civilian thieves, and attaching a Chunin to the mission didn't seem warranted. You're correct in thinking so. Iruka closed his file. This mission was requested at the very last minute. Something else must have come up for them to need outside assistance. The Uchiha don't trust outside people easily, which is why they requested a Chunin for the mission, to ensure that nothing could go wrong. That was one way to handle the situation, thought Takuma. And he kept Iruka's slip of tongue to himself. Takuma sat in the consignment cart, and he was thankful as they got out of the countryside and entered the urban city. His butt hurt from the bumpy road and the non-existent shockers on the horse-pulled cart. As much as he loved the countryside, he didn't appreciate the bad roads. He looked toward Emiko, who was under transformation jutsu, to look like a man in his late 20s, sitting across from him with the cart filled with actual production to make it look as authentic as possible. Even he was under the guise of an older man. The carriage was covered entirely, with no way to look outside other than lifting up the fabric, which they avoided doing in case someone was watching. Dai sat outside with the driver while Iruka followed them from a distance in stealth. We will be entering a crowded area soon. A sound mixed with a little bit of crackle came from the earpiece he wore in one ear. Takuma looked up at Emiko, who nodded. The thieves were known to use areas with just enough people to take advantage of chaos while maintaining a low possibility of shinobi deciding to act like a good Samaritan. Takuma readied himself in case the thieves attacked their boom. A loud commotion explosion interrupted his thoughts. They're here, said Iruka through the earpiece. Takuma undid the string holding the back flap on the carriage and stepped out. He looked over the carriage and saw a large cloud of smoke waft over the entire area. Smoke screen, be careful, said Iruka. Roger, replied Takuma. Emiko and Dai sounded their confirmations. Short-range comms were available in this world, but they only worked when a shinobi was standing still, jogging, or running moderately. The moment a shinobi tried to move freely, The earbud would come off, or the cable would disconnect. So while they were convenient, they didn't work all the time. As planned, Emiko stayed at the back of the carriage as Takuma walked forward. Dai was to remain in the driver's seat in case the thieves tried to take the entire carriage with them. Iruka was there somewhere to provide backup, maintain coordination, and issue orders. A figure appeared through the smoke, and they had a sword in hand. The man had his face covered with a bandana, and he tried to speak something, but Takuma stepped close to the man and dug a punch into their gut before he could say anything. As the man went down, another appeared in Takuma's vision. "Fuck off!" yelled the man and swung the sword for Takuma, who sidestepped and decked him in the jaw. He dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Takuma heard the clinking of metal from the other side. He jumped over the carriage and landed behind another man, who stopped. A mistake as Takuma kicked him behind the knee, forcing him to kneel, and then delivered another kick to the head, snapping it to the side. Takuma turned away before the man hit the ground and faced the fourth man, dressed similarly to the others. This one came to a screeching stop, and a gasp escaped him, "Shinobi." He tried to run in the other direction, but Takuma was already in the man's space, grabbing him by the neck. Takuma applied enough pressure on the carotid arteries, and it took mere 3 seconds of struggle, scratching at Takuma's hand, for the man to limp. He removed his hand and let the man kiss the floor. The smoke began to clear up, and a fifth man appeared before him. Neither of them moved from their spots and looked at each other. The man had a sword on his back that wasn't even taken out. He tried to reach for it. "Don't," said Takuma. "It's over now. If you don't want pain, just lay down on the ground with hands behind your head." That maneuver wasn't taught to him, but he assumed if it worked in one world, it would work in other. The man trembled, his eyes going to his companion who had been choked into unconsciousness right in front of his eyes. "It's over," Takuma said. "Do you understand? Nod if you do." The man nodded. "Then do as I said." The man slowly got to the ground and put his hand behind his head. "Good work, team. The thieves are under our control," came Iruka's voice. "Well, that was easy," said Takuma. Chapter 77. Takuma stood beside the 5 tied-up thieves, 4 unconscious, while the 5th trembled like a wet puppy. The carriage and its goods were secured, and the civilian driver they had brought along with them because neither of them knew how to drive horses was safe. As long as the mission was concerned, they had completed it flawlessly. If there was more to the gang of thieves other than the informant and the 5 thieves, that was the Leaf Military Police Force's problem. "Did you have to hit them so hard?" Iruka asked as he stopped beside Takuma. "I'm sure I didn't break anything," said Takuma. He had controlled his strength, but he didn't have a measure for what a civilian could take. He also successfully negotiated a peaceful surrender from the last guy, so as long as Takuma was concerned, he did well. "I will be more careful next time around." Iruka glanced at him before nodding. From the looks of it, the Chunin wasn't displeased with him for anything. "You handled everything on your own, we didn't even need to be here," said Iruka. "I only acted with such freedom because Dai and Emiko were in their positions. If not for you in my ear, I would have acted with much more conservation and caution." The team was essential for the execution to be as swift as it was. Takuma knew better than to hoard all the credit and make a terrible impression. "I have sent Dai to the police force headquarters. We will be free after the officer in charge comes here. Maybe we will have to accompany him to the headquarters for statements," said Iruka. Takuma noticed how Iruka's shoulder, which had been quite tense since they had met today, had lowered in relief. "It was my first C-rank mission," said Takuma, seeking some answers. "I'm glad that it went well." "I wasn't aware of that," said Iruka, his expression showing a flicker of panic that subsided as soon as it came up. He sighed. "It seems I didn't prepare enough. Like you, this was my first time leading a team on a C-rank mission or truly leading any team on any mission." "Knew it," thought Takuma. Ever since they had first met, he found that while Iruka did a good job at leading, he also seemed to be stressed about literally everything. It was clearly a sign that Iruka wasn't used to it. For them to give you a mission with the police force as the patron must mean they trust you with responsibility, and from the looks of it, you're keeping up the trust they have entrusted you. "Good work, sir," he said with a smile. It could also mean many other things. Iruka nodded appreciatively. The young Chunin wasn't as hard-ass about hierarchy as Yoshio, which was why Takuma spoke to him as openly as he did. Takuma was following the advice he was given to make a great impression. The officer from police force arrived reasonably quickly. As Takuma would expect, the officer was an Uchiha. A man with dark hair, which he wore in a top knot, and dark eyes with pronounced tear troughs. He wore the standard attire of the Leaf Shinobi, including a flak jacket, and the shoulders of his shirt were emblazoned with the symbol of the police force. He arrived with a few men in tow. "Chunin Yakami," Iruka stepped forward. "Chunin Iruka?" Yakami nodded. He looked over to Takuma and nodded that Takuma had returned. "I assume these are the thieves," He looked at the tied-up people. Yes. It went as planned. I hope this will be enough to wrap this up, said Iruka. Yakami motioned to his men, and they placed shackles on the thieves. I believe it will be, he said. I'll need you and your team to come to the headquarters for statements before you're free of your duties. I appreciate that you handled the situation well. This case had the farms and pharmacy eat our ears off. We will be able to put this matter to rest now. His stone-flat face showed a crack or two of annoyance. Anything you require from us, said Iruka, and they were off to the headquarters. The Leaf Military Police Force headquarters was what Takuma had expected it to be. Dominated by the Uchiha clan. Wherever he looked, he found shinobi wearing clothes with both police force and Uchiha fan crests on their clothes. He did notice there were shinobi that didn't have the Uchiha fan crest on them and didn't look like standard Uchiha. When he pulled them aside to ask, they told him that they were loaned to the police force from the Genin Corporation. The Hidden Leaf village was big, and the Uchiha clan wasn't enough to provide enough manpower to cover the streets of the entire village. Yakami had already taken his statement, and he had to say, while the Uchiha officer had been stern, their interaction had been perfectly pleasant and professional. He had no complaint with their treatment and was re-evaluating his opinion about the Uchiha. Takuma was refilling his water canteen when he abruptly heard a voice behind him. What are you doing here? Takuma turned his head to come face to face with metallic amber eyes glaring, staring sharply at him. He recognized the girl immediately and was about to reply when he felt cold water from his overflowing canteen touch his finger and hurriedly turned back to turn off the tap. Risu, what a surprise seeing you here, said Takuma, turning back to the girl he had fought in the semi-final. It was purely out of reflex prompted by the memory of the fight that his eyes went to Risu's ear. She noticed and immediately released the locks tucked behind her ear to cover it with her shoulder-length hair. Her sharp stare turned into a glare pretty quickly. I can't really tell that someone bit your ear, it looks brand new, Takuma chuckled awkwardly. Someone? Snapped Risu. I bit it off, said Takuma. But to be fair, you did try to take a chunk of thigh off. You bit my ear first. Did I? Smiled Takuma. He didn't want to be on bad terms with Risu. Except for the semi-final, they had never really interacted much during the academy out. And he didn't count bickering during the heat of battle as a sign of a bad relationship. As Takuma gazed at Risu, he noticed, like all the people in the police force, she too wore the standard Leaf shinobi gear. But what attracted his attention was the police force sash around her arm. You work here? He asked, surprised. I do, why? Risu asked, still a little snippy but much less than before. Weren't you in the Genin Corp like everyone? When did you move to the police force? Risu sniffed. Fuma clan have been serving in the police force since it was founded. Our members move out of the Genin Corp after a couple months of service. I was transferred to the police force after 4 months. Takuma stared at the girl in bafflement. He had been slogging every day in the Genin Corp, doing 1D rank mission after another, and here was someone who had already moved into the Leaf Military Police Force. The reputations associated with the police force were many. The obvious one it being completely controlled by the Uchiha, which was true. Even Takuma knew that the majority of the higher-ups in the police force were Uchiha. Another thing known about the police force was them being strict and harsh against crime, especially shinobi who committed crimes. It was a near-unanimous consensus that police force ruled their affairs with fear. They were a big reason why a place filled to the brim with chuck-holding shinobi was able to maintain a civil environment. While the civilians generally liked the police force as it was an institution that kept them safe from the what-ifs of living among shinobi. In the pages of history, shinobi hadn't been kind to the normal folk. On the other side of the coin, many shinobi disliked the police force for the power they wielded over them. The restrictions didn't suit many shinobi. It was a position that most law enforcement institutions suffered, no matter what the world. But below all of that, regardless of like and hate, everyone agreed that the Leaf Military Police Force was that it housed and trained elite shinobi. Elite shinobi who monitor fellow shinobi. It was a place many shinobi desired to be a part of despite knowing how closed off it was because of the control Uchiha exerted over the force. At that moment, Takuma envied the girl in front of him. He didn't know what perks the police force provided to its members, there was no doubt they were more resourceful than what he had now. What are you doing here? Asked Risu. Takuma sighed as he stared at the girl. Just completed my first C-rank mission. Oh, what was it? It was issued by your police force, actually. We just caught the herb robbers. What? Risu shouted, attracting the attention of the nearby people. I wanted to be on that case. They told me I wasn't ready for a case like that. Takuma took in the girl before him. Unexpectedly, even Miss Police Force had something she was envious of. He took in a swig from his canteen as he walked by her. Well, I did beat you up in the semi-final. Who knows, if you try a little harder, they will let you wear the big boy pants, he said. What did you say? The life of a Geinin Corp Geinin was going through the chain of D-rank missions without thinking much about anything else. Most Geinin didn't even think there was anything else to think about. They did their jobs, got paid, and enjoyed the peaceful lives that the no-danger D-rank mission warranted them. Most of the time, it was a question of when people realized that they had been stuck in the same position for a long time. This was when they would realize that there was much to be done if they wished to advance in their careers. The problem they would face then was that they lacked the resources to make that progress happen. The Geinin Corp wasn't a place with abundant resources for Geinin to progress. Most would find it difficult to find resources and would once again be lulled into the embrace of comfort they were in before. Those who did find a way to get their hands on ways to progress on the ladder would compete with others like them for what little their surroundings had to offer. Only a portion of them succeeded. Takuma had always known that he couldn't stay still and had to advance if he was to survive what was to come. Even then, he had been trapped in the swamp that was Geinin Corp for a long time. If not for the ring, he would have been no different than the swarms of people around him. It was only now after his first C-rank mission did he find that the swamp had let go of one of his feet. But only for a little while. It was a chance for him to get his second foot out. If he didn't make the most of it, the swamp would take both his feet again. Fortunately, an opportune time had arrived his way. Takuma stared at the building sign that hung over the lonely building that looked too big for how empty it was. Learning Resource Center. It was like the last time he had seen it. The place where shinobi held courses for their fellow shinobi in exchange for compensation. A place that should have been brimming with shinobi wanting to learn and expand their skill set seemed to be a place people didn't even look at as they passed the building by. And Takuma couldn't understand why he was called to this place. Takuma, my dear Rocky. Takuma didn't need to turn to recognize the voice as that of Inomoto. He turned to the man and saw him smiling with his eyes covered with his small blackout shades. Excited? Asked Inomoto. I'm confused. Takuma pointed to the Learning Resource Center. Good, smiled Inomoto. Let's get you paid. Chapter 78, How are you feeling, Takuma? Asked Inomoto as they headed into the Learning Resource Center building. Last I heard, you haven't been doing well in the weapons category. Congratulations on moving up to the category. Every win means more money now. Takuma indeed hadn't been doing good in his latest fights. In his first 5 weapon category fights, he had only won 1. Of his 4 losses, 2 had been one-sided, 1 he could have won if he hadn't fallen first, while the last one was his if he hadn't been blindsided at the last moment and stabbed in the gut. The 4 losses had ruined his record. 20-16. He had gone from a 61% winning percentage to a 55% winning percentage. He had gone from the top of the crop to just good enough. Different weapons added the dimension of range to the fight. He looked down at his heavy feet dragging across the floor. He needed to get faster and nimbler on his feet to decrease his chances of getting slashed or bludgeoned. How is this place going to help me get paid? Asked Takuma. Inomoto looked at Takuma and his lips curled into a small smile. An influx of mission points can look suspicious if it suddenly appears in your account. We need a reason for the money to come into your account, he said. They entered the enormous hall with a long row of reception desks, but unlike Mission Desk Central, only one was occupied by a bored-looking shinobi. Across the reception desk row, on the large wall, was an information board stating various details like course subject, instructor name, code, price, and level. Wait here, I'll be back in a second. Inomoto walked towards the reception desk. Takuma followed after him. Inomoto worked his brow, curious, aren't you? Be my guest, come along. They walked to the receptionist, who looked at them with a half-lidded gaze as if bored out of his mind. Through the glass divider, on the counter, they could see a house of cards by the shinobi stacked to an impressive height. One opening form, please, said Inomoto. The receptionist caught the sight of Inomoto's flak jacket and sat straight up in a hurry in the presence of a chunin, slamming his knee below the counter table that knocked over the house of cards so meticulously stacked. The Geinin receptionist outright ignored the falling cards and pulled out a form with haste. Here you go, sir. If you need any assistance with the form, please don't hesitate to ask, he said. Inomoto smiled as he pulled the form towards him through the slot in the glass and walked away without saying a word. As they walked away, Inomoto spoke. Mission points coming into your account might seem suspicious, but what if we created a reason for them to be there? He raised the form, and what better reason than to open a course in the esteemed Learning Resource Center and get paid by our fellow shinobi? Huh? Takuma stopped in his steps as he tried to make sense of the situation. A light bulb moment struck his mind, and he understood what Inomoto was talking about. We're laundering mission points? Inomoto also stopped and looked around the empty hall, glancing briefly at the receptionist. I appreciate that you already know what we are doing, it saves me time, he said to Takuma, but if you know that, you should also know to keep it down. So, let's be a little hush-hush. Takuma sighed and followed Inomoto, and they sat down at a table in a room beside a large main hall. He thought about what they were doing. The mission points he earned through his wins weren't legitimate, and he was to put them in his account without reason. It might look suspicious if someone was looking for any reason. Mission points were virtual currency with no physical tokens, so Takuma couldn't stash them in his toilet under the flush. He needed to receive them in his mission point account. To make the illegitimate mission points legitimate, they needed to come through a legitimate source. Takuma was coming to realize why they had came to the Learning Resource Center. He looked at Inomoto, filling the form with an unexpected familiarity, and knew that the shady medical ninja was filling a form that would open a new course in the Learning Resource Center. It made sense. It wouldn't look odd if the mission points came through the Learning Resource Center because Takuma taught a course. But he had one question. Who's going to pay for the courses? He asked. From whose account will these mission points come from? Inomoto flashed him a smile as he continued filling out the form. That's for me to know and you to not find out. Curiosity is good, but also do know that it did kill the cat. I can tell you there will be no danger to you if we do it this way. He glanced up at Takuma. It has worked for thousands of people for decades, and it will work for decades to come. Takuma leaned back with skepticism floating in his eyes. Do I need to pay a commission to Learning Resource Center for running the course? Because if I do, I demand that you guys pay for that commission on top of my winnings, said Takuma. Only if your course requires you to rent out some equipment. Inomoto slid the filled form and tapped his finger on an empty dotted line. Time to come up with a course name and try to make it plausible. Something that you can actually teach. Just in case someone comes asking. Takuma first looked over the entire form to see what all Inomoto had filled. Inomoto only watched with a smile as Takuma did so. After making sure there was nothing hidden in the form, Takuma thought about a course and wrote one out on the paper. Inomoto pulled his glasses down as he narrowed his eyes at the form. Trash talking, the verbal art of mental victory? He looked at Takuma. What is this? It'd be better if you Ligma. Takuma wasn't sure if he was able to keep the smile off his face. Ligma? Ligma balls. Because believe me, getting real familiar with these two nutsacks slapping against your face would be infinitely better than fighting me, bitch. Takuma leaned back again and shrugged his shoulders. Something like that. No need to applaud or anything. Inomoto stared with a baffled and speechless expression. He removed his small blackout shades and cleaned them with his handkerchief. I sometimes don't understand the children these days. If you want to go with that, why not? Let's go with that, he said. After the course is approved, submit the course code to Matsui, and he will start signing up paying students for the course. You will get paid by the end of this week. Inomoto wore his shades back and got up. You're going to get a lot of mission points, and from here on out, your winnings won't be held back. The smile reappeared on his face. You have done good, Takuma. Enjoy the fruit of your labor. He paused for a moment before he said, I like you, kid. If you want to make some extra on the side, come look for me. Takuma tilted his head, confused. Inomoto flashed him a look but didn't say anything and walked away, leaving Takuma with a tap on his shoulder. That day, Takuma exited the Learning Resource Center leaving behind two applications, trash talking, the verbal art of mental victory, and lock picking. Locks are begging to be opened. One for work and one just for fun. Thank you for coming, said Iruka as Takuma sat down across the table from him. They sat in the same hall Takuma had first met Iruka during his first C-rank mission. It's okay, sir, said Takuma, greeting Iruka. You said you wanted to talk to me about something important. It was a surprise for Takuma when he found a pigeon knocking on his window with its beak as he was washing his dishes on a Sunday afternoon. He recognized the pigeon to be one of those carrier pigeons trained by the messenger towers around the Hidden Leaf. When he slid open the window, it was as he thought as he found a letter scroll written in the Hidden Leaf shorthand system. Fortunately for Takuma, he had a lot of practice in his shorthand skills. It was all that Marubushi used when they exchanged letters. To his further surprise, Takuma wasn't expecting to get a letter from Iruka. The letter was short and only asked to set up a meeting. Takuma accepted and sent the pigeon back with his reply. He guessed what the meeting could be about but thought he was being too optimistic. Are you familiar with the concept of team leaders? Asked Iruka. It seemed being optimistic was fine from time to time. Chunin or experienced Geinin leading a team of Geinin for C-rank missions. Or, Jonin or experienced leading a team of Chunin for B-rank and even A-rank missions, said Takuma. He was well aware of it. Iruka nodded, correct. Currently, I'm in the process of working on forming my team. I was impressed by how you handled yourself on the mission. And because of that, there might be a spot for you on the team. Are you interested? Takuma silently took a breath. He felt his heartbeat rise up gently. This was it. He didn't think it would come this quickly. He had thought it would take another half year if not more, and that he would have to go through multiple Chunin or even Geinin to get a chance. But here it was. A chance. Takuma steadied himself immediately. A chance was all it was. It would only mean something if he could make something of it. I'm wholeheartedly interested, sir, Takuma said. Good, then you wouldn't mind answering some questions, would you? Said Iruka, taking a scroll from his person. Iruka spoke as he read the scroll. While I was impressed by your performance, I see that your academy scores don't reflect the same. Why is that? Takuma didn't answer the question immediately. There was no need to blurt out an answer without thinking. He gave it a thought before saying, I have no excuse for my poor performance during my academy days. I made a folly on my part, and it cost me. However, you will find that I have worked on myself to the shinobi that sits before you today. I won the basic training tournament, never had an infraction on my record in all the missions I have completed to this day, and you have personally seen my performance during the mission. Iruka looked back down at the scroll, which supposedly had intel on Takuma, his expression not giving away anything. Takuma didn't know if Iruka liked his answer or not. You say you've improved, and I'll agree that you have, but others who were better than you from before have improved as well. There are genin who are older than you, who have been working on themselves longer than you. What puts you apart from others? Asked Iruka. Takuma took out a scroll of his own and placed it in front of Iruka. That's what sets me apart from others, he said. Iruka looked intrigued as he opened the scrolls, but as he read through them, his eyes widened. You all know of this? Asked Iruka. Takuma nodded. I know every one of the skills on that scroll. From foraging for food to tailing someone, I can do everything on that list. Iruka blinked and continued to read the scroll for a few more moments. Do you always have this scroll ready with you? Of course not. Then you prepared this for today? An expression of realization came over Iruka's face as he spoke. You knew this was going to be an interview? Takuma shrugged with a hint of a smile. Iruka leaned back into his chair with a small sigh. Very well. Genin Takuma, he smiled, welcome to the team. The smile widened on his face as Takuma said, glad to be here. Chapter 79, Takuma put his hefty duffel bag in the locker, choosing to put it in the very bottom. Putting it down on any of the higher shelves would risk them breaking from the weight. He closed the locker, and a long thin mirror on the locker door reflected his image. He only wore his black shorts and the leather guards that protected his forearms and shins. His fight for today was about to start in less than 15 minutes. He looked at his bare torso. He had picked up many more scars since he had begun participating in the weapon category. Most shinobi fighters wielded swords or bladed weapons, which left cuts on his body after every fight. He had been cut during the basic training as well, but Inomoto was a chunin who could heal wounds without leaving scars, but Genin, like Sengo, his go-to medical ninja, didn't have the proficiency in healing the cuts without leaving scars. He touched the ugly scar on his abdomen inflicted upon him by the bloodshot. She was honorable enough to stick the kunai in a place that didn't do a lot of damage, but it left behind a reminder like every other big wound did. The scars he accumulated from fighting were much different from those that had come with the body. The new ones were often ugly and jagged, reflecting the ferocious intent behind them. The old ones were all thin and neat and uniform and clean. The new ones were mostly put expertly where it would hurt the most, the old ones were literally everywhere. Takuma squeezed his eyes shut as a sharp lacerating pain assaulted his head. He touched his temple and breathed deeply, waiting for the pain to settle. He reminded himself again that it was unwise to think about the boy's past. It only brought him the worst of migraines. He opened the locker to pull out his scars mask and put it on as he exited the on-a-person changing room. The tunnels were damp and silent, but as he walked past similar changing rooms, bigger changing rooms, he could pick up muffled conversations from inside. As he moved towards the fighter's tunnel, the sound of the audience washed over him. In reaction to the sound, Takuma's posture straightened, and his stride sharpened as though his body had been attuned to the cheers of people with an imminent battle. He nodded to the ring employee there to confirm he was ready. The man nodded back and walked away. The rising rookie scars. Takuma jogged out of the tunnel, his feet felt light like a feather as he jumped into the arena. His opponent was already there. Blue hair. The petite man squatted near the opposite end of the arena, blue highlights framing the mask's eyes. Takuma dipped his hands into his back pouch as he gazed at blue hair. After thinking about it for a moment, he pulled out a kunai each in his hand and ensured his cache of shuriken was in a place he could pull them in a split second if needed. As the announcer began to walk out, blue hair stood up and walked toward Takuma. He took 2 kunai as well. Takuma cracked his neck and began moving as well. He wasn't going to get caught near the edge of the arena. The metal gate slammed down and at the same time, the 2 kunai clashed with sparks flying. Tiny metal shards were stripped away from the blade's edges as the fight began with a metallic screech. The petite blue horn was a furious slasher, his hands blurred as 2 kunai whistled as they cut through the air. Takuma moved through the arena dodging and deflecting blue horn's slashing salvo. He moved at a constant pace, and while blue horn was on attack, Takuma was leading him through the floor. He wasn't able to outrun Bluehorn, but he kept moving. His feet didn't stop for any time longer than a second. The ring masks covered facial expressions, but Takuma kept his ears peeled and his eyes observed the rhythm of Bluehorn's movement. The fighters of the weapons category were divided into two generalized categories. The first category wielded weapons other than those in the standard kit, kunai, shuriken, and senbon. They wielded swords, staffs, daggers, among other things. The second category was the category that only wielded the standard kit. Takuma hadn't faced enough of the first category to have a great grasp of every type of weapon and the variations that came with types and fighting styles. Those opponents were difficult for him, and he knew the only way to gain a better battle sense for them was to fight more and more of them. The second kind, he was more familiar with, but even then, everyone had their own way to wield their weapons and create variation through the addition of their own taijutsu skills. However, as he wielded the same weapons, he had a comparatively easier time. Takuma caught a grunt from Blue Hair and flipped his shoulder back to let a slash pass him by. His eyes followed the swing. It had a little more weight behind it than Blue Hair's average swing. And yet, most of the ring fighters were better than him at wielding weapons. Takuma knew for a fact that he was the only weapons category fighter in his rookie contract. Rest of them had vast amounts of experience over him. He was at a disadvantage. And yet, that wasn't anything new. He was used to it by now. Takuma opened his side to Bluehorn and as the experienced fighter he was, Bluehorn took a swing for it. Takuma, having set up the opening, blocked that attack. Scree. The fight that had been constantly on the move suddenly came to a stop as Takuma lured Bluehorn into a prone situation. As Bluehorn overcommitted himself to swing, Takuma raised his other kunai and struck it down without mercy. A painful cry pierced through the arena, cutting through the noisy audience as Takuma's kunai dug into Bluehorn's shoulder, tearing through the deltoid muscle. Best case scenario, one arm was lost for the fight. Worst case, he had at least impaired it. Takuma left the kunai in the wound and took a step back to ready a kick. Bluehorn roared, louder than what one would expect from such a petite man and in an unexpected speed, swung upward diagonally from his overcommitted space. The tip of his kunai cut a long ribbon across Takuma's chest and upper abdomen. Blood splattered, staining both their masks and body and adding to the brown on the arena floor. Takuma had found that feeling pain regularly didn't decrease his ability to feel pain at all. It only helped his ability to endure the pain. He still felt every sharp pang of it. Takuma stumbled back a few steps. It just seemed that Bluehorn had a great pain endurance. It's okay, thought Takuma, focusing harder against the fleeting feeling that was hitting him. Every exchange had a risk associated with it. The risk had given him something, but it also took away. He just needed to get better at minimizing the possibility of loss. Takuma built a tension in his body and released it through his leg that bit into Bluehorn's lower side. When the petite man buckled to the side, Takuma rushed in and socked a punch into Bluehorn's face. Bluehorn staggered back but very soon regained his balance. He jumped away to put some distance. One beat later, Takuma chased after him, motivated to not let Bluehorn get away. Unexpectedly, Bluehorn didn't continue running and stood ground with kunai in the arm with a good shoulder, and his other arm was clenched in a low guard with Takuma's kunai still sticking from the shoulder. As Takuma leapt for Bluehorn, he noticed Bluehorn's body leaning to the side where he had kicked him. That's not right. His kick was effective, but it shouldn't have done that much. Takuma's focus moved towards Bluehorn's entire posture and he noticed that Bluehorn had for some bizarre reason kept his injured shoulder to the front while his good shoulder was on the back. Why would Bluehorn do that? Takuma's eyes widened. Bluehorn was injured. Bluehorn was injured before coming to the fight. Takuma's kick to the side had worsened that injury. In that split second, Takuma changed his strategy. He readied a kunai in his weak hand and kept his right hand free. He landed a few feet away from Bluehorn and rushed ahead. He ducked under a sloppier slash from Bluehorn and jumped for a rotating kick to the injured shoulder to expose Bluehorn's hidden side. The moment Takuma landed on his feet, he struck Bluehorn's injury with the kunai and dragged the blade down to open whatever it was. His hand and wrist were dripping with blood by the time Takuma pulled his hand back. Bluehorn was a resilient fellow as while having a kunai butchering him up, he stabbed Takuma just below the chest. Leaving a kunai there. Takuma cried in pain and fell back. It took his all to resist the panicking urge to pull out the kunai. However, even in pain, he knew the fight was over. Bluehorn raised his trembling hand in the air and a sharp shrill horn shrieked through in the arena. The fight was over. Bluehorn had surrendered. Takuma kept his eye on Bluehorn until the emergency staff entered the arena. Only then did he turn his back to his opponent to walk out of the arena with the staff rushing after him. He had finally won another one. Somewhere in the Leaf Village, under the late afternoon sky, Takuma laid down on a portable sat on a tree stump with his arm raised up as Sango held a Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm jutsu, to his side, in the spot where Bluehorn had stabbed him the day before. Fractures and clean breaks in bones aside, wounds in the weapon category were harsher than in the taijutsu category. Sharp blades split the flesh and made fighters lose a lot of blood. When injured, more often than not, the injuries were of such degree that a single healing session wasn't enough. Ring had the policy to provide one healing session per fight. That one session was enough. That treated wounds would naturally heal with a shinobi's heightened healing capabilities, but maybe not in time for the next fight, which was always around the corner in the ring. And Takuma might be a rookie, but he wasn't going to be caught with an old injury. He had made that mistake once during his third fight in the weapons category, never after that. And that's about done, said Sengo, ending the jutsu. A good night's rest and you will be fit enough to fight tomorrow. She applied a balm on the spot that had gained yet another scar and wrapped a bandage around his torso. Takuma put his chainmail vest and black full-sleeved shirt back. Thank you, he said and handed a wad of cash to Sengo, who received it with her manicured finger. This is thanks enough. Sengo counted the money with a gleeful look of fulfilled greed in her eyes. Takuma was about to leave when Sengo said behind him. Even though this is good for me, I care about my patients, so I will tell you. You might want to move back to the taijutsu category. The weapons category fighters fight twice a week to give their bodies enough time for natural healing. Your contract still has you fighting thrice a week. If you're not careful enough, the injuries will pile up, she said. If that happens, I'm counting on you to give me a full course, said Takuma with his small smile. They say the customer is always right, Sengo said and raised a wad of cash she had just earned. She threw him a bottle of blood supplements before leaving. You know how to find me. Takuma caught the bottle with an appreciative nod and left as well. Takuma stared at his wall of notes. He hadn't just ignored Sengo's points. He knew that if he kept getting injured, they would catch up to him. But now wasn't the time to step off the gas and move down to the taijutsu category. Weapons category provided him opportunities that helped him despite the danger. He was able to use the fights that emulated real combat far better than just the taijutsu in the taijutsu category. Earning mission points was only half the reason Takuma had joined the ring. The other half of the reasoning was that he wanted to get better at fighting. Going back to the taijutsu category opposed both the reasons. Yes, he wasn't winning as much in the weapons category, but he believed he would improve, and when that happened, he would earn more per fight in the weapons category. And finally, if he moved down, the ring wouldn't allow him to practice his very much in the works chakra augmentation. The weapon category allowed him an opportunity to test out a developing skill and gain valuable feedback that he wouldn't get otherwise. His current situation was more beneficial for him. And to keep it beneficial for him, he needed to get injured less. Takuma stared at the wall. Every opponent he had fought was featured on the wall. Lengths of yarns went from post to post, creating a wide network of connections with 100 more notes covering half of the wall. Chapter 80, Report, Takuma. Over. Perched on the rooftop, Takuma peered down at the streets of the Hidden Leaf with a pair of binoculars, keeping an eye on an entourage of carriages working its way through the streets. He pulled the walkie-talkie to his face and pushed the button. Route A is clear. No suspicious activity in sight. Over, he replied. Joining Iruka's team hadn't been a disappointment. As he had expected, he had been getting a regular stream of C-rank missions, and on top of that, his load of D-rank missions had been cut down due to that. He had more town to himself. Well, sort of, he had just replaced work with more different kind of work. But as the saying went, if you do what you love, you'll never work in a day. And he didn't love his work. Takuma loaded up his legs and crossed the wide street in one leap to the rooftop on the other side and began following the principal target. This time, the mission was protection detail for a wealthy businessman, his family, and their posse who came to the Hidden Leaf village for business and pleasure. 3 teams had been hired for the protection detail, and Iruka's team was one of them. One of the teams was in charge of protecting the businessman, and the second team was responsible for the family. Iruka's team was in charge of recon and support for the first 2 teams and providing another layer of protection for the client. For 5 days, they were to ensure that the client and his family were safe from danger. Takuma ran ahead to inspect the final part of the route as they moved closer to the destination. The entire party would live at a luxury inn for their stay. At the entrance, a small crowd of people gathered around the front, blocking the access. The inn staff was trying to keep the people in check, but they were clearly having trouble. Most of the crowd had signboards with words of protest painted on them. Stop making yen off the suffering of the community. Your greed is destroying lives and livelihood. Resist the injustice. We will not let this pass silently. The protesters weren't violent, but they weren't budging in front of the inn. The crowd wasn't just them. Takuma could spot journalists and camera people by the side, ready to take pictures. Obstructions on the front entrance. Clear the route. Over, came Iruka's voice. Changing route. Over, came another voice. On it. Over, Takuma replied to Iruka. Takuma stepped off the ledge on the inn's roof and landed directly in front of the crowd with a hefty thump, surprising them enough to have them step back, including the inn staff. He gathered chakra into his throat and raised his hand to keep the crowd's attention. His voice boomed as though spoken through a loudspeaker. You're encroaching upon private property and hindering a business from conducting its operation. If you don't vacate the premises immediately, you can be charged for the violations. For everyone's sake, please step away from the building and clear the entrance so the inn can continue its business. The protesters didn't seem to take Takuma's words kindly and only responded with more vigor and louder demonstrations. Do as I say. Now. Takuma's chakra-laced voice rippled out, cutting and drowning out the loud protests. He had been practicing how to alter and modulate his voice using chakra to use it in conjunction with the transformation jutsu to draw out the latter's full potential. It was still in the works, but it was coming in handy at the moment like a glove. A murmuring hush fell through the protesters as they stared at Takuma. There was no fear in their eyes, but heavy caution surfaced in their eyes. Both they and Takuma knew he couldn't attack them unprompted, it was against the law. But it didn't erase the fact that Takuma was a shinobi and dangerous. Law or not, it was logically clear the civilians didn't want to take the chance. Even if they only stepped outside the property line, the crowd backed away from the inn. Stand to the side, an inn can't do business if patrons can't enter, Takuma shouted again in a no-nonsense voice. It was only then that the crowd split into two groups. Thank you, he said, but they ignored him immediately and began protesting again. Takuma turned to the inn entrance and nodded to Dai, the older genin from Miruka's team, who had been positioned at the inn. Dai nodded back and re-entered the inn. The inn staff thanked him and got back to their work. Hey, shinobi. One of the journalists to the side called out to Takuma. He looked at the lady dressed in a chic, easy-to-move, modified blue cheongsam with gold embroidery. Takuma looked around to ensure everything was okay before walking to the lady. Yes, ma'am. How can I help you? He asked. Takuma shot a glare at the cameraman behind her, who had clicked snaps of him while he was dealing with the crowd. He once owned an Instagram account with 0 posts, and his camera roll had a few clicks, none of which were his own. He didn't like to have his photos taken. Hey, handsome, said the woman, flashing her pearly whites. Why do you think Miyahara is coming to the Hidden Leaf? I heard it's about the permits to use the lands on the outskirts. Is it true that the state leased the land to him? I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not privy to that information, Takuma said. The woman leaned forward, and Takuma could smell her sweet perfume. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. You're a shinobi, you must know something, she said. Takuma shook his head. You're asking the wrong person, ma'am. I'm just security. Would you please also step back and give the entrance some space? The woman clicked her tongue and leaned away from Takuma. All the pretense from before faded away, and she looked irritated. Ugh, you're useless, she said. Takuma wasn't surprised. The woman was a good actor, and her act seemed genuine. However, the situation was what it gave away. Who would act like that in front of a stranger all of a sudden? He scoffed, and you might as well be a pedophile. Saying, hello, handsome to a 12-year-old is just pathetic. I mean, how desperate are you? The woman couldn't have snapped her head back to him faster, or she would have snapped her neck. What did you say? She said, her eyes widening. Takuma shrugged. You're not deaf, are you? You fucking kid. Before Takuma could rip more into the woman, his walkie-talkie came alive and crackled. The principal has entered the inn. Over. Both looked at each other, and the woman's eyes sparkled. Her sneer turned into a dazzling but mocking smile. Look at that, you are useful, after all. It was Takuma's time to click his tongue. They knew the possibility of obstructions along the route, the inn's entrance was part of that. The three teams had planned contingencies for a series of interference all along the way. An obstruction at the entrance, even if controllable, meant that the entourage was to be redirected to enter from the back entrance of the inn. The reason why Takuma had to control the crowd at all was for show and to give the people an impression that the entourage was coming soon and coming from the front so they would keep sticking there and don't go exploring the back entry. Takuma put his walkie-talkie on silent for the moment to not let the woman hear more of the information. Well, thank you very much for that. We will not have to waste any more time here standing around. Takuma could hear the gleeful smugness in the woman's voice. She took out a card from who knows where and pressed it against Takuma's chest. If you ever have more information to share, you can contact me anytime, sweetie. Takuma glared at the woman as she walked away with her cameraman before looking at the card. Kusagakure. A junior journalist at the Red Ink Post. Takuma knew the Red Ink Post, one of the Leaf Village's staple newspapers. He sighed, put the card aside, and returned to his post. His eyes went to the protesters and their signs. The group had young and old, some looked angry, others looked tired. Their clothes and attire told everyone here were common folk who lived regular lives. and had been screwed over by a rich person. And he was a shinobi. A mercenary for hire, who worked for people who offered enough money. Something that his client, the rich businessman, had plenty of. Takuma took a deep breath as he continued to stand there watching the people who had been wronged by his client, knowing that if they created problems, he would have to deal with it, whether he liked it or not. He truly didn't love his job. By now, it had become a routine for Takuma to come to visit once a week, and the clean, almost sanitized rooms of the C-rank Jutsu archive had long become familiar with it. He had visited so much that he had came to recognize the guards and their exact rotation. He could now predict who would be with him in the room while he read through the Jutsu scroll. And he was sure they recognized him because one of them had delivered the scroll for Earth Style, Earth Dome, without him asking them for it. However, today, he was there for a different reason. Or for a different jutsu. Takuma closed the catalog and completed the form that had been given to him to fill out. He turned to the guard and stood up to hand her the form and a demand draft with the amount of mission points needed to purchase the jutsu. Earth Style, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu, please, he smiled. The guard took his form and payment and walked out, leaving Takuma alone in the room. He breathed out heavily. Now that he had made a choice, he wondered if it was the right one. Earth Style, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu had entered the contention around the same time Takuma was choosing the Earth Style, Earth Dome. The jutsu allowed the shinobi to sense vibrations and tremors in the ground through touch. Those vibrations or tremors indicated movement that the shinobi could sense. The reason it had appealed to him was that he knew how well it could work with the water style, hidden mist jutsu. Worked well in obscuring the enemy's vision and giving them a considerable disadvantage, but the jutsu didn't discriminate. It gave him the same disadvantage as his enemy. His visibility went down as well. As such, he needed a way to locate his opponents. And he believed Earth Style, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu worked well in that situation as it gave him an additional sense. If he could sense the location through vibrations, he could reliably attack his opponents. It's okay, it's the right choice. Takuma nodded to himself. With this transaction, he had made one half of the purchase he had planned to make after getting the first payment. Now, he just needed to get his third D-rank jutsu and bring his jutsu count to 5. Chapter 81. 3 months of gladiator fighting in front of a crowd for ring had earned Takuma enough for him to be able to afford a C-rank jutsu. His purchase of Earth Style, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu had been only possible because of the ring, and Takuma was every bit thankful for that. However, the ring his learning resource center course on lockpicking wasn't Takuma's only income source. He was still a shinobi who earned a proper wage through hard work. His nearly 9 months of missions had made him enough for a D-rank jutsu. He saw no use in saving the mission points and spent them. Takuma stared at the 3 scarlet D-rank scrolls and the 2 light lime green handmade scrolls he had made for C-rank jutsu on his living room table. He cleared his throat as he picked up the scarlet scroll that was in pristine condition, unlike the other 2 that had gained some wear, like a textbook at the end of the school year. Reading the title still gave Takuma mixed feelings. Ganjutsu, Mist Servant Jutsu, his first Ganjutsu. He had finally bought it. Takuma hadn't thought much about when the old man at the academy graduation test had pointed out that he was under a Ganjutsu. He didn't even know that he was under a Ganjutsu until the old man had informed him. Even then he couldn't actually tell that he was under a Ganjutsu, and disrupting his chakra had released him from the Ganjutsu's grasp. Things had been different when he had fought against Uchiha. That time, he could tell he was under a Ganjutsu and even partially see through it, which allowed him to win the fight at the last moment. Just in case he was overthinking it, Takuma had gone asked Nenro to cast Ganjutsu, Shibari on him. The result was Takuma suddenly finding him in the tight constriction of ropes that had appeared out of nowhere and restricted him without any wiggle room. And yet, the very next moment, the ropes felt and he didn't need to stare to tell they weren't real. A single pulse of his chakra had undone the Ganjutsu. Once he could chalk it up as happenstance, twice he could accept it as coincidence, but for the facts to slap him thrice in the face, Takuma couldn't help but acknowledge the pattern. Ganjutsu didn't work well on him. Even the devil's advocate's argument of the caster lacking skill didn't hold up, but one of the 3 was from the Yui clan of Ganjutsu, and the old man was at least a chunin. Looking into Ganjutsu seemed like an obvious choice. The purchase of D-rank Ganjutsu was the result of that. The source of unease was that he didn't know if his interesting circumstances converted to learning ability. What if Ganjutsu didn't work well on him, but he had dogshit aptitude towards the field? It wasn't like he could test his Ganjutsu affinity and he already knew his elemental affinity. The only way to know was to buy a D-rank Ganjutsu and try it out. The problem was that mission points were still precious to Takuma. He couldn't afford to make risky investments, and buying a Ganjutsu scroll read like a risk to him. The safest bet was to buy another Earth-style jutsu. Logically speaking, Ganjutsu wasn't even the second choice. His experience with water-style, Hiding in mist jutsu was immensely positive, and Takuma wanted to learn another water-style jutsu to increase the diversification of his jutsu arsenal. He had even picked a D-rank water-style jutsu out. However, in the end, he took the risk. Thus, the unease. Takuma sighed. It was already too late to go back on his purchase. On top of that, he couldn't waste time procrastinating about decisions already set in cement. He had 2 jutsu to learn. Fuse, or Slash Baron as he was known in the ring, sat down in the leather recliner in the VIP with a glass of neat whiskey from the bar built as part of the room. Unlike the flat masks that fighters wore in the ring, Slash Baron wore a mask fashioned closer to Venetian masks with pronounced features. The paint on the mask had cracked to cause patterns akin to water-parched lands during droughts, showing the mask's age. "Is that him?" he said to the only person besides him in the room. She nodded. Slash Baron narrowed his eyes at the fight in the arena. He could see where the kid got his name. His entire body, toe to neck, was covered in old and new scars. The new ones told him much about the battle the kid had been in recently. And if he knew ring fighters, he knew almost all of them were from the ring. "Scars, rookie contract, weapons category," she said to him. In the arena, Scars moved and skipped on his feet as he ran backward while his hands, wielding kunai, moved in a blur, creating a show of screeches and sparks as his opponent tried to drown him in a flurry of strikes. Slash Baron noticed the kid was showing the symptoms of someone who had just recently come out of the taijutsu category. The kid wasn't taking advantage of the distance that the standard kit weapons provided. Everyone knew about it, but habit and comfort were tough things for people to break, especially for fighters. When a habit was engraved into the bones, it took breaking those bones to get rid of it. And yet he's moving, he thought. Scars moved through the arena without stopping. Even though Scars' opponent was in on the offense, the direction and motions were being directed by Scars. The combat was being fought on the run, and it was clear that Scars wasn't letting his opponent get a stationary position to get comfortable in. "Who brought him in?" he asked. "Inomoto." Slash Baron clicked his tongue. He didn't like that name at all. Not at all. The bastard was good at what he did, but the personality behind that skill was just plain awful. "Are you sure he is worth it?" He didn't know this Scars kid outside the conversations he had with the other members, nor had he observed the numerous fights others had. All he knew was that Scars was being talked about in the circles. 25 to 45, 55% record. "Nothing special," he said. "Yes, but you aren't considering the category change." Slash Baron shook his head. They were shinobi, and every fight they fought was different. On the field, there was no consideration for something like a category change. They needed to be ready for any and all possibilities. A shinobi needed to have adaptation running through their veins more than blood. But he couldn't discount Scars' age. It was clear from the musculature and frame that the person in question was a kid. There was potential there. The question was if the kid would be a good fit, and more importantly, a good prospect. He has shown signs of learning a chakra augmentation jutsu. Now, that was more like what he wanted to hear. Suddenly there was activity in the arena. Scars' opponent disarmed one of Scars' kunai and went in for a body stab. Scars' hand that had been forced to part from his kunai turned into a fist, and just the right muscles flexed as Scar placed a hook to the side of his opponent's neck, just below the ear. The opponent was tough, as the solid hit didn't faze her as much as it should have. She recovered enough just at the moment to deflect the Scars' kunai that would have opened up her like a pig on a butcher's table. Slash Baron anticipated a brawl coming up. Scars' opponent leaned forward to reach for a jab, and her front foot was already readying to act as a pivot for a rotating kick. But suddenly, Scars redirected the jab with a quick smack before jumping several meters away from his opponent. The kid dipped into his weapons pouch and unleashed a salvo of shuriken on his opponent. The opponent who had already committed to the kick was stuck in her movements. She recovered fairly quickly for ring standards and tried to jump out of the way, but the flying sharpened metal stars were already upon her. Ting. 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 Her quick hands deflected 3 shuriken. A valiant and yet futile effort as 6 other shuriken pierced her like darts on a dartboard. She dropped to the ground like a marionette without strings, and Scars rushed towards her with 2 kunai gleaming in his hand. The opponent, however, raised her hand in a half-claw which made Takuma stop. A forfeit had been called. "Distance," said Slash Baron, commenting to himself. He sipped on his drink, finding the selection available in the bar to be subpar at best. "Alright, let's at least see if the kid's interested." Takuma was in his locker room changing into his clothes when he heard a knock on his door. He looked up, utterly surprised. In his more than 3 months using the single-person changing rooms, not once had he heard a knock on the door. He didn't reply and put his ski mask and a Scars mask over while attaching his weapons pouch back on. "Scars," a deep and smooth voice came from outside. "My name is Slash Baron. I was wondering if we could talk about something." Silently, Takuma took out a kunai and dipped his other hand into his pouch, Ready. I know you're in there, and I just want a conversation. You have my word that there will be no funny business. Takuma didn't give two shits about some stranger giving him their word. It literally meant nothing if he didn't know the person. He looked down at the space beneath the door and could see from the slight shadows that multiple people were outside. The speaker was using I a lot, and yet it was clear that he had company. But he couldn't stay in the room in case the people outside were malicious. If they decided to kick the door in and blitz, he would be trapped inside a constricted space. He needed to get out or at least create a path of escape in case he needed to. Shit. This really wasn't a suitable situation for him, thought Takuma. He unlocked the door, and it opened with a loud creak. Takuma had to raise his eyes and crane his neck to look at the giant's face that stood in front of him. 3 more people accompanied the giant, and every one of them was wearing ring masks. Except for the giant, who had a type of mask that Takuma hadn't seen before here below the ground. Good day to you. My name is Baron. I'm the leader of the troop, said the giant. Takuma had zero idea what that was, but from the context, he deduced that the troop was the name of one of the teams in the ring. He nodded to them while looking over the group with a critical gaze. Just from their body language and the vibe they were giving out, he could tell they could be problems. But the main problem was Baron. The man was sending his instincts screaming danger and issuing flee signals. The man was extremely dangerous. Baron's eyes went down to Takuma's feet. Ankle weights, his voice carried a smile in it, an old practice, but effective nevertheless. I haven't seen many youngsters use them these days. I appreciate the effort. They will not disappoint. Takuma bit the inside of his cheek. The first thing he did after removing his equipment was put on the ankle weight. His feet suddenly felt much heavier. He had been using ankle weights for a little while but not enough that he felt comfortable fighting in them. I apologize if this made you uncomfortable, said Baron. We have been following your fights in the ring and are interested in offering a spot in the troop. Can we take this discussion somewhere else? Chapter 82, the sky had taken a darker shade of evening blue as Takuma followed Baron and 3 others who he assumed to be part of the troop. The destination they arrived at was a rooftop of a vacant building of a higher length than its neighbors. An appropriate place for a meeting to take place in private. As Takuma jumped to the rooftop, he glanced down at the street and saw moderate civilian presence nearby. He felt optimistic that if he tried to escape, he would have ample witnesses in case things went south. I wasn't told about the extra company, Takuma said. In his view of observation, he could sense and spot more people on the rooftop. He spotted 2 people through the windows in the storage room on the roof, one hiding among the air conditioning units and another 2 near the whitewater tanks with pipes going down into the building. Baron sat down cross-legged on the floor in the center of the roof. As the leader, I believe in the inclusion of members while making decisions that affect the team as a whole. The addition of another member is one such decision. Takuma leaned against the raised ledge of the roof, away from the troop members. Wearing the ring masks while above ground felt foreign, but everyone here had their masks on to protect their identity. Why should I join your team? Asked Takuma. Because we're gracious enough to invite someone like you, brat. Said one of the troop members who hadn't hidden. Takuma kept his eyes on the Baron. Lovely, but that doesn't sound appealing enough, he said. Step back, hot claw, Baron said to the man with 3 red claw-like markings on the mask. He turned to Takuma, all the benefits any team could provide to someone like you, scars. Information about opponents, greater freedom in scheduling, help in contract negotiation when your rookie contract expires, access to our contacts in the ring. And much more. We can make your time easier in the ring. Takuma turned his neck to gaze at the village as it began to light up as the night approached. Joining a group would tie him to an organization inside the ring. Marabashi's words surfaced in his mind about the darkness that dragged people in if they weren't careful. Takuma thought himself responsible enough to take care of himself in the circles he walked in. However, he understood the dangers and limitations. The offerings from the troop sounded useful. Iruka was a flexible leader and allowed Takuma a more than reasonable amount of time without asking many questions, time that went all into the ring. He had compensated from his side by taking fewer and fewer D-rank missions and only doing C-rank missions under Iruka, which were barely enough to meet his quota. Freedom in scheduling would help a lot in that regard. However, nothing really good came for free. And what would it cost me? Asked Takuma. Baron's mask hid his expression, his body was like a monk in meditation, and even his voice was calm and tempered. Provide information that might help us. Contribute to the funds that we use to pay our contacts. Perform differently in certain fights when we ask you to. And work in favor of the team so that the team can work in your favor. Takuma glanced back at Baron. All he got from that he would need to pay up and lose fights. He had very recently spent his mission points for jutsu, and Ryo left his hands after almost every fight. He did think that he would get returns if he made these investments, but currently, He was in no condition to wrestle the gains away in case they tried to pretend that they didn't exist. I am grateful for this invitation. Takuma stepped away from the ledge, but I don't feel the time is right for this arrangement. Perhaps we can collaborate in other meaningful ways. From the moment the troop had arrived at his changing room, Takuma could feel that one of them was impatient. The man had been the one to bark when Takuma had asked a simple question. So, Takuma wasn't surprised when Hot Claw lit up like a firecracker. A meaningful collaboration? Hot Claw scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. What the fuck could we gain from a kid like you? Takuma shrugged at Baron. Inclusion of members in matters that affect the entire team. Looks like said members aren't really excited about the decision. I don't think a hostile environment will benefit either party. Baron silenced Hot Claw with a look before standing up. He said, I understand your decision, and yes, we would be glad to collaborate with you when the opportunity arises. Takuma nodded. Baron seemed calm, but Takuma didn't know if that was an act. There was a chance that the troop might bear a grudge due to him rejecting their offer. There was a risk. But on this side of the hidden leaf, if someone pushed, you pushed them right back. A show of weakness was nothing but that. Takuma raised his hand to point at Hot Claw. Hey, dipshit. I'll forgive it this time because of how polite your leader has been this entire time, but talk to me like that again, and I'll break more bones in your body than that mush you call a brain of yours can count. Watch your back and fucking pray that you don't meet me in the arena. Takuma stood there for a moment until he saw a glimpse of registration in Hot Claw's eye before jumping into the street below and vanishing out of the troop's sight. I will kill that brat. Baron turned to Hot Claw. Faster than it took to blink an eye, he had Hot Claw's neck in his grasp. I don't understand what warranted that behavior, said Baron calmly as he lifted Hot Claw off the ground while Hot Claw desperately tried to claw at the grip that choked his neck. If you had a problem with this, you could have told me beforehand. What made you think that it was wise to do when an outside company was present? Bebo. Baron dropped Hot Claw to the ground, and the latter coughed while trying to breathe. No one on the roof said anything about the sight in front of them, and they watched silently. Perhaps it's good that you did that, said Baron. I didn't bring it up before because you weren't hurting anybody, but you don't think I didn't notice your use of the team's name to do some personal side betting, did you? All eyes sharply turned to Hot Claw, who shrunk under their gaze. Using the team's name meant using their reputation. A lousy bet meant lowering their reputation and making negotiations difficult in the future, which was why utilizing the team's name during betting was a team decision. It didn't help that Hot Claw had been pocketing the money even though he was using the team's name. B-boss, that. Baron kicked Hot Claw in the stomach, sending him crashing into the ledge, cracking the concrete from the impact. There's going to be a change in the matchups. Hot Claw is going to lose his winning streak and go on a losing streak for the foreseeable future. And just like Hot Claw's future in the ring took a drastic turn. Baron sent the troop members away and stared at the village from the roof, listening to the sounds of the village that always did the trick to calm him down. He heard someone land on the roof even though they were trying to be silent. He refused, said Baron. Do you want to try again? She asked. Baron shook his head. I don't think he would have joined if we didn't bend over for him, he sighed but wasn't bothered by it. He didn't lose anything from a prospect rejecting him. There were an unending number of prospects for him to choose from. Are you going to cut him loose? No, I don't believe so. His experimentation with chakra augmentation is noteworthy. We might pick this up again if he's able to make something of it. Baron shook his head. For now, we will keep an eye on him. Understood. Is it because he is like you? She asked. Baron laughed. I was nothing like the kid. He removed his mask and looked at it with a sigh. A look of reminiscence floated in his eyes as he held it in his gaze. It's been so long since I have worn this one that it feels foreign, yet it feels like it was only yesterday when I had it on in the arena. You can always go have a little fun. I'm sure they would be more than happy to accommodate the troop's leader. Don't insult me by comparing me to scum like Bishop. Baron put his mask back on. My rain days are long over. These days he wore a different mask. At the Leaf Military Police Station, a group gathered in the leader's office. All of them wore the standard Leaf Shinobi uniform, but all of them either had a sash with the military police emblem around their arm or had the emblem stitched directly on their sleeve. There was a knock on the office door. Enter. The door opened, and a young man with short, unkempt messy black hair, onyx eyes, a relatively broad nose, and well-defined eyelashes that turned upwards at each, stepped into the office. He was dressed similarly to the others but without the police emblem on his uniform. Uchiha Yakami, who was among the group, greeted the young man. Shizui, he nodded. Shizui Uchiha gazed at his clan members, noticing how every one of them was a high-ranking member. If he had doubts about what this meeting would be about when he was summoned, looking at the gathering in front of him cleared every doubt about what the agenda would be. He nodded back before looking at the person sitting behind the table. Clan head, Shizue said respectfully. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in return. How is Anbu faring for you, Shizue? He asked. Not much different from my post here, clan head. Protecting the village and its people from harm has always been our clan's responsibility, Shizue said. He could see a few people nodding, but at the same time, he could feel the glares of others. Anything of interest that you might wish to share? Asked Fugaku. Nothing that hasn't been said in the report, said Shizue. He met eyes with everyone who glared at him without letting anything away. He was Anbu, they were not, and because of that, they couldn't do anything but take his word for it, whether they liked it or not. They got what he gave. Fugaku hummed as he gazed at Shizue for a moment. How has my son been doing? So, they wanted to know about Itachi, thought Shizue as he said, he has been assigned under Hatake. The name brought another wave of displeasure, but it wasn't all the people this time. He agreed with them on this matter. Kakashi Hatake having their clan's eye was a blatant insult to their clan, and yet it was true that the man used their clan's gift better than most of his clan did, though he or any of his clan members would never say it out loud. Itachi has been acting strange, said Fugaku. The man had no emotion on his face as he talked about his son. Ever since he has joined Anbu, he hasn't attended any meetings, nor has he been consistent with the reports. Would you know the reason for such behavior? Shizue, of course, knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. Hatake runs a tight ship. And this is Anbu we're talking about, even Itachi would need time to adjust, he said. I suggest giving him some time to familiarize himself with the new situation. It was at this moment one of the members raised his voice. Does he not understand his role? He must understand what this position means for the clans. Shizue stared into the eyes that had turned red in the moment of outburst. Such hatred, he thought with pity as he stared into his clan's eyes. Fugaku hummed, and the angry man closed his eyes and appeared to be attempting to calm down. Such was the position of the clan head in the hearts of the clan members. The man had led the clan with competence and example, symbolizing what an Uchiha was supposed to be for both young and old. I see, said Fugaku. He looked at Shizue, keep an eye on him and report if he shows any suspicious activity. Both of your positions are very important for the clan. Just our positions, huh? Shizue couldn't help but be bitter at that statement. As you command, he bowed. Is anything required from me? That would be all, said Fugaku. Then I will take my leave, Shizue said before exiting the office. Outside the office, he stopped across a window in which he stared at his reflection. His onyx eyes, which were so similar to his clan members, stared back at him. With one thought, he could turn them red, and with another thought, he could change everything. Chapter 83, Takuma recalled the time when he was a kid. One night, he was thirsty and walked to the kitchen in the dead of night for some water. He had gone from his room to the kitchen without switching on any lights on the way, even though there was complete darkness inside the house. That day, his kitty self had been proud of himself for getting back to his room without ever walking into something. He thought of his home as a territory where he could walk without sight. That little kid was dumb as a rock, was what present Takuma thought as he had a bandana covering his eyes. His heartbeat felt louder than before as he tried to stretch his senses beyond normal. Flip. Takuma heard something from his right and immediately tried to move his body, only to be hit by a tiny rubber pellet in the upper back. He cursed bloody murder as the pain from the rubber pellet hit him. Flip. Takuma shut up immediately when he heard another sound, but his body froze up when he couldn't figure out the source. He was punished by another rubber pellet hitting him square inches the chest, bringing about another bout of annoying pain. Why the fuck did rubber pellets hurt so much? Flip. Ouch. Flip. Shit. Flip. Fuck. Takuma continued getting hit by the rubber pellets until a blaring alarm sounded in the room, marking the end of his time there. He removed the bandana and looked down at his body, which was riddled with red dots from getting hit by rubber pellets. Once again, he failed to evade at least 90% of the rubber pellets shot at him. He looked around the room. Hundreds of holes dotted the concrete walls with tube-like extrusions barely peeking out. Thank you. See you again later, Takuma said loudly. Sure man, shoot you sometime later, came the reply from within the walls. Motion detection wasn't used in the chamber to track him. There was a person who aimed rubber bullets at him. Takuma pulled on a shirt and switched his shorts with pants in the changing before walking out to the counter. A middle-aged woman sat behind the counter with a newspaper in hand. She glanced up at Takuma as he handed her the usage slip along with a payment of ryo for using the facility. There were many such facilities in the complex that shinobi could use for training. The rubber pellet room was one such facility. He sighed. To turn water style, hiding in mist jutsu into a skill that could be used without certain conditions, Takuma needed to gain the capability of operating in extremely low visibility. After some research, a lot of which came from the water style, Hiding in Mist Jutsu Scroll itself, a shinobi could turn a mix of their chakra-enhanced sense of hearing, touch, and smell into something that could be practically used in active combat. An example that Takuma knew was Zabuza, a premier user of water style, hiding in Mist Jutsu, who had turned the jutsu into a tool for peak assassination. He didn't know if he could ever get as good as that, but he at least wanted to get himself to a practical level. Essentially, he needed to become a discount daredevil or even a full daredevil if it was possible. Takuma pulled out a kunai from his opponent with a grunt and pushed her away. The woman fell to the ground with 2 stab wounds, shoulder, and got a very large and ugly bruise on the right side, cuts slashed around their body, and a badly swollen wrist. The sweat and blood from her injuries mixed together, putting on a miserable sight. But he didn't have the energy to feel bad about what he did. He had 5 senbon sticking out of his arm, shoulder, chest, and stomach. 3 nasty gashes side, arm, leg had bathed his body with blood. His ski mask behind the scars mask was soaked in sweat, sticking annoyingly to his skin. When he went to pull on it, his eyes caught the kunai dripping with blood. He wanted to throw it away but couldn't, they cost money, so he wiped the blood off his shorts. The medical staff fetched both him and the woman to the medical room, where Sengo took care of him behind a curtained-off bed where no one could see his face. He closed his eyes and let the medical ninja work on him. There were no words spoken between them. Both of them had done this enough that they knew Takuma didn't like to speak, or do anything, after fights. "Today or tomorrow?" she asked. Takuma opened his eye a crack to look at her. It meant that he needed a private session to get fixed completely. But of course, he already knew that the moment the fight had ended. He had taken too much damage in the fight. "Today," he replied. Tomorrow, he had to attend a briefing for the next mission Team Iruka was going to take. Something about tailing a husband to see if the man was cheating on his wife. The wife was a high-ranking civilian with enough money to turn a simple tailing mission into a C-rank mission. Later that day, Takuma met with Sengo again after dinner time at the tree stump where they usually met and continued their healing session to fix Takuma up. "Alright, done," Sengo said, finishing up her work by tying up a bandage. Takuma got up from the tree stump, jumped on his feet, and stretched his body to check his status. Sengo might have been a Gainian, but in Takuma's opinion, she did a great job because he always felt great after she was satisfied with her work. "Go home and just rest for today," said Sengo. "No morning training." Yup, Takuma no longer felt lethargic as he did after the fight. He felt tired and weak, but he knew that, like always, he would be fine after a night's sleep. He was still going to train tomorrow. "Do you have anything else you want me to look at, something that might be bothering you?" said Sengo, eyeing him critically as if she thought something was wrong that he wasn't telling her. "I don't think so," Takuma said as he took out a cash clip and handed it to Sengo, who looked skeptical while accepting the decided-upon payment. Takuma's face fell when they split up to go on their own ways, and a severe expression came upon him. Sengo did a great job, but her sessions were expensive. For the past 2 months, Takuma had been availing her services around twice a week and he had racked up a substantial bill. That one activity had raised his expenses by a lot. On the other hand, his job frequency had gone down. He hadn't taken many D-rank missions as of late, and the C-rank missions with Iruka only paid only a little better, if not as much as a D-rank mission, as the pay was split among the team. And the base pay he got as GN1 pay grade Gainian, while higher than average, wasn't enough to support his current expenses. The Rings Ryo payments had only put a temporary stopper on the drain on his savings, but that would only last for so long. He needed to find another way to get money. And, unfortunately, he knew where to get it. Takuma leaped from roof to roof as he moved through the village. Like any big city, the Leaf Village had a vibrant nightlife where its people slept late. But his destination was away from that part of the city, somewhere where the quiet of the night maintained its peace. He was dressed in black, merging with the night's shadows, with his face covered with a blank mask. He recalled the address given to him and pulled in front of what looked like a grocery store. Takuma observed the area from the roof across the store before sneaking down toward the back of the store. As instructed, Takuma knocked on the back door. He heard what sounded like a sword pulled out of its scabbard and stepped back with a kunai ready in his hand. The eye slot in the door slid open, and a pair of eyes peered out. The eyes frowned deeply as soon as they saw Takuma. "Senju Hashirama was the first Hokage," Takuma said, his voice distorted using chakra. The frown didn't ease up as they stared at each other for a few more seconds before the eye slot slid shut, and the door opened. The eyes belonged to a man, and Takuma recognized the body language to be of a shinobi. "In," said the man. Takuma followed the man inside the building, and they immediately headed down to a basement floor beneath the grocery store. On the way, they met 4 more men who all had bearings of shinobi, and they eyed Takuma with caution and a threatening demeanor even though they made no direct moves against him. They walked through the open space used as storage with lots of shelves across the floor and boxes of recognizable retail brands and products on them filling the space. The back of the basement had a small office with a single window covered with blinds from the inside. The man knocked on the office door and peered inside briefly. Takuma heard a brief conversation mentioning him as the kid. "In," repeated the man as he held the door open. Takuma stepped inside and joined the two men who occupied the office. One he knew, the other he didn't. "On time, I see," said the familiar medical ninja with small blackout shades and a bandana covering his head. Looking as shady as the day Takuma had met him, Inomoto smiled. "Come sit down, kid." "So, this is the kid, eh?" said the other man with a thick accent not native to the Leaf Village. The man with the thick accent was a middle-aged man with pale skin, not an unhealthy pale, but a natural paleness. He had a head wrap over a head of gray hair that flowed down the back. But it was the light amber with so much depth that commanded Takuma's focus. Takuma wordlessly sat down in front of them. "Not showing your face is one thing, but no introduction, that's just rude," said the man. Takuma glanced at Inomoto briefly before turning back to the old man. "Dobi," said Takuma, throwing the alias of this world out. The old man chuckled. "I would be a fool to take that as your real name, brat. But since Inomoto here has vouched for you, I shall address you by Dobi. You can call me by my real name, Ryu." "Great, so now that everyone knows everyone, let's talk business," said Inomoto, clapping his hands. "Now, Tobi here needs a way to earn some extra cash, and Mr. Ryu here can provide an opportunity for that to happen. The question is if you want to take that opportunity," he said the last part to Takuma. "What's the job?" asked Takuma. If it was a fucking multi-level marketing scam, he was going to be out of the door before they could finish their pitch. Inomoto glanced at Ryu, who pushed his office chair back and reached down behind the table where Takuma couldn't see. But Takuma could hear and he heard clicking, and he knew instantly that Ryu was opening a safe. His curiosity piqued as his mind raced to guess what kind and model the safe was and if it was something he could open. Retail locks were easy to access, but safes weren't things people had access to. If not for Marubushi, who had introduced him to a master locksmith with access to storage safes, Takuma would have been able to practice lock-picking safes. Even now, from time to time, when he had time, Takuma would visit the master locksmith to practice on safes. Ryu retrieved a large transparent Ziploc bag and dumped it on the table. "This is the opportunity, Tobi." All of Takuma's thoughts about safes and locks vanished without a trace as he stared at the dried green herb that peered through the transparent plastic. Chapter 84, Takuma couldn't move his eyes away from the Ziploc bag filled with a dried-up herb that looked strikingly identical to what he had seen before. And from what he knew, it was very much illegal in a hidden leaf. He was coming to realize what job Inomoto was planning to offer him. "How kid is the kid again?" Ryu asked Inomoto. "Young," replied Inomoto. "Wouldn't he then not know what the product is? That would be a problem." "That is a possibility," Inomoto said, turning to Takuma. "Do you know what this is, Dobi?" "Yes, I know," Takuma said, and simultaneously, he didn't know what they called it here. Ryu didn't hide his skepticism and distrust as he leaned forward. He took a fat joint from his person and placed it on the table before Takuma. "Then you wouldn't mind sharing one with me, would you?" he said with an open flame burning from a Zippo lighter. Takuma didn't like that look on Ryu's face and picked up the joint. He lit it up, lifted the mask halfway, and took a hit before passing it back to Ryu. The old man took a hit as he kept an eye on Takuma. The joint went to Inomoto, who then passed it to Takuma, who took another hit. When the joint came back around, Takuma refused it. "That's enough for now," said Takuma. He didn't know how this body would react to the weed. Back when he was in college, it had taken him 3 sessions before he had gotten his first high, and right now, in the company of 2 people he didn't trust much, Takuma didn't want a bad trip. 2 hits were enough. "Well, look at that," Ryu grinned, "the kid does know some stuff." Inomoto stared at Takuma in bafflement. "Kids these days are crazy," he said. "As a medical professional, I recommend using chakra to protect your lungs while smoking. It's a practice that every shinobi should follow." Takuma had to agree with him. A 12-year-old smoking without coughing his lungs out could be a jarring sight. Ryu scoffed as he took another deep hit. "So, you're a ring fighter, eh?" he said, exhaling a large puff of smoke. Takuma narrowed his eyes behind his mask and turned to glare at Inomoto. There was a reason why he had only agreed to come here with a mask and had given a fake name. He didn't want to give out who he was, and if Ryu already knew that he was a ring fighter, then he didn't know if he could work with Inomoto. "I don't know what he is talking about," said Inomoto, raising his hands. Ryu lifted his chin and scratched underneath. "A ski mask beneath the hard mask, that's a ring thing if I have seen one, kid," he said with a laugh. "And if you want to hide the fact still, don't glare at him," he pointed at Inomoto, "it only confirms that I was right." Takuma bit the inside of his cheek and felt the cloth mask on his skin, which he had gotten so used to wearing for the last several months that he didn't even notice he was wearing one. He hadn't considered that a habit would give him away, but that was what usually gave people away, fucking habits. Takuma took a silent breath to calm himself down. He knew he couldn't do anything to dissuade Ru, so he stayed silent. He just didn't want to give away anything else about himself. Listen, I'd prefer to know who you are, but since he vouched for you, I'll do business with someone who doesn't show me his face, Ru pointed to Inomoto. As long as you pay up and don't jeopardize me and my business, we don't have any problems. Takuma wanted to earn money, so he had no reason to rat out Ru. Plus, Inomoto knew too much about him, so if he tried to screw something up, the chances of getting some serious pushback were really high. But he had to ask, why does him vouching for me work for you? Takuma pointed to Inomoto. He needed to know how the relationships worked in this equation to understand the dynamics of it all. Ru looked at Inomoto with a half-amused smile, who nodded. Then, Ru said, well, he sells me the product, so his word does mean something to me. Also, my business going well means his business is going well. Takuma looked at Inomoto, and he just couldn't figure shady guy out. He was a chunin, an important medical ninja at that. On top of that, he was a supplier of medical ninja for the ring, his apprentices, and a recruiter for the ring. Now, he was supposedly a drug lord. At this point, if Inomoto told him that he was the third Hokage's illegitimate son, Takuma would consider it. Then why can't you sell directly to me? Takuma asked Inomoto. There was already an established relationship between him and Inomoto. He didn't get why they had to introduce Ru and bring in an unnecessary middleman. Well, first, you'll need a lot of money if you want to buy from me because I only sell wholesale, so to speak, Inomoto smiled. Second, my clients need to have an established infrastructure to move the amount of product that I sell to them. Third, I simply don't like to deal with ground-level sellers. Let's just say distance is good for me. And, unfortunately for both of us, Toby, you don't meet any of those 3 points. Takuma glanced at both of the adults in front of him and remained silent for a moment before asking, and from the job, I'm assuming you want me to be a street dealer. Good, you're quick to pick things up, Ru said as he was getting bored and impatient with the conversation. If you have the capital, I will sell you the product. Just a warning, I don't sell on credit. If you want to buy, it'll be only when payment is settled up front. Takuma was coming to understand the structure. Following Inomoto's analogy, Inomoto was the wholesaler who supplied the weed, Ru was a retailer one step down the ladder, and he himself was going to be the street vendor actually selling the product. Takuma didn't know if there was someone above Inomoto, only that he himself would be at the bottom of the ladder. Takuma stared at the Ziploc bag of weed, and as far as what he was going to be doing to earn money, he didn't mind selling weed. As a college student, he had smoked weed many times, while not as extensive as some because of money issues, he was a fairly regular user. It hadn't been legal where he lived, but he knew cannabis was a great recreational drug. He didn't have any qualms about selling weed to people. It checked out with the good YouTuber philosophy: only endorse things you yourself use. However, there were some problems that he needed to consider. He didn't know the street rates. If he was going to do this business, then he needed to know the cost price and the selling price, and if those rates were far enough apart for him to make enough profit to cover his current expenses and were worth enough for the time and labor he needed to put in to make the entire thing work. So, he straight up asked them about the rates. Ru quoted a rate and was immediately rebuked by Inomoto. Don't try to screw the kid over, he said. Ru clicked his tongue and gave him the rates again, and this time, the cost price was lower. Takuma made a note of that behavior before he began calculating what and how much sales he needed to make it worth his while. And after some while, he concluded that this could work. It would be rough on his savings to get that first supply, but he wasn't a stranger to tough times, and if this could improve his monetary situation, he could tighten the string on his purse. He knew accepting this offer would bring changes to his life, and it needed commitment if he wanted to make this work. Alright, let's do this, said Takuma with determination in his eyes. Ru grinned, happy doing business with you. Takuma's life had never been busier. A combination of ring fights, missions, training, and selling weed had cut down his sleeping hours to 5 hours in total. If only he had a way to get some of that bullshit passive income. He had to confess, on the first day, he wasn't sure what to do with the stash of weed he had in his house because he had no customers. The first thing he had done was to decide where to keep his stash. While the quantity was low, he kept it hidden in his home but decided to find a better place away from his place in case the business grew. On the other hand, as it turned out, selling was easy when there was substantial demand, a lack of intense competition, and a market where customers didn't do intense research and price comparison. Shen, my man, how are you doing today? Takuma dapped up a young adult who was one of his customers. He thought that if he were friendly with his customers and made them feel comfortable, they would be more open to approaching him more often. "Hey, Jin," said Shen, looking around a street with a public park on one side and a street full of restaurants on the other side. Jin was one of the identities that Takuma had created to interact with his customers. Takuma wasn't a weed dealer, but his other identities were. His civilian customers weren't able to tell that he was using transformation jutsu, and his shinobi customers who could tell weren't able to tell what was behind the disguise, only that he was disguised, which worked for both parties. "Don't be like that, look at me," Takuma gripped Shen's hand, stopping the young man from letting his nervous eyes wander around. As long as they acted like two friends who met on the street, no one was going to look at them. "So, how much do you want today?" "The same as last time," said Shen. "Excellent, we can make that happen. Can I also get some rolling paper and filters as well?" "Of course, we can do that as well," Takuma smiled. He had brought a lot of rolling paper and joint filters in bulk so he could sell the accessories as well. If the customers could get everything required directly from him and simplify the purchasing process, they would keep coming back to him. You know the deal, payment first. But, simultaneously, he had to set boundaries and be strict when it came to dealing. A balance was necessary for good business. Shen took out a few bills of cash and handed them to Takuma. "Nice doing business with you, Shen." Takuma, Jin, smiled after he counted the money with a glance. "You know where to find me the next time." Takuma turned back and walked away. Behind him, Shen patted his satchel bag, looked inside, and found that the weed, rolling paper, and filters were already in his bag. Being a shinobi with great sleight-of-hand skills was a great skill for dealing illegal stuff. Chapter 85, Shisui cut off the flow of chakra swimming through his body, and all the momentum from teleportation jutsu left his body, and he perfectly stopped on the ground with no extra steps needed for stabilization. His control over the jutsu had reached such mastery that the blades of grass around his feet didn't so much as flutter as he came to a stop. He looked in silence at his young clanmate, Itachi Uchiha, the kid whom he considered a brother. Itachi stood in front of the memorial stone with the names of the brave heroes who had laid their lives down for the village. "You wanted to talk to me?" asked Itachi, without looking away from the memorial stone. "The clan has been worried about you since you joined the Anbu. You haven't been regular with your duties," Shisui said. "Worried? You mean, they're suspicious," said Itachi. "Yes. They asked something of you? To keep an eye on you. Father?" He was present and was the one to give the order. Itachi turned to Shisui. "What do you think?" "Well, not all of them think you're against the cause. Some of them have begun to think that you might not be as enthusiastic about the cause as they think you should be," said Shisui. "The cause?" Itachi shook his head. Following the nine-tailed demon fox's attack, the Hidden Leaf's leadership began to suspect that the Uchiha were behind the attack due to the Sharingan's ability to control the beast. From that point onwards, the Uchiha were placed under close surveillance to find the truth, something accomplished by accumulating all of the Uchiha property scattered around the village and giving them a large section in one part of the village after the devastation caused by the beast's rampage. While it was true that a large amount of the Uchiha property had been destroyed during the rampage, most of the clan agreed that the reallocation to one section was solely for surveillance reasons. This mistrust and isolation from the rest of the village created feelings of ill will amongst the Uchiha and ultimately rekindled the hatred harbored towards the Senju-influenced government ever since the Uchiha had been sidelined by giving them control of the Leaf military police force. That resulted in the beginning of the cause led by the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, a coup d'état to overthrow the Hidden Leaf regime and instate the Uchiha on top of the village. In preparation for the coup, the Uchiha started inserting its members within Hidden Leaf Village's command structure to act as spies. Shisui himself was among those spies who made it to Anbu and relayed information to the clan. Itachi was placed in Anbu as well, and while his role was the same, in some ways, he was a more critical piece than Shisui. The Hidden Leaf's Anbu division was structured directly under the Hokage, but most Anbu reported to the Anbu commander, the operating leader of the division. Only a small group of Anbu was directly under the Hokage's command. When Shisui joined the Anbu, the Uchiha clan wanted him to be placed under the Hokage's direct command, but he never got that opportunity. On the other hand, Itachi was directly placed under the Hokage and had access to more sensitive information. Contrary to what the clan expected, Itachi became uncooperative with their needs. Unfortunately for them, the person tasked with keeping an eye on Itachi was also not in support of their operation, unknown to them. Neither Shisui nor Itachi supported the Uchiha coup d'état because they knew it could trigger a shinobi world war. They agreed that the Uchiha had been mistreated and deserved better as one of the founding clans and the village's protector. They even supported the vision of an Uchiha one day sitting on the Hokage chair. However, they didn't believe that the coup d'état was the way to achieve that. "What are you thinking?" Shisui asked Itachi. They had met when Itachi graduated from the academy. Even then, Itachi always wore an indifferent expression, but with time, Shisui had learned to identify Itachi's facial quirks to recognize that his friend had made a decision. I believe it's time to let Lord Hokage know about this situation, said Itachi. Shisui narrowed his eyes at the statement. Telling the Hokage meant betraying their clan, even if it was for the greater good. He licked his lips, thinking about the implications of such a decision. Do you disagree? Asked Itachi. Do you think it's wise to involve the Hokage? It could result in tensions rising, Shisui replied. He had been withholding information from the clan, but revealing their secrets and operations to their enemies was not a light decision. Silently opposing the clans won't lead us anywhere when the entire clan is bent on destroying everything this village stands for. Itachi's calm voice had a rare heated tone. We can't do anything on our own. We need help. Oh, Itachi. If only you knew, thought Shisui. He could potentially resolve the situation on his own, but he didn't want to take that route because of the ramifications. Shisui sighed. Alright. Let's get the Hokage involved, but we discuss what all we disclose to him. He wasn't ready for his solution, which he considered to be extreme for now. Involving the Hokage seemed to be the most logical option. Itachi nodded and returned to gazing at the memorial stone, as if remembering the names etched into the stone. Takuma entered the udon joint from the staff door and walked into the transfer area right outside the kitchen. Orders 40, 45, 47, and 50 are delivered, Takuma yelled out as he tore away the order slips hanging from the counter and threw them into the trash. Good job, kid. Came from inside the kitchen. D-rank missions were no longer viable for Takuma. His dealer income was already earning more than his monthly allowance when he was under the state's care, which wasn't a large amount, but it settled his medical expenses. If not for Sango's treatment expenses, he could have lived off his drug income as he had done before he was a shinobi. The only thing he was potentially missing out on was the mission points. Mathematically, however, being in top condition before ring fights, thus increasing his chances of winning, earned him more than doing D-rank missions. He didn't want to do D-rank missions, and the only reason he did them now was when C-rank missions with Iruka didn't meet his minimum quota. He had taken the D-rank mission as a delivery boy for a udon joint because Iruka was away on a mission as part of a Jonin team. As Takuma craned his neck to peer at the clock hanging near the ceiling, he heard, Takuma. He looked out to the small dining area. 3 very large people occupied the largest table that could accommodate 10 people. One look at them, and Takuma knew they were from the Akimaki clan. It was the 4th smaller person that had called out to Takuma. He could only see a hand as the large Akimaki blocked the view. Then Masaaki peeked through. Oh, Masaaki. Takuma called back, thinking why Masaaki was in the company of Akimaki. Join us, said Masaaki. Takuma turned towards the kitchen and shouted, Boss, can I take my break right now? Yeah, go ahead. Takuma shouted his thanks and turned back to Masaaki. Give me a minute, I'll be right there. After saying that, Takuma walked out of the staff's back entrance that opened up into a back alley. The moment he stepped out of the diner, he no longer looked like himself, and instead, he was a blond man with a bright smile. He walked into the back alley on the other side of the street, where a middle-aged woman waited for him. Miss Shimada, my favorite customer, Takuma smiled widely. How are you today? Miss Shimada was a civilian housewife that one could find in any residential area. The only difference was that she was one of Takuma's highest-grossing customers. Very good, thank you, Shimada said in an uptight manner without a hint of a smile on her face. Just like always, said Takuma. She never smiled. What can I do for you today? Double my usual, she said, taking out a thick cash clip of crisp fresh of the printer notes. Takuma could almost smell the hot printer smell from them. Right up, Takuma dispensed the product after counting the cash. Do you need something else, Miss Shimada? No, she said while walking away from him. Just like always, then. Takuma also walked back into the diner, undoing his disguise. He walked to Masaaki's table, which now had a tremendous amount of food on it. Takuma had memorized the menu, and their bill was going to be large and very good for the business. Come, sit beside me, Masaaki said. The Akimaki beside got up so that Takuma could go inside. Takuma didn't want to, but he sat between the Akimaki and Masaaki and was promptly squished between the two. D-rank mission? C-rank, actually. I'm spying on the boss inside to get evidence for money laundering. This entire joint is a front. When Takuma spoke without lowering his voice, all 4 looked towards the kitchen with surprise. I'm joking, of course, it's a D-rank mission. Masaaki and the biggest Akimaki laughed immediately while the other 2 followed awkwardly. Or is it, Takuma said with a small smile, and they quieted down. Nah, I'm just pulling your leg, it's a D-rank mission. I'm Takuma, by the way. He was in a good mood after making the sale. Look how you got them. That was side-splitting, laughed the biggest Akimaki, who looked somewhat familiar to Takuma. but he couldn't put his finger on it. "This is the old uncle I was talking about," Masaaki introduced the old man. "Okimaki Choza." Takuma furrowed his brow for a moment before they shot up when he finally recognized the man sitting across from him from a shinobi magazine. It was Akimaki Choza, the clan head of the Akimaki clan. Which meant he was Akimaki Choji's father. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Takuma tried his best to be proper and polite in front of the head of one of the village's biggest and most influential clans. "I was in the same academy batch as Akimaki Hideaki, and I must admit, that boy is strong." This was a huge situation that he wasn't prepared for. Takuma could feel the extra product in his pouch grow heavy, and it took a lot of self-control to not push it deeper into his pouch. He was in grave potential danger. Choza turned to the Akimaki beside him. "Dodo's son." "Ah, Dodo's son, yes. If I remember correctly, he's learning under a jonin." Choza nodded with a gentle and full smile. "No need to be nervous, Takuma. As you're on your break, be our guest, and eat with us." "Thank you, sir." After the introductions happened and the table began to eat with vigor, Takuma focused on the situation. He glanced at Masaaki, who was shoving the food without a care in the world, and remembered all the times his friend had brought up training under an old man. Not once had Takuma thought it would be Akimaki Choza. He had no fucking idea how Masaaki had managed to get into this situation. "I have to ask, how did you two meet?" said Takuma. Masaaki looked up from his udon bowl. "I was training with my Buki Jutsu one day when the old man came up to me. They fought," Takuma exclaimed. "And then he took me under his wing." Takuma felt his head churn. Here he was getting banged up in an arena 3 times a week, losing sleep selling weed around the village, laundering mission points out of Learning Resource Center, and Masaaki was somehow training under Akimaki Choza. He looked at Choza, who nodded, and then at the other 2 Akimaki. One of them answered him. Clan head saw potential in Masaaki and generously decided to help him reach his best potential. "Masaaki is now under the care of the Akimaki clan," he said arrogantly, but the mouthful of food made it come out anything but. Takuma was once again confused. Masaaki had everything to gain from it, but what did the Akimaki clan gain? The confusion must have shown on his face as the Akimaki beside him leaned down to whisper. "Masaaki is sponsored by the Akimaki clan. In return for the resources the clan provides for him to grow as a shinobi, he will work for the Akimaki clan and its interests." Takuma's eyes widened as an inkling of understanding entered his brain. He glanced at Masaaki to see if he could discern any signs that showed Masaaki was being mistreated, but other than the bandage on the side of his neck, Masaaki looked to be fine. The meal lasted close to an hour, with the plates coming and going from the table. Akimaki ate a lot and was good for the restaurant industry of the Leaf. As they were leaving, Takuma saw them off and asked to talk to Masaaki alone. "You go ahead, I'll catch up," said Masaaki to the Akimaki. Takuma waited for them to be outside of earshot before asking, "You're working for the Akimaki now? Do you understand what that means? Are you fine with that? They're not mistreating you, right?" "What kind of things?" Masaaki put his finger on Takuma's lips. The usual happy-go-lucky expression had mellowed down to a small smile with seriousness showing through in his eyes. "I understand my current arrangement perfectly well, Takuma. The old man had made it very clear the day he invited me to join the clan," he said. "How long will you have to work for them?" asked Takuma, still worried about Masaaki. "That's between me and them," Masaaki said. He looked at his hand as he clenched his fist. "I want to get stronger, and if they can make me stronger, then I will continue working for the Akimaki clan. And it's not like they're terrible. Everyone I train and spend time with are lovely people." Masaaki smiled. "You worry too much, Takuma." "I'm not dumb. I never said that." "Yes, I know. I understand what I agreed to, and it wasn't a spot decision. I thought about it long and hard before I agreed to the old man's deal. You don't have to be worried about whatever bad things you're worrying about. They're good people." Masaaki patted Takuma's shoulder hard and heavy. Takuma breathed out as his shoulders loosened. He was still worried about his friend, but something from Masaaki told him that he had it under control. "They're really treating you well?" asked Takuma. Masaaki nodded with a smile. Takuma sighed. "All right, just take care of yourself." "I will." Masaaki grinned brightly as ever. Chapter 86, the arena reserved for the weapons category was filled with anticipation on a Friday evening. It was a prime fighting spot in the ring. The fighters who got an opportunity to fight on weekend spots knew they were under the spotlight, a sign that they were valued. It was reserved for veteran fighters, fighters on long winning streaks, and rising fighters to gain popularity that would elevate them to the next level. It was a stage of opportunities. "I wanted to see Iron Bull go against Lady Fur," sighed a man in the audience. The second man beside him spoke. "I heard she got called away on a mission. I was there when Lady Fur fought Iron Bull last time. I so wanted to see the rematch," said the first man. I don't even know the substitute. What's his name again? Scars, replied the second man. He has a 42-29 record. Pretty good. 42-29? The first man quirked a brow. That's 71 fights. Then this is his last fight on the rookie contract. He knew a thing or two about how the contracts worked in the ring. Are they trying to get him to extend his contract by having him fight in a prime spot? It was a known observation that many ring fighters left after their first contract ended. Could be. But then why would they pair him against Iron Bull? It's like putting a newborn calf against a bull. Scars is going to get slaughtered. The first man shook his head. Iron Bull's from the jutsu category, and the fight is in the weapons category. We don't know how well Iron Bull will fight with his ninjutsu tied up. The second man laughed at that. You forget that Iron Bull spent a year and a half in the weapons category before his first hiatus. And haven't you seen the tetsubo he wields? Iron Bull will win this one, no doubt about it. The first man cringed at the mention of the tetsubo. He had seen several Iron Bull fights, and the man swung the war club like a demon on a rampage. The ring might have desensitized him to the shinobi violence, but the memory of Iron Bull crushing his opponent's thigh with his tetsubo was still seared in his mind. His bones quivered at the mere thought of what it would be like to have the war club whiff past him. I already put money on Iron Bull, said the second man. If you haven't, do it quickly before the counters stop accepting bets. The first man wasn't the gambling kind but wondered if he could let his purse strings loose and put some money on what seemed to be an already decided fight. He wouldn't lose his money and would even make some winnings, no matter how minuscule, because of the odds. A sheen of sweat covered Iron Bull's bronze body as he walked into the fighter's tunnel with his bull mask that had a scratch on the lower left corner. Waiting for him were his team members, as they would be before any fight. Leader, about this Scars. Iron Bull raised his hands. My equipment, he said. The ring staff checked the equipment before fights, and he didn't like to remove it once he had put it on, so he had them check it before he put everything on in the tunnel itself. Go ahead, he said as he put on his guards. Scars uses the standard weapons pack, partial to the kunai the most. He is. Iron Bull listened to the intel gathered by his team on his opponent. He hadn't heard of this Scars before. It was decided that he would be fighting the fellow because Lady Fur had withdrawn from the fight. He frowned behind his mask as his mood soured. The foul woman had beaten him twice before, and this time was supposed to be his victory. He had been preparing for a fight against her for months, hours spent recalling her patterns and movements, coming up with counters, and digging for openings. All wasted. Who knows when they will get to fight next? He was in no mood for this fight, and the only reason he had agreed to fight the nobody was because of the money. His contract promised great amounts of ryo for every fight, and he wasn't going to let that go away. It wasn't his fault that Lady Fur had withdrawn from the fight. Saburo would have to kill him by sitting on him before he let a single ryo escape his grasp. A 7-fight win streak, the intel continued, that is attributed to the chakra augmentation that interested Iron Bull. Chakra augmentations? He asked. Strength augmentations. Iron Bull hummed. He had fought people stronger than him, but he hadn't fought anyone who used chakra augmentations. It's time, one of the staff members came to inform that it was time. Iron Bull raised his arm for one of the members to hand him his trusted iron cord tetsubo with iron studs covering the surface. My tetsubo versus his strength augmentations, let's see who breaks first. With great fanfare, Iron Bull entered the arena with his team members forming an entourage that followed him to the metal gates of the cage. The audience cheered in a frenzy as Iron Bull lifted the tetsubo off his back and above his chest in greeting to the people who had come to watch. They were there to see him, and Iron Bull made it so they felt like they were being seen. From the other side, the opposite of the pomp of Iron Bull's entry, Scars entered the arena quietly as the crowd's cheers drowned the announcer's introduction. When Iron Bull noticed Scars entering the arena, he walked towards him with his tetsubo dragging against the arena floor. Usually, the announcer would stop the fighters from approaching each other before the fight, but as Iron Bull walked to Scars, the announcer didn't say anything. You're just a kid, said Iron Bull, looking down at Scars. The size difference between the two fighters was apparent as they stood near each other. Iron Bull was broad and tall with bulging muscles suitable to lift the bulky tetsubo. Scars, on the other hand, was lean and short with wiry limbs that didn't seem capable of holding any significant strength. Scars looked up at Iron Bull and tilted his head. Iron Bull, huh? With those things, Iron Cow would be more suitable, don't you think? He pointed at Iron Bull's bulging chest. Got milk? Mo. Iron Bull laughed rowdily before staring down at Scars. He raised his tetsubo a few inches before letting the edge fall with a thump. 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 He finally said, you're funny, kid. Try not to break quickly, or it won't be fun. Clang. The metal doors fell, and Iron Bull charged towards Takuma with his tetsubo dragging on the floor behind him. Takuma felt for the metal in his weapons pouch and threw a volley of shuriken at his larger opponent. Iron Bull raised his war club with two hands and angled it to deflect or block the projectiles. Takuma threw another volley of stars while moving back unhurriedly as Iron Bull closed in the distance. He noticed the handle on the tetsubo was long with enough space for a two-handed grip, meaning that it was a two-handed weapon. He recalled his experience facing two-handed weapons and based his strategy around it. Iron Bull leaped into the air, and as Takuma expected, he held the tetsubo in a two-handed grip and swung it down executioner's style. Takuma sidestepped at the last moment, and the metal ring on the blunt club's end cracked the floor. Opportunity, thought Takuma, and without a doubt, he moved in for a stab in the chest with a kunai. Iron Bull released one hand from the tetsubo and backhanded Takuma, sending him back staggering, but not before the kunai left a gash just above Iron Bull's arm guard, spurting blood. Arg! Iron Bull groaned, his facial muscles twitching. The next second, the war club was up and swinging. Instincts took over Takuma like strings on a puppet. He bent his knees, and his back turned parallel to the floor as the tetsubo passed by above him, close enough that he could smell the wood, metal, and a faint scent of blood. Pesky little thing, aren't ya? Iron Bull laughed as he expertly swung his tetsubo in a downward swing that Takuma jumped away to dodge with two kunai hurling towards Iron Bull's face. The tetsubo moved with surprising dexterity and blocked against the kunai before they could hit Iron Bull. Takuma narrowed his eyes as he put a strain on his legs, pushing him away from Iron Bull, who once again gave chase. If there was one thing he had developed in 71 fights in caged arenas was a sense of distance. He knew that the edge was near. A plan formed in his mind. Takuma slowed down, and Iron Bull took a mere second to barge into range. The tetsubo split the wind with a horizontal swing for Takuma's head, who squatted as the tetsubo neared and jumped with all his might as it passed. In midair, Takuma turned back, grabbed onto the links of the cage, pushed with his feet, and in a moment, he was above Iron Bull. Takuma looked down, and Iron Bull looked up. Their eyes met as Takuma raised his leg and brought it down in a rockless-tiled axe kick to the back of Iron Bull's head. Under his feet, Takuma felt the neck snap down. Next step, he thought. In a reserve grip, a gleaming kunai was already in Takuma's hand as he landed on the floor and he stabbed it into the wrist that still stubbornly held onto the war club. Iron Bull screamed as his grip on his war club gave Takuma a chance to seize it and pull away. Takuma stared at the screaming man as he moved away. I wonder how strong a bull is without its horns, he murmured as gears behind his eyes began to turn. You dirty brat. Iron Bull roared with a glower as he pulled the kunai out of his wrist. When he looked up, Scars was nowhere to be seen. He turned back and immediately found the kid with his tetsubo lying by the feet. Scars stared at Iron Bull as he raised his foot and stomped it down on the tetsubo. Under the unnatural force, the wood cracked as it splintered and flew away in all directions. Clink. 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 Iron Bull looked down and saw one of the iron studs rolled by his feet. He looked up only to come face to face with three kunai flying toward him. His instincts screamed as he dodged away, and yet, one of the kunai embedded itself into his shoulder. His heart drummed as he smelled blood. Iron Bull reached up to his shoulder and pulled the kunai with a grunt. Moo! Sang the brat as he kicked the broken tetsubo towards him. Iron Bull breathed in a shaky sigh and growled with hatred bubbling in his eyes, I'm going to kill you. Under an enraged haze, he rushed towards Scars and picked up his broken tetsubo. On the way the outer wood might have been splintered, but the iron core was still intact. Splintered wood would dig into the flesh and he wanted it to hurt. Scars ran towards him with a kunai in each hand, and the two met in a metal clash. Iron Bull swung the war club for Scars to stab a kunai in the wood and pushed it away while the second kunai flew for his head. Iron Bull turned his head away to dodge the kunai and, with bared teeth, slammed his head into Scars. The boy reeled back, and Iron Bull swung the tetsubo with his good hand, sending the boy flying. Scars ragdolled across the arena, feeling the splinters of wood digging deeper into his flesh, and shook his head to stabilize his vision only to see Iron Bull's tetsubo coming down for his head. He jumped back, and his eyes glanced at the ground for a moment. Iron Bull pulled the war club up to swing it again, feeling the pain from his injured shoulder, when he noticed Scars pulling senbon out of his pouch. He flexed his muscles and angled the tetsubo just before they could pierce his neck. It was then he heard, you need to rely less on that club and learn how to dodge. The ground beneath Scars cracked and exploded as he all but teleported into range with a cocked arm with bulging veins. Iron Bull moved the arm with the injured wrist in the way of the body shot. Crack. Before the pain could even hit, Iron Bull knew that the bone in his arm had shattered. One thought passed through his mind: chakra augmentation. A guttural and deep cry escaped Iron Bull that was immediately cut off as crack. Scars' other fist dug into Iron Bull's torso, shattering ribs. Iron Bull coughed up blood as his vision blurred, and he began to feel faint. He tried to raise his tetsubo in front of him. His weapon, which had long since ceased to feel heavy in his hands, now felt like it was being sucked into the ground. Scars raised his leg and kicked Iron Bull in the front, sending the larger man flying across the arena. Sango watched from the fighter's tunnel as the metal gates opened, and Takuma walked out with the people slapping the mesh barriers as he walked past them. Most of them didn't look happy. She knew those angry people must have lost their money and feared that they would swarm him if the barriers gave away. She was about to call out to him when she heard footsteps behind her, and her breath caught when she saw a fat man that looked like he was made of tires trod out from the shadow with 2 guards behind him. She recognized him, Tsubura, the ring's boss. Tsubura glanced at her for half a moment before looking away at Takuma with a greasy smile. "Ah, my proud boy, Scars." That was Takuma cut him off the moment he stepped into the tunnel. "So much for balanced opponents, eh, boss?" He spat and stepped close to Tsubura. The 2 guards stepped ahead between Takuma and Tsubura. Takuma continued, "My contract just ended, boss. And if you want me to continue fighting, then you either pay me more or make these fights balanced." Tsubura's smile didn't even twitch as Takuma spewed the heated words. "From what I can see, you're relatively uninjured while Iron Bull is going through a tough time right about now." His smile turned greasier, and his eyes sharpened. "Maybe you're right, the fight was unbalanced. Maybe we should have paired you against a tougher opponent. What do you say, boy?" Takuma glared at Tsubura before walking away with heated steps. Sango followed after him to the medical room, where the moment they entered, Takuma collapsed on the ground. Sango immediately locked the door and rushed to Takuma's side. Other than some bruises and wood splinters cutting into his flesh, Takuma was relatively uninjured. It was his arms. They were trembling aggressively and had turned a worrying red. She looked down at his leg, and even though it was much better, she could see similar signs. Sango, having seen this before, began the healing process with haste. "You idiot," she cursed as she removed his mask to help him breathe better. "Either figure it out already or stop using the augmentation." It was almost every fight where she had to heal bruising, internal bleeding, bones with hairline fractures, or outright muscle tears. He had been using the chakra augmentations for months now, and after healing him so many times, she had realized what exactly Takuma had been doing. She had researched to make her job easier and had found that his ways were primitive. When she tried to make him give up, as she couldn't see it reaching a point where Takuma was envisioning it, he had ignored her advice and kept on using it. I used it 3 times in a row," Takuma acted out. "What? In a row?" Takuma said again as his chest rose up and down. "I haven't been able to do it 3 times in a row." As Sango looked up at Takuma's face, even though it was twitching with pain, there was a gritted smile on his face. She looked down at his arms only to notice that even though it had only been a minute, his arm was already looking stabilized. Chapter 87, "This here is the mission scroll for a mission that will take us out of the village." Iruka held up a deep royal blue scroll in front of a group of 6 geinin who were part of Iruka's geinin roster that he had chosen while working on a C-rank mission as a team leader. Takuma sat among the geinin, gazing at the scroll. In the 2 years he had been in this world, the farthest he had gone was to the rural outskirts of the village and to the nearby wilderness for camping. This mission promised to take him out of the village. The prospect of that interested him greatly. "This is a special mission. As in, another Chunin and I will be leading 2 teams for this mission. Moreover, because of the nature of the patron's request, this mission is classified as a quadruple C-rank mission." Iruka gazed at all 6 geinin, "which means with both teams in charge of 2 C-rank missions, you will be paid twice as much, and your record will reflect another 2 C-rank missions." Takuma peeked at the other geinin, their glimmering eyes and straightened posture showing their interest. "And just like every mission we do, I need a team of 3 geinin. Who I'm going to choose from you 6, said Iruka. Who all is interested? 5 out of 6 hands shot up in an instant. The one person who didn't raise their hand looked nervous, but Iruka didn't question them about it. Instead, Iruka continued, "Great, let's have quick one-on-one chats with everyone right now, and by the end of them, I will have the team decided." But then he looked at Takuma. "You're coming on the mission, Takuma. I'll be choosing the other 2 from the remaining 4. Takuma felt others' eyes on him, but he kept his gaze on Iruka and graciously nodded. "I won't disappoint, sir." No matter how others felt about this sudden decision, he felt great about it. "Before we start, may I have a word with you?" Iruka said to Takuma. They walked to the roof's edge, where Iruka leaned his back against the rails as he spoke. "I hope you understand why I chose you like this," Takuma said. "I've been on all but one C-rank mission you have floated for us. That one mission was Iruka trying out a different combination. I don't see why this mission would be any different." None of the others have been on nearly as many missions as Takuma had been with Iruka. Iruka smiled. "You've been effective and efficient in all the missions we have done together. I would be foolish if I didn't select you for every mission. And now that you're selected, I want you to pick the other 2. Give me a reason, and I'll take it into consideration. Face them while you tell me." Takuma quirked a brow. "Do you want them to hear me, sir?" "I want them to know that we are talking about them. If they could hear us, good for them." "How would you do it?" Interesting, Takuma thought as he, too, leaned his back against the railings and faced the other genin. I would read the lips, replied Takuma. He had been developing his sense of hearing for water style, hiding in mist jutsu, but his training involved picking up faint noises, the direction, and speed for locating them, not precise words and inflections. I didn't know you could lip read. I can't do that. That's good to know, said Iruka, surprised and impressed. He didn't have lip reading on his resume, list of skills, that he had shown to Iruka when they had met, as he didn't have sufficient accuracy. The process of learning how to lip read had been interesting. He got to know that only around 30% of the language was noticeable through sight. Too many words and syllables were so similar that one couldn't tell them by lip reading alone. The words weren't so simple, and tics, mumbling, accents, and mouth covering made straight reading near impossible. Much of lip reading was an observation of visual clues, context, and a healthy dash of guesswork. For the last year, he had watched people's facial clues like tugging of the lips, movement of the brows, creases around the edges of the eyes, head movement, and their gaze, and the nuances and subtleties of body language such as their arms' locations, the position of their shoulder and hips, strong or slouching postures, and distance between people to better understand people from a distance when he couldn't hear them. What's the mission? Takuma asked. First, if he was to make a recommendation, he needed to know the specifics. Eradication of bandits terrorizing a village in the Land of Frost, said Iruka. Takuma was about to say something when Iruka continued, but that's a front. The main mission is information trade with hidden Frost Village shinobi. Takuma quirked his brow. An information trade, just the sound of the mission intrigued him, and that too with another village's shinobi. He glanced at the genin, who were either sneaking glances or directly looking at them. Yumeko and Dai, he said. Why? Dai knows how to follow orders, and I trust him to do his job. Yumeko is a great listener, and she collates on-point plans, which makes cooperation very comfortable. What about Ikamaru? Takuma matched eyes with Ikamaru, a genin who was only a couple of years older than Takuma, and clicked his tongue as he shook his head. He is result-oriented and tries to lead, but he isn't willing to listen. And I personally don't like working with the fucking prick. Ikamaru had his arms crossed and furrowed brows, but from the looks of it, he didn't look like he heard what Takuma said. Strong words, said Iruka, unexpected from you. Takuma shrugged. I was trained to work with anyone. Murabashi had been adamant about flexibility as an important trait for a shinobi, but if I can influence the team structure, I will choose Dai and Yumeko. I work well with them. Anything else? Asked Iruka. Takuma shook his head. Good. Iruka stepped away from the railings. Now, wave them all goodbye and get out of there. I don't want them to talk to you about what we discussed here. Takuma peered at his Chunin team lead, surprised. Today's Iruka was different. The Iruka he knew was a straight arrow, which Takuma found refreshing because a lot of people he talked to these days were all devious bastards, but the young Chunin had a faint glimmer of trickery behind his eyes. As you wish, sir. Takuma waved at the rest of the Iruka roster before falling backward over the roof railing and disappearing into the streets away from everyone's view. Shisui flickered onto the top of 4th Hokage's monument on the Hokage rock, landing on one of the 4th Hokage's hair spikes, and immediately stilled on the spot to let the Anbu guards hidden all around him take his presence in and relax so they wouldn't jump at him. Lord Hokage, he knelt down and announced his presence. The 3rd Hokage, Saratobe Hiruzen, gazed down at the village as it was being bathed by the red light from the sun falling from the sky. The 4th stood right here that night, facing the Nine-Tails attack, all alone. If that day he had let that ball of vicious hatred hit, we would have lost many more lives than we already lost, said Hiruzen. He died saving the village that I had spent my entire life protecting. To this day, I regret that he died and an old man like me somehow continued to live. Shisui continued to kneel as he silently listened. He remembered the day Nine-Tail had descended upon the village as if it were yesterday. The uncontrolled palpitations of his heart as he felt the heavy raw and pure hatred bearing down on everyone and everything in the air were forever etched into his mind. Hiruzen breathed deeply. The conversation with Fugaku didn't go well. Shisui pursed his lips. Everyone across the village knew that the Hokage met with the Uchiha clan head today. He wasn't part of that meeting, but he did participate in the clan meeting that happened afterward. The sentiment was shared by the Uchiha clan. The only thing the Uchiha had been remotely pleased about was that the Hokage had promised the Leaf military police force an infusion of shinobi that would solely be controlled by the police force and thus controlled by the Uchiha. Did that mean that there was no choice but to do something extreme? Lord Third, this village has taken so much from me. Hiruzen's words shocked Shisui. This village robbed my mother's husband away from her. It made my wife wait uncountable nights all alone, worrying about her husband when he should have been with her. It stole away precious time that my children deserved with their father as they grew up. It took my wife from me. It took my sensei away from me. It took so many of my friends away. Because of this village, my youngest doesn't talk to me anymore. This village. I have given my life to this village. Some days I wonder if all of it was worth it, and yet, for some reason, I love this village more than most things in my life. Hiruzen paused to take a breath. I will not see this village fall on my watch. I will protect this village until my dying breath. He turned to Shisui, and the Uchiha clan is part of this village, Shisui. Today might not have gone well, but worry not, I will do everything in my power to keep this village intact and the will of fire burning strong, even if it's the last thing I do. So, do not worry, Shisui, we will find a way. Shisui stared up at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't remember the last time he had seen the man not in the traditional Hokage attire. Even now, Shisui could tell that the man in front of him, at his age, was ready for battle under that attire. In that moment, he became cognizant of the fact that this man had fought in 3 shinobi wars for the village. He wondered if he could continue to serve the village for such a long time. He didn't have an answer for it. Shisui opened his mouth, wanting to continue what he was trying to say before, but closed it after a thought. He stood up. I'll provide any support from myself to make that come true, Lord Hokage. Please don't hesitate to ask. The man in front of him had spent too long worrying about the village and was still doing it right now. Right now, he would support all efforts towards peace. And, in case everything failed and things didn't improve for the better, I'm going to make peace, even if it means that I have to force it on this village. Chapter 88, seeing it 3 times didn't make Sabura's office and his face any less ugly or gaudy. One would need to be either blind or willfully ignorant to disregard the obnoxious tackiness. At least the chairs are comfortable, Takuma thought as he sat down across from Sabura and placed his mask on the table between them. People are talking about you now. Sabura's mirthful gaze had a flash of amusement in them. Kids are beating bags for other fighters, and an easy-to-palate one-sided beat down for everyone to enjoy. Takuma didn't hide his displeasure. The connotation was clear. They expected him to be a beating bag when he was signed. But look at Scars, the kid with a rookie record that is compared with the greats, as they say. How much was it? 41 to 31? It's great 42 to 30, Takuma interrupted. His record wasn't the cream of the crop, but his record told a promising tale for a rookie. As for the so-called greats, there were many. The ring was an underground fighting scene for Genin, who knew how many of them made it to Chunin. Sabura cackled deeply, and I thought you to be a fool to reject the troop, but it seems to be working for you. Scars with no friends. He comes into the arena, fights, and then leaves. So boring, but gives you a kid like you a particular charm. Takuma was again reminded that the unbearable man in front of him was the ring's boss. You so unexpectedly defeated Iron Bull. It was a great upset and, thus, a brilliant fight. Many eyes will be looking at you now, and I'm sure it will bring similar offers as that of the troop, but if you rejected the troop, I don't see you accepting others. Troop was one of the oldest and most successful crews in the ring. For many, rejecting them was a fool's choice. My contract is officially over, Takuma swerved the conversation to the point. He didn't want to make small talk with Sabura. Let's talk business then. Sabura wrapped his meaty, gold-ringed fingers on the table. Looking at your performance, I say that the standard second contract will do good. It'll increase your payout per fight, but for it, you'll have to commit for an entire year, and I'll have you stay in the weapons category as you're doing well in it. I want to move into the ninjutsu category, Takuma said. I can't give you that, Sabura rejected promptly. You have to be in the ring for a certain amount of time and build a reputation worthy enough to be in the ninjutsu category. The ninjutsu category was the ring's most prestigious category. It was the place where the top talents gathered. The shinobi fighters could use their complete skill set during the fights in the ninjutsu category. It was also the category with the most spectacle and, thus, the fights that the audience was most interested in watching. And for Takuma, most importantly, the ninjutsu category paid by far the most. Takuma said, I'm not asking to join immediately. He knew he wasn't ready for the ninjutsu category because Ring's ninjutsu category had special rules. 2 of those special rules that concerned Takuma were, no ganjutsu and no jutsu that obstructed the audience's view. The no ganjutsu rule was because it made the fights boring for the audience. Similarly, jutsu that obstructed the audience's view made watching unfeasible. Those 2 rules eliminated 2 of Takuma's D-rank jutsu: ganjutsu, mist servant jutsu, and water style, hidden mist jutsu. Without water style, hidden mist jutsu, earth style, earth tremor sense jutsu was mostly useless. Lightning style, shock was his weakest jutsu, something he wasn't proficient in. His only offensive jutsu being his weakest wasn't optimal at all, leaving him with one good option in the form of earth style, earth dome. I want you to give me a chance at the ninjutsu category at the 6-month mark, said Takuma. He wasn't ready now, but he could be in 6 months. Sabura's fingers rapped on the table again. The sound of gold hitting wood echoed in the room. "What will you give me for it?" asked Sabura. This was a negotiation. If Takuma wanted something, he needed to give something back. 5 fights every 2 weeks, said Takuma. The 3 fights per week contract was exploitative. It made a ring fighter's life tough with injuries and time management, which was why the fighters reduced the number of fights to 2 fights per week during the second contract. Takuma was offering 26 more fights in the 1-year commitment that Sabura was asking of him. Not enough, Sabura said. I'll participate in the 2v1 category. Takuma's words seemed to do the trick as Sabura leaned forward. The 2v1 category was widely unpopular as no fighter was winning, much more difficult with double the opponents. And losing didn't give any mission points or Ryo. So it made no sense for ring fighters to participate, and thus it was close to a dead category. Nothing was to be said about 3v1 and the desolate 4v1 category. 2v1 was yet another type of spectacle, and from what Takuma had gathered, another fighter in the category would be very good for the ring as it would bring in more people to watch, make risky bets, and lose money, and that was his offering. I'll only give you this if the 2v1 fights are a minority, and I mainly participate in the weapons and taijutsu categories, said Takuma. He still wanted to earn mission points, and he wasn't delusional enough to believe that fighting in the 2v1 category wouldn't decrease his winning percentage. Oh, you beautiful child, you have yourself a fabulous deal, Sabura smiled. Here, I raised a glass of cola and gathered the table's attention. A toast to Takuma and his first mission outside the village. The baby bird is finally leaving home. Takuma raised the glass, as did Nanro, Masaaki, and Taro. In celebration of Takuma's upcoming C-rank mission, I threw a party at the trio's house. The house was their meeting location when they didn't want to go out. Taro's home had his parents, and Takuma's was small, and had the product. I'll bring gifts for you children, said Takuma with a smile. So, what's the mission? Asked Taro, picking up a chicken drumstick from the spread. Bandit cleanup in the Land of Frost, said Takuma, piling the food on his plate. Land of Frost is far, isn't it? Nenro asked. And they have their own hidden village. I wonder why the client asked our village. That's right, actually. If you think about it, isn't the hidden cloud a better option for them? Said Taro. Land of Frost shared a border with Land of Lightning, while Land of Fire and Land of Frost had Land of Hot Waters between them. Takuma took out the mission briefing scroll he had been carrying around to read in his free time and tossed it to Nenro. Taro leaned to look at it as well while Nenro opened the scroll. Unlike many B-rank missions, and all A-rank missions, C-rank missions didn't have confidentiality clause attached to them. Information trade? Nenro muttered. Oh, so it's a cover mission for another objective. That's a good mission right there, said Taro. This double-team situation is also interesting. It's neat, right? Grinned Takuma. The mission actually sounded like a shinobi mission. You'll get to meet foreign shinobi as well, said I, who was reading from over Nenro's shoulder. I saw a convoy from the Hidden Sand last month from a distance. Their gear was different from ours, just like it said in the textbooks. Geinin like them didn't get to see foreign shinobi. Any idea what kind of information you're going to trade? Asked Nenro, still reading through the mission scroll. Takuma shook his head. That's the Chunin's business. The Geinin are on a need-talk-no basis. And I'm not curious, it might be above my pay grade, and I don't want to get into trouble by poking my nose somewhere. His aspirations with the mission were to complete it as smoothly as any other and do some sightseeing on the way. Masaaki, what do you think? Takuma asked Masaaki, who was shoveling food in his mouth. Masaaki looked up and gave a thumbs up. You get to beat up some bandits, nice. Takuma shook his head. Of course, that was what interested Masaaki the most. Looks like you got a nice Chunin to serve under, said Taro. Takuma nodded in deep agreement. As a team leader and mission provider, Iruka was a great option. He glanced at Nenro, who had told them that he was working under 3 Chunin as all of them had too big of rosters and couldn't provide C-rank missions on a consistent basis. As such, Nenro had to get them from multiple sources. The fact that Takuma didn't have to seek another Chunin showed how well he and Iruka worked together. I'm lucky to have come into contact with a new Chunin, said Takuma. Iruka had only been a Chunin as long as Takuma had been a Geinin. I was literally the first addition to his roster. Things could have gone differently if he had been more experienced and had an established roster. I said, don't cut yourself short like that. Fortune favors the prepared. You got a chance, and you grabbed it. Give yourself some credit. Don't you think so, Nenro? Huh, what? Nenro looked up from the mission scroll. A young Chunin is a great find. Amano Iruka, was it? He isn't from a clan, correct? His parents were shinobi, but he doesn't come from a clan, answered Takuma. Parents that had died in the Nine-Tail attack. You were really fortunate then. If he had been from a clan, the roster would have been his clanmates. 4 of the Chunin I know solely work with their clanmates, Nenro sighed. Don't worry, guys, when I make Chunin, you all will be on my roster, said Masaaki, raising a drumstick. Cheers to that, Takuma raised his glass. Takuma turned onto the street to arrive at the decided meeting place and saw a group of people already there. He saw Iruka, Yumiko, and Dai, along with 4 others. He was on time, but it seemed he was the last one to arrive. Good morning, he greeted as he joined his fellow Geinin. Let's do a basic introduction before we leave, Iruka struck a conversation. We will have a lot of time to get to know each other on the way. Iruka started, and his Geinin followed. As they were introducing themselves, Takuma noticed a flash of displeasure in the other Chunin's eyes. It was barely noticeable, but he was able to clock it. It made him wonder if they did something wrong. Shimura Raiden, said the other Chunin. The man had shaggy black hair and a resting mean face. He didn't wear a standard uniform and was instead dressed in a black muscle shirt, baggy gray pants, and a set of matching wrist guards. A clan Chunin, thought Takuma, and looked at the Geinin to see if they bore a physical resemblance to the man, but they looked different. Izuno, said the girl who looked like a live cat with pale skin and dark hair. Takuma recognized the clan's name. Izuno was a low-level clan in the Leaf Village that practiced a special form of taijutsu. Onikuma Yuko, said the next girl. She was a brunette tomboy with green eyes. Takuma was surprised. The Onikuma clan practiced a hidden jutsu that was said to give them a tremendous boost in physical capabilities. He didn't know the exact details as he had never witnessed it. Aburame Susumu, said the final Geinin. Takuma didn't need the name to recognize that the guy in front of him was an Aburame because every single person from that clan wore some sort of eyewear. All of them are clan shinobi, thought Takuma. Chapter 89, the dual team of 8 shinobi made their way through the trade roads, and with no civilian in their company, they traveled at speeds comparable to that of galloping horses. The green scenery of the open domains of a land of fire made for a calming sight as they moved forward on their journey to cross one country into another for the purpose of the mission. Iruka looked at his team of 3 that ran in front of him. They maintained the 3-point formation with Dai in the front and center, Takuma in the middle and left, and Yumiko in the back and right. He glanced at Raiden's team to the side. Unlike him, Raiden was at the head of the formation, with his team following him in the reverse triangular formation. Even though it hadn't been long since they had started their journey, neither team had broached any conversation with the other. Inter-team communication was vital in multi-team missions such as the one they were currently on for building synergy and cooperation. The silence between the 2 teams wasn't ideal. And it wasn't as though they were unknowing greenhorns. Dai had been a shinobi longer than him, Yumiko had 3 years under her belt, and Raiden's team was from the same batch and had 2 years of shinobi experience. Only Takuma, the youngest, had a single year as a shinobi, but he expected more from the mature youngster. Should I open up a conversation? Iruka decided he would do so if they didn't break the ice before long. An opportunity for discussion came soon when they arrived at a crossroads. Raiden shot him a look, and Iruka nodded in understanding and stepped back, letting the Geinin take care of the situation. Their job was to guide the Geinin but also observe how they conducted themselves during this mission. We leave NC-44. Get on NC-13, and take it until we are on NC-48, which we take to its end, and then get on NC-67 to the border, said Izuno, her tone showing confidence in herself being right. That's adding a day of needless travel, Yumiko shook her head. NC-44 goes deep into the east. It would be better to follow it and then take the secondary routes all the way to NC-67, which will take us to the border as you said. I calculated the distance, we aren't wasting any time as you're suggesting, Aya narrowed her cat-like eyes. So did I, and I find it to be the optimal route, Yumiko shot back. The general practice for missions that required extensive travel was to plan the routes before they left the village. Even now, Iruka had the preferred travel route prepared, but they hadn't shared it with the Geinin. Moreover, none had asked for it from their own side. Just when it seemed an argument was about to break between the teams, Takuma spoke up. We continue on NC-44 for 36 hours until we reach the Lake town and then use NC-21 as a connection to NC-67 to the border. Everyone's eyes turned to Takuma, squatting in front of a map with a piece of creased paper in his hand. Iruka stepped closer and gazed at the map and paper in Takuma's hand. The map was exceptionally well made and looked more expensive than the one he owned. As for the piece of paper, it seemed to be an itinerary. The route that Takuma had planned was different from what he and Raiden had planned. Iruka looked at Raiden to find the other Chunin standing near Takuma, frowning down at the map and itinerary. Why would you take NC-21? That doesn't make any sense, Aya disagreed wholeheartedly. If we divide the travel into 3 legs. In the first leg, we travel for a day and a half and reach the Lake town. In the second leg, we travel non-stop, exit the country, Travel across the land of hot water, and enter the land of frost in one go. We take a rest in the land of frost before reaching our destination. Takuma traced his finger over NC-44 until he reached a point on the map. Our travel budget is limited. What travel budget? Asked Onikama Yuko, surprised. It's on the mission briefing scroll, said Takuma nonchalantly. As I said, we have a limited travel budget, so we must use our funds prudently. Mia Lake Town has a military garrison that would provide us with free food and lodging as we rest. I've no problem camping outside, but sleeping on a proper bed would be better for everyone. We can use the budget for lodgings in the land of frost and simultaneously inquire about the best route to our destination. After that, I'm sure the client would be more than happy to provide food and a place to sleep when we arrive at the destination. Iruka hid a smile. He was impressed and proud that Takuma had considered the mission budget while planning the route and that he had found a place that would be able to provide them with free food and lodging. He looked at Raiden, who nodded, although grudgingly. Iruka sighed. Given Raiden's reputation, Iruka wouldn't have worked with the man, but he had gotten the mission through his teacher's recommendation. He was still new and couldn't be picky about things. We will follow Takuma's route, Iruka announced. Ai and Yuko looked to Raiden, who grunted in acceptance. They didn't look pleased as for Aburame Susumu. Iruka could never tell what an Aburame was thinking. Iruka turned to Takuma and found him staring briefly at the other Raiden and his team before turning away. Among land mammals, humans were known for their sheer endurance. The reason humans could dominate when so many more powerful and vicious species equipped with killing weapons roamed the lands was due to that endurance. Humans could run for hours while using relatively small amounts of energy, while others got tired far before. The sweat glands and lack of fur on their bodies allowed humans to keep a cool body temperature while exerting effort. As a species, they would chase down their prey until it got tired and strike at the opportune time for victory. When that same species was introduced to chakra, it elevated that endurance to another level. Shinobi were faster than horses and more tenacious than camels, and while they also used other transportation methods when the need arose, their own two legs were the best and most reliable mode of transportation. I can see the town, Dai announced from the front. Takuma breathed out deeply. They had been on the road for 37 hours, and he felt that it was high time that he made love with a bed. His body could have gone for a couple more hours, but his mind was calling for a shut-eye. The first leg of the journey had gone swiftly with no problems. Apart from the land of Earth, which was ridiculously rich in natural mineral reserves, the land of Fire was the second most prosperous nation on the continent due to the vast arable lands. The National Corridor, NC, system laid across the country was a reason and an outcome of that wealth, connecting the country with properly established trade routes. The well-documented corridors were the reason why Takuma was able to accurately estimate the travel time. They had only taken an hour longer than it was supposed to. If he were to point out a problem, it would be Shimura Raiden. The man had made not one but several veiled remarks about him, Dai, and Yumiko whenever they had stopped along the way, while he had said nothing about his own team taking such breaks. Iruka hadn't retaliated, but he had sharply asked Raiden to mind his tongue. Mia Lake Town started out as a military rest base in the Second Shinobi War and was then turned into a waterfront town after the war ended. Nowadays, it was used as a rest stop for merchants and trade caravans because of its strategic location near a national corridor. Tourists visited the town because of recreational fishing and boating in the Mia Lake. Moreover, the military garrison in the town was a sign of safety which made it even more popular for merchants and tourists alike. As Takuma had expected, the garrison welcomed the team with open arms. The presence of two Chunin carried weight in the Land of Fire, especially when they were posted in a hidden leaf village, and the sole Chunin in charge of the garrison was very inviting and had extended his warm hospitality. That was good food right there, Yumiko said, stretching her hand above her head as they headed to bed. Dai nodded as he burped behind his hand. The seafood was really fresh, said Takuma, satisfied. The food had a different savor than what he had tasted in the leaf village. It was a nice change of pace. Unfortunately for them, they would be leaving before the sun rose the next day. They entered the room appointed to them. The garrison had appointed a shared room with bunk beds to gain in while the Chunin were given their own rooms. Raiden's team was already there, and the moment they entered, the room's vibe turned awkward. 6 of them had been in close vicinity for the past day and a half, even if it was spent in transit, but except for the little argument that had happened, they had barely spoken to each other. They hadn't shared resources, not even a strip of beef jerky had left one team to another. Takuma decided they needed to breach the awkwardness so the coming week won't go the same. This is my first time out of the village. What about you guys? Takuma asked after climbing his bunk and dangling his legs off the edge. He watched as Susumu walked past by not uttering a word. He shrugged and looked at the girls, who were busy making their beds. I haven't been outside the village, Yumiko said when Ai and Yuko didn't reply. It's exciting, isn't it? So many sights to see, places to explore. I wonder what the land of hot waters and land of frost will be like. I packed warm clothes for the land of frost. Dai also spoke in his deep voice, a few times. This time will be my first time outside the country. PFFT. Takuma turned to see that it was Yuko who had stifled her laughter. Ai was smiling widely as well. Oh, do you have something funny you'd like to share? Takuma asked, his expression friendly but inside, he knew they were laughing at him. It's nothing, Yuko waved her hand. Ai turned her head away. Wow, you guys are boring, Takuma drawled, all the friendliness draining away from his voice and face. Yuko and Ai looked up at Takuma and saw his apathetic impression, and as Takuma was sitting at a height, it looked like he was looking down at them. Yuko frowned. It seemed she didn't enjoy Takuma's expression. Alright, I will tell you. I found it hilarious that your friends had to step in to save you from embarrassment from getting ignored. Takuma slowly shrugged. I mean, that's what friends are for. What else were they supposed to do when I was talking to exceedingly uninteresting people like you? And it wasn't embarrassing for me. You should be ashamed of yourselves for not being able to hold a simple conversation. Yuko's frown sharpened, and even Ai stepped up as well. You're trying to pick a fight here? Ai asked. Takuma jumped down from his bed. I mean, we did radio silence for more than a day, and then you laughed at me when I tried to extend a friendly hand here. I'm not going to apologize for taking offense when my good intentions are giggled away by a bunch of simpletons. In the late hours of the evening, the two teams from the Leaf Village, who were supposed to be cooperating for a mission, faced off against each other. Chapter 90, Takuma stood off against Raiden's team. He had tried to be friendly and they had laughed it off. It was fine if they didn't want to be friends, he couldn't fault them for not wanting to be chummy, but he couldn't allow them to look down at him and his team. If they were going to be working together, a dynamic had to be established and his team wasn't going to be the bitch in that dynamic. You should hold that tongue, it'll get you in trouble. Nakama Yuko, the tomboy, narrowed her eyes and stepped forward. I won't get in trouble. At least not here, said Takuma, unfazed. I doubt that the dense head of yours could differentiate an insult from praise. You're trying to pick a fight with us? Asked Izuno, the girl with cat aesthetics. Not really, Takuma shrugged. I'm just making sure that everything is clear between us. I understand if you guys don't want to have a friendly relationship, but I will not see us disrespected. Ai scoffed, respect has to be earned. Takuma laughed, you guys haven't done shit that would make me value your respect. Just keep that attitude of yours to the side and we will be good. Capic. What will you do if we don't do that? Yuko cracked her knuckles. Takuma flicked his wrist and a kunai slid out of his sleeve. He raised his hand and pointed the blade towards her face. If we're going to fight, then let's do it here because at least they would be able to fix the damage before we leave. I don't think you'd like to be opened up on the road. I haven't hunted a bear yet, I don't mind changing that during this outing. Yuka's eyes widened threateningly. Oh, you won't be able to touch me without getting your bones crushed. I doubt that very much, Takuma Stone was taunting. Takuma, enough. Dai put a hand on Takuma's shoulder. Takuma glanced back at his teammates and then glared at Yuko and Dai for a moment before replacing the kunai back into the hidden mechanism. He didn't forget to shoot a look at Aburame Susumu before turning back to his bed. The Aburame was observing but didn't say a word, so Takuma didn't know what exactly he was thinking, and assumed that Susumu would stand by his team. Raiden's team didn't fan the flame and all 6 Genin returned to bed soon after. Next day, early in the morning, just as the sun was coming up, Takuma was eating porridge in the garrison's mess. The night had passed peacefully without any surprise attacks during sleep. He had checked his body to ensure the bug boy hadn't done something unsightly with the insects that he grew in his body. He glanced at Yuko and Susumu sitting on a different table. The relationships between the two teams had deteriorated and was worse than when they had started off, but Takuma was satisfied because their team had put a firm front. Takuma turned to his team. I'm sorry if you two felt that yesterday went too far. I had no intention to pick a fight with them, but they were looking down on us, he said. He didn't feel particularly apologetic about what he did, but he made a decision on behalf of the team without consulting them. He owed them an apology. What's done is done, there's no use fighting about spilt milk, Yumiko commented softly. What we must do now is to not let this escalate into a needless tension that hinders a mission. Takuma nodded. Shimura Raiden looks down on civilian-born shinobi. Dai's baritone voice reached their ears. You knew Raiden before this? Takuma asked the second oldest member among both teams, save Raiden. Dai nodded. We kept an eye out for Chunin. Just as they scouted us, we took note of them in case opportunity arose for us to be part of their rotations. When Raiden became a Chunin, he immediately attracted the attention of Genin wanting to be on his team. Did Dai target Hiruko because he was a new Chunin? Thought Takuma. As Chunin were on a lookout for Genin, the same went the other way round. some of my friends and I tried to get into his rotation. All of them got rejected. Dai glanced at Hueco and Susumu, and every one of them, myself included, were civilian-born shinobi. Did he say that to your face? Yumiko frowned. Dai shook his head. No, we didn't know it back then. We thought he didn't consider us suitable, and moved on. Rejections are more common after all. It was some time when Raiden had established rotation did I notice every one of them were from clans. A silence fell between the three. They were all civilian-born shinobi and were well aware of the rooted class prejudice against civilian shinobi by those from clans. They were looked down on because of lack of pedigree. Like any discrimination, it was done behind closed doors, outside of the public eye, but when one really looked, it was everywhere. Of course, not everyone was like that. The Akimiki clan taking Masaaki under their wing showed that at least some people in the Akimiki clan valued people for their skill and potential instead of their ancestry. So, that's why he was so put off, murmured Takuma. During the travel, Raiden didn't look particularly chipper. He must have not liked working with civilian-born shinobi. Just then, Raiden came into the mess hall followed by Aya. Raiden's black muscle shirt-clad body and the perpetual mean face made him look threatening as he walked past his team and stood over them. I heard you had some choice words for my team yesterday. Raiden's black eyes glowered down at Takuma. Takuma glanced at Aya, who had a flash of superiority in her eye. He felt it bubble inside him, the urge to lash out and lay out some nasty words about complaining to Daddy, but he held the urge, even though his tongue was begging to let his thoughts out. Look at me when I'm talking, Raiden commanded. Did your parents not teach you basic manners? Why do I even need to ask? Of course, they didn't. There was a knowing tone in Raiden's voice that screamed that he was looking down at him without outright saying it. Takuma didn't know what to say. Unlike Raiden's team, Raiden was a Chunin, and he couldn't talk back to a higher-ranking shinobi. Apologize to my team, all of you, Raiden said not only to Takuma but Yumiko and Dai as well. Make it genuine and bow deeply. Fortunately, Takuma didn't need to talk back. I don't think so. Iruka walked into the mess and had a crease between his brows. If you have a problem with them, come to me, and I'll do the needful. You don't get to order my Gainian, Raiden. Raiden narrowed his eyes at Iruka and shot a glare at Takuma, Yamiko, and Dai before walking away to his team. Iruka walked away to the food line and made himself a plate before sitting down with the team. Any of you mind telling me what happened? He asked. Takuma recalled the events for Iruka, who stayed silent and didn't touch his food until Takuma was done. You were rash, said Iruka after listening. And while I don't agree with the way you did it, you were right to stand up for your team. His tone was serious. However, from now on, we don't pick fights with them. If they provoke you, report to me, and I'll take it up with Raiden. Do you think he'll punish them? Takuma asked. He doubted that Raiden would find fault in his Gainian. He's overly biased to clan shinobi. I don't think he would punish them for use. He made sure to keep his low to a whisper so that it won't be picked up by the other table. I won't deny that he's partial to clan shinobi, but Raiden is still a Chunin with a great track record. Shimura shinobi are drilled with operational priority, and Raiden embodies those teachings. If something interferes with the completion of the mission, he'll address it regardless of his personal views. At the bottom line, you can't trust him to do what's required, said Iruka. Takuma was skeptical if that was true, but he didn't have any points to argue. He took Iruka's word and was comforted in the fact that Iruka was in his corner. Right after the breakfast, the teams left Mia Lake Garrison and continued their journey. They entered the land of hot waters that sat between the land of fire and land of frost. The mission didn't warrant it, so they entered through official channels without deception. Takuma exited the small questioning room with a sigh. Do they always spend this much time at the border? He asked Iruka. He had been outright interrogated and the experience reminded of customs at airports. Get used to it. Inter-country travel will always be like this for shinobi with very few exceptions. Always make sure to have all the correct papers because they will turn you back if you are missing even one thing, Iruka said, seemingly not bothered. Takuma sighed. He guessed that was to be expected. Letting a foreign shinobi into the country even if Land of Hot Waters was allied with Land of Fire was a national security risk. He got it, but it didn't make it any less annoying. To think we would need to do this a couple more times, Takuma groaned. Land of Frost was as the name suggested. It was a cold country with temperatures in the single digits all year round. After living in the hot Hidden Leaf for 2 years, Takuma felt the effects of the cold seep into his bones, making him thankful for packing a warmer set of clothes. This is it, said Iruka as they stood a distance away from the fenced village, hidden in the bushes. A wooden board stood in front of a fenced village entrance that said, Sheuka Village. Even though the true mission was the information exchange between Hidden Frost Village and them, the bandit clearing mission was still very real and their responsibility. It was their cover, the sole reason they were in the Land of Frost. They had to do to maintain that cover. Before they could make the information exchange, they had to complete this before moving on. Takuma recalled the mission briefing. The situation in the Hueco village was interesting as the common modus operandi was to hit places they could profit from, and then quickly move on before any authority could touch them. Bandits gangs were always on the move to ensure they weren't caught. The bandit gang in Hueco had taken root in the village, which made them different. According to the client, it was the villagers who had invited the bandits into the village to protect them from the increased bandit activity that had popped up in the area. The bandit gang had accepted the proposition and agreed to provide protection in exchange for money. It worked out well for them as the bandits did as they promised and kept the other danger away, and peace was achieved. Alas, good things always came to an end. Hidden Frost launched a wide-scale cleanup around the area. Because the bandits had protected the village, the villagers hid the bandits from the shinobi by integrating them into the village as common folks while the cleanup was going on. The problem? The bandits never left. They stayed in the village and what had been a mutual agreement turned into extortion. The villagers weren't able to oppose them because of fear, but they also couldn't take it silently as the bandit gang's greed grew and their demands grew more. So, they contacted shinobi to take care of the stuff. "Let's clear this up quickly," said Raiden. "Collect information and meet back here in an hour. Disperse." And within a second, the shinobi disappeared. Chapter 91, Sneaking into a small village was in many ways more challenging than sneaking into a larger settlement like Mia Lake Town with a walking patrol and shinobi guards. Because of the village's size, the community was close-knit where everyone knew everyone, which made blending into the crowd impossible as the chances of getting recognized were 100%. Even the use of transformation jutsu to disguise as a resident wasn't feasible if someone called out for a conversation. In such a case, the only way to gather intel without having an inside man was to not be seen at all. Takuma stood in the shadow of two buildings, looking at a group of people sitting around a table outside on the tavern's porch, drinking booze in the middle of the day, having a loud and rowdy conversation. The people passing by kept their eyes straight ahead without sparing a glance at the group, not even when they blew up in loud laughter. Humans didn't work like that. Unexpected sounds and sights attracted attention, even if it was for a split second. Every person walked past the tavern like they had stiff necks. It was clear they were consciously not looking at the people. There was a scent of fear in the air. The group looked like any other resident, but Takuma could tell from that observation that they were special in some way, and with the knowledge about the bandit presence in the village, he was sure they were the bandits. He noted their faces and stealthily made his way to a spot where he could pick up their voices. "I like the priest's daughter better." "Bullshit, you can't compare her to the blacksmith's wife. She curves just at the right places. I bet she's a dead lay." It did take actual experience to convince me. And who knows, the blacksmith might not be able to pay up and compensate in other ways. Takuma had no interest in their perverse conversations, but he made a mental note to make it painful for these guys when the hunt started. A short jockey arrived on the street, trotting on his horse. Takuma stepped deeper into the shadow as the horse neighed and stopped in front of the tavern. The man spoke to the group. "The boss wants to see the protection fees gathered in the office. Be there on the dot at 5 in the evening. No delays." Takuma's eyes shined. That was usable information. As the horse trotted away, Takuma thought to follow it, but a peek at his strokeless wristwatch told him it was time to regroup. He followed the horse with his eyes for a moment before disappearing from his hiding spot. When Takuma arrived, everyone but Aburame Susumu was present. He silently stood by his team without needing to be told would start when the final member came. However, time passed, but Susumu didn't come back. "Should we go take a look?" Iruka asked Raiden. Raiden took out a small glass vial the size of half a thumb from his person. Inside the transparent vial was a small bug that Raiden released. The bug spread its wings, fluttered above their heads, and flew around in circles for a few seconds before buzzing down back into the vial. "He's not in danger," said Raiden, putting the vial back into his pouch. "Let's discuss without him." Iruka nodded. "We will go first. The report holds true. The bandits have taken over the village. They're armed with weapons and black powder. I couldn't spot any shinobi presence among them, but we can't discount the possibility. Don't let your guard down." Iruka continued to give more details about the bandits. "They're planning to meet 5 in the evening to pool the protection fees they extort from the villagers," Takuma said after Iruka was done. "From the horse rider?" Raiden commented. It seemed he had also spotted the man going around the town. Takuma nodded. "He said they'll be meeting at the office. I don't know where that place might be. However, it won't be a problem. We can follow the identified bandits to the location." Most of the time, the information provided for C-rank missions was scarce. It could be because the representative that talked with the clients didn't bother to collect extensive information, or the client themselves didn't volunteer a lot of information. The number of C-rank missions that were accepted through the channels every day was large enough that the representative and client couldn't sit down for hours to discuss everything. as C-rank missions held a very low chance of mortal danger to shinobi, extensive information collection wasn't given weight, nor was it economically feasible. In most cases, the responsibility to collect information fell on shinobi on the field, who could rely on their judgment to pursue specific avenues they deemed necessary. Takuma finished his report by listing the bandits he had spotted. As the others were giving their input, Susumu returned. "I hope you have a good reason to be late." Raiden narrowed his eyes at his genin. The Aburame nodded. 31 bandits in total. 5 are currently outside the village, in the woods, hunting. They're going to meet at the village's community hall in the north around 5 in the evening. None of them will chakra. We can strike when they all gather. Takuma peered at Susumu. The Aburame had overshadowed all of them in terms of the importance of information. He had told them the number of targets, how many were currently in the village, the meeting place, and that none of the bandits had experience with chakra. Takuma's eyes swept over Susumu's body, knowing that all of that information was collected through insects and bugs that Susumu was festering inside his body. While he didn't wish to house insects inside his body, he couldn't help but feel envy at the ability they granted Susumu. He would have never been able to figure out if any of the bandits had experience with chakra if he didn't see them use it. He also didn't have a method to track 31 people in real time. "Rest for now. We start when they're all in one place," said Raiden to all. Shimura Raiden faced his team as they made preparations for going against the bandits. 6 genin were more than enough to take care of 31 civilians, even if they were martially skilled. And he and Iruka were there, so the bandits stood no chance. But neither he nor Iruka were going to lift a finger. They were here to observe. He glanced at Susumu, who stared at an insect on top of his finger. Raiden was more than satisfied with Susumu's performance till now. He followed orders without complaints, held substantial insight, and produced exceptional results, a perfect template for a shinobi. His Aburame clan background and clan jutsu only elevated him. Even if Susumu's father hadn't asked him to take him under his guidance, Raiden would have gladly taken him into his team. The child was a great find. He turned towards the girls. Yuko and Daya. He had been working with them for over 6 months when their parents had requested him to take them under their wings. On Ikuma and Izuno they couldn't hold a torch to Shimura or Aburame, but they were still proper leaf clans. He had worked with their shinobi and had found them satisfactory for their station. Yuko and Daya were like what one would expect teenage girls to be, overly concerned with how they looked and dressed, needlessly stressed about not fitting in, childish romance, and all other things that came with that age. He wished they would conduct themselves with more maturity and dignity, but he had worked with plenty of teenagers to know that was a tall ask. As long as they were competent shinobi, he could overlook their other flaws which they were steadily working towards. He was satisfied with that. Raiden turned his attention to the other team. Umino Iruka. A chunin at 16, an achievement that not many shinobi achieved. That and the fact that Iruka's parents were shinobi was the only reason he had agreed to work with a younger chunin when the recommendation came in. But Iruka had disregarded every suggestion he had so generously given him about his team for the mission. He furrowed his brow at what Iruka called his team. Dai, Yumiko, and Takuma. He couldn't see why Iruka had chosen them. They were undisciplined enough to fight with the other team. Raiden had presented him with suitable candidates. And he still chose these lackluster individuals. Raiden shook his head in disappointment. All of them are inside. The insect on Susumu's finger now flew around his outstretched finger. Good, Raiden nodded. We have to leave tomorrow early in the morning. I want you to be well rested, so get this over swiftly and cleanly. Yes, sir. Iruka addressed his team, and with that, the 6 genin moved toward the community. Raiden looked to Iruka, who nodded and headed towards the back door while he walked in through the front door. The building that the village called a community hall was a 1-story building smaller than his family compound. It was just one big room with pillars bearing the roof's weight. Inside the hall, the bandits stood around with 2 men sitting behind a table with stacks of ryo piled upon them. One of the 2 men was cursing the man standing in front of the table, who had his head bowed down, taking it in. You can't even do simple things. Useless. Fuck out of my sight. Raiden couldn't see any sympathy in the eyes of the other men. On the contrary, they even looked to be enjoying the scene of seeing their comrade getting chewed out. Undisciplined swine, all of them, thought Raiden as he closed the door behind him. It was then the man who had been cursing noticed Raiden. Who the fuck are you? He yelled. Raiden had no reason to answer the rude question, so he crossed his arms and stood there silently and observed the men to conceive the plan on how to clear them out as fast as possible, even though he wasn't the one who was going to do that. 3 men nearest to Raiden drew their swords and dagger as they approached him, but before they could touch him, each found a kunai sticking out from a part of their body. Raiden frowned when a drop of blood stained his shoe. He looked up as his team descended into the hall. Raiden looked at the man who had been cursing a few moments before, who he guessed was the leader. Raiden saw a flash of understanding pass the eyes as he gawked wide-eyed at his team. Everyone had changed out of their shinobi uniform before exiting the Land of Fire. Walking around another country in the shinobi uniform was inviting trouble, and they didn't want any. But even without the uniform and headband, it was easy to figure they were shinobi. The kunai itself was a weapon that only shinobi used. Shinobi. What followed couldn't even be called a brawl for how one-sided it was. Raiden observed the 6 genin running through 31 grown men like it was child's play, which it was. He followed his students, and they were doing well. They incapacitated swiftly and placed kunai cuts with the precision he expected from them. His eyes also went to Iruka's team, and they were faring as well. It would be embarrassing if they did. Raiden caught Takuma and noticed that out of all of them, he was the only one not using a kunai or any weapon. The boy clobbered the men with his fists. Raiden thought it to be inefficient, but his eyes naturally followed the boy, and he couldn't help but notice that each strike was placed where it would hurt the most without hitting any vitals. The boy was collected as he dodged sword strikes and countered, showing experience in his moves. The leader tried to run out of the back, but Takuma jumped over the table, grabbed the chair the man had been sitting on a few moments before, and threw it for the leader's head, knocking him out before he could escape the hall. It took barely 2 minutes before the fight was over. Good work, Iruka walked inside from the back exit. Tie them up while we inform the villagers. Iruka walked out, and Raiden followed after him. He wanted to ask the boy why he didn't use the kunai, but it didn't matter. Perhaps the boy wasn't fond of kunai. The cover-up mission was over, not they simply just needed to get past the niceties before they got on to the real mission. Chapter 92, Want Help? Takuma asked Yumeko and Dai, who were patching up the men they had slashed. Yumeko looked up from the chest wound she had made at Takuma. How are you done so quickly? She asked. I'm still on my first. Didn't cut them open. Takuma knelt beside Yumeko and began helping her treat the wound. They were leaf shinobi in a foreign land. They had no authority to kill in the Land of Frost. As such, no killing. The cuts that Takuma's teammates had made weren't fatal, and he himself had gone with the unarmed assault because he thought it would be a hassle to treat the bandits. It was more efficient to bruise them until they couldn't move. Yumeko turned her eye to the 5 bandits he had beaten up. They were lying flat on the ground on their belly with their hands and feet tied. What's that? She asked, pointing at the thing of white around the restrained bandits' wrists and ankles. Zip ties, Takuma said after glancing at his bandits. Zip ties? As in what they use in packing? Takuma nodded. They're compact, tough, super hard for a civilian to break if you place them properly, and as much I like ropes and knots, zip ties are so much easier, which was why many police organizations back in his home world had been using zip ties along with traditional handcuffs. Takuma helped Yumeko and Dai patch up their bandits, stripped them of their belongings, and confiscated any and all weapons to ensure they didn't try to plan an escape later on. With 5 fewer people to take care of, they were done before Raiden's team, who, just like them, didn't have a dedicated medical ninja on their team. The nice thing would have been to help them out. Did they? No. Neither Takuma nor Yumeko or Dai had any interest in helping them out. Dai stayed inside to keep an eye on the bandits while Takuma and Yumeko walked outside to see the villagers gathering around the community hall. The screaming and shouting had pulled them to the hall, and with no noise pollution in the quaint little village, it seemed that the sounds had reached quite far as the number seemed to keep increasing as more and more people emerged from the streets beyond. Takuma and Yumeko stayed silent as Iruka and Raiden addressed the villagers. There was a great commotion that reached its peak when they finally realized that the village's bandit problem had been solved. They cheered so loud that Takuma, who had gotten used to the up-close raucousness of the ring, had to cover his ears. This means we're getting great feedback, right? Takuma whispered to Yumeko. We better, Yumeko smiled. A middle-aged man, the village chief, followed Iruka into the community hall, and when he returned, he raised his hands into the air and yelled, "We're free." What followed was a festival with great food, booze, and ecstatic vibes heating up the people in the cold village. The Leaf Shinobi were pulled into the celebration despite Raiden's resistance, but Iruka convinced him, and they participated in the festivities. Where did you go? Yumeko asked Takuma, who returned to the large bonfire that the villagers had started. Nature called, Takuma lied through his teeth. He glanced back at a few village youngsters who grinned at him, but he shot them a chilling look and placed a finger on his lip which made them scurry away from the bonfire, away from the celebration. The cold weather of the Land of Frost rendered a low and low supply, however, the demand was high and the crazy markup because of that was just too good for Takuma to pass on. Iruka came to them with flushed cheeks and slightly raised lips. You 3 did good. I'm proud of all 3 of you, he sounded happy. Takuma looked at the tankard of mead in Iruka's and wondered if he was drinking too much, but Takuma also knew that shinobi with their chakra-altered bodies could process alcohol much faster than regular people. He hadn't drunk alcohol in his body, but the alcohol buzz was anything like his weed high that he came out so much quicker than in his previous life. It took a lot of anything to get a shinobi inebriated. "What's going to happen to the bandits, sir?" asked Yumeko. Iruka's buzzy look turned serious as he looked in the direction of the community hall. "The village will follow the Land of Frost's laws and punish the bandits accordingly. They don't have the capacity to hold these people in any form of prison, so those bandits will probably be hanged, or if some people get lucky, they'd be kicked out of the village with no supplies. And it's tough outside in this cold. Punishments in villages like these, away from big cities, can be much laxer or harsher depending on the crime. If we were Hidden Frost shinobi, we could have mediated, but we can't do anything." Takuma knew this world to be much different than the one he had come from. He knew better not to see this world through the lens of morality molded in his past, but he couldn't altogether leave it all behind with a snap of his finger. "I'm going to sleep," Takuma sighed as he got up. Whatever happened to the bandits, he didn't have anything to do with it. After leaving the village in the morning, he had no reason to return. The following day the Leaf Shinobi left the Sheuka village as soon as the sun came up, leaving the villagers after ensuring they wouldn't be overrun by the bandits they had caught. The cover part of the mission had gone well. But now they had to do the real mission. "Listen up because this is important." Raiden addressed the group as they ran on the road. "We're going to meet Hidden Frost shinobi, so I want everyone here to be on their best behavior. From the moment we make contact to the moment we enter the boundaries of our village, I want all of you to be laser-focused with every fiber of your being dedicated to this mission. Don't let your guard down even for a second. There's a reason why Hidden Frost organized a face-to-face exchange and did not send the information by a carrier eagle. This information is important for both the villages. Your village is relying on you, your country is relying on you. Complete this mission and prove they were right to entrust you with this responsibility." Takuma clenched his fist and kicked the ground harder. He felt his heart pick up beats, pumping his blood in anticipation. He was finally doing something of importance. Yes, he didn't have Nenro's connection, Masaaki's new clan backing, or Taro's parental support, but he was doing something of importance that none of them had done. They discussed the missions they went on, and neither of them was as important as this one. A handoff with foreign shinobi. For the C-rank mission category, where shinobi contact wasn't anticipated, this mission was the top-tier mission for the category. He had just saved a village from a continuing future of exploitation, which was a great mission in itself, but now he was going to do something that made it look lackluster. This was a turning point, Takuma could feel it. After 4 hours of travel, they arrived in the middle of nowhere. They had passed through a large belt of agricultural villages before arriving at the edge of a natural forest where a one-structure stone shrine stood. Takuma had seen these types of shrines during his treks around the Leaf Village. They were shrines dedicated in honor of local deities such as forest guardians. He hadn't been religious in his previous life, but after finding himself in a new world, he wholeheartedly believed that there were existences belonging to higher planes. How else would he find himself in this world, in the boy's body? So, he made sure to clean the shrines he found. A kilometer into the forest is a clearing. Iruka stood beside the shrine with a rough map in his hand. "That's where we make contact with Hidden Frost shinobi. They're allies, but we will still be careful. If you have any preparations, do it now before we head in." Takuma pulled up his pants and tightened the straps on his weapon packs and arm and shin guards. He took a breath and imagined a mask over his face. His restless heart settled down a level as he felt a focus rise within him. He would go in and come out. That was all. The two teams headed into the forest, and soon they arrived at the clearing. The situation could have turned two ways. If they arrived first, they would have set up traps as they waited for the Hidden Frost shinobi, but as it turned out, they were the last to arrive with a group of Hidden Frost shinobi already present in the clear. 4 shinobi, 3 men and 1 woman, dressed in shinobi gear with a blue and gray color scheme that matched the Hidden Frost. They all had pale skin, suiting the cold weathers of the Land of Frost. Something to notice was that all of them had swords on their backs. Takuma judged their gait, balance, how they held themselves, where they were looking, the sword length, and everything he had learned to look for in fighters. Then, he compared it with kenjutsu users he fought in the ring to prepare himself in case things went south. They looked at the 8-leaf shinobi in nervousness. It was understandable, they were outnumbered 2 to 1, and if a fight ensued, the odds weren't looking to be in their favor. If one of them is a jonin, then that might be different, thought Takuma, but there was no way to tell that. "The weather is warm today," said the leading man, older than the other 3 Hidden Frost shinobi. Raiden responded, "You think so? I feel the weather is just right. Perfect for tea, actually." "You think so? How about we go have tea after this?" "It'd be my pleasure." The Hidden Frost shinobi eased. The secret code which tested their identity was confirmed, and they could initiate the transaction. The information? Raiden immediately got down to business. The hidden frost shinobi nodded and took out a pack of 3 scrolls from his pocket. They looked like any other scroll would, and from a glance, there was nothing special about them. The hidden frost shinobi and Raiden stepped toward each other as the rest stared at each other with a healthy dose of tension hanging in the air. Takuma's eyes followed the 2 men who were about to exchange information. From the looks of it, the second part of the mission was going to be boring, and Takuma was fine with that because boring was simple, and simple was always good during missions. According to Takuma's standards, he did enough fighting in the ring and wished for 0 action during missions. If surrender was an option, Takuma would have demanded it from the bandits, but they had to scare and injure the bandits so they wouldn't rise up. Crackle. Takuma looked towards the sound. For a split moment, he thought it was a branch breaking or something similar, but immediately, his mind shot up similarities between what he heard and what his lightning style shock sounded like. Before realization settled in. Before Takuma could even turn his neck completely. Before anyone could react, a lightning-covered kunai shot out of the evening shadows of the forest around them, and Takuma jolted, his eyes widening as the lightning streak disappeared into Raiden's body. Chapter 93, a heartbeat's worth of time was all it took for everything to unravel. It was so quick that Takuma could barely spot the kunai before it stabbed Raiden. But the lightning streak that shot from the trees was enough to send all of his alarms blaring. Ambush. Takuma's kunai were ready in his hands before the warning shout left Hiruka's mouth. He felt his muscles taut, nerves flare, and his heart pounded in his chest as his eyes darted around the clearing and the forest to catch 4 more lightning streaks zap out of the shadows, one of them flying toward Dai. Takuma felt jarred as though he was a machine infected with rust while he stepped forward in the path and parried the lightning-coated kunai headed towards his teammate. Clang. Gah, Takuma grunted as the parry felt closer to deflecting a heavier sword blade. Whatever jutsu, it packed a rocket punch behind the light kunai. Takuma couldn't take a moment's rest as shadows moved in the forest, and thud it was just on the edge of his peripheral vision, faint enough that he didn't register the image, but the sound made him look. Takuma turned to see that while he had obstructed the kunai coming for Dai, it was only one of 4. 2 others had found their mark. Yumeko and Dai were no longer standing. Blood sputtered out of Yumeko's mouth as she reached for the kunai sticking out of her throat. The girl trembled like a newborn thing. Their eyes met, and Takuma came face to face with despair, disbelief, pain, and a deep begging for help in her eyes. Before all the turmoil of emotion vanished and the gaze turned dull along with Yumeko's efforts. Her hand fell to the side as her body went limp. Yumeko was no more. All thought left Takuma's mind, his eyes couldn't leave Yumeko's body despite the sight in front of him being the most gruesome he had seen in both his lives. A sense of panic grabbed Takuma's heart as he gripped the kunai about to fall from his hands, and looked around wildly just in time to see 4 figures jump out from the trees. They wore hidden frost shinobi gear with half masks obstructing the bottom half of their faces. Frost has betrayed us. Raiden yelled, and despite having a kunai sticking out from his abdomen, he charged at the hidden frost leading man in front of him, and within a snap, Raiden and a man were engaged in combat with sparks from blades flying into the air. Before Takuma could get a hold of himself, he was already in a nightmare of metal and blood. Weapons flashed in and out of Takuma's sight. He fought wildly, he didn't remember yelling, but his throat was hoarse. It was a shallow but biting cut to the leg and a pull by Iruka that snapped him out of the rampant confusion. Takuma tried to thank him, but the Chunin had moved on, his kunai swinging at the hidden frost shinobi that had emerged from the forest. Both of them seemed to be an equal match, just like Raiden and a hidden frost shinobi he was fighting. I'm going to die here, he thought. Takuma pivoted to the side on instinct to dodge a sword strike from a hidden frost kunoichi, and on further instinct, he stabbed and swung at her limbs and face. He saw an opening in her stance and jammed a foot into her knee, forcing her to kneel, and thrusted a kunai down for her shoulder, only for her to receive it into her arm with a scream. The hidden frost kunoichi tried to stab Takuma in the chest with her sword from the kneeling position, but Takuma parried it and took the chance to jump away from her. The thoughts of death swarmed Takuma's mind as he looked at the shinobi fighting around him. I need to hide. Takuma's hand rose, and the hand seals for water style, hidden mist jutsu began to form. The thick mist would hide him. You can't do that, a cold voice spoke in his mind. It'll hide you from them, but it'll also turn your allies blind. You'll die here if they're not alive to protect you. The chakra in Takuma's Tenketsu system dissipated as Takuma's hands jolted to a stop. He couldn't do that. I can't die here, Takuma thought again. He wasn't ready to go yet. He had spent 2 years in this world. One of them was utterly miserable, and the other wasn't particularly enjoyable. He had worked hard every single day to be where he was currently. He had lost one good life, and he wasn't going to let this one go before at least he got to a point where he could enjoy this messed up life. I'm not going to die here. Takuma pushed his panic down. It numbed down but still bubbled underneath the surface. That was enough. His opponent had gotten up and pulled the kunai out of her arm. Takuma clicked his tongue. He had made a mistake by backing away when he had her on her knees with a kunai inside her arm. He could have finished the fight at that moment. No matter, thought Takuma. He pushed the ground and closed the distance. The kunoichi tried to stab him, but he parried it swiftly despite not having learnt the sword. With his experience against swords, he could tell that she was a relative beginner. He grabbed her other hand with his free hand and disrupted her body balance with a sharp tug before elbowing her in the face. She made an errant but weak swing that Takuma received with her arm guard. The blade dug into the leather but didn't reach the flesh. Takuma still had the kunoichi's wrist in his hand and was about to kick her feet out so he could pull her shoulder out of the socket, but before he could do so, his senses blared, and he jumped back just in time to avoid a sword thrust that would have pierced his heart. The hidden frost shinobi held his sword vertically while he checked on the kunoichi. She nodded to him, and he faced Takuma. Just from the looks of it, Takuma could tell that this man was much more experienced. He equipped himself with another kunai. The man and Takuma pushed toward each other, and metal screeched as the blades met. Takuma tried to push the sword away, but the man was quick to disengage and thrust a riposte for the chest. Takuma redirected the sword blade up, but it grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. Takuma ignored the pain, and let go of the kunai in his right hand as chakra flowed through his arm. But as he was about to cock his arm back for the augmented punch, the kunoichi emerged from within the shadow of the shinobi with her sword heading towards his throat. Takuma's free hand gripped the sharp blade before it could skewer his throat. The sharp edge sliced his naked palm, triggering another bout of pain. Takuma cursed as he jumped back to make the distance. The hidden frost duo weren't keen to give him space and gave pursuit. Shit. Takuma had close to zero experience fighting multiple opponents. He leaped further back, dipped into his weapons pouch, took out a kunai with an explosive tag, and threw it toward them. Boom. The hidden frost duo dug their feet into the ground and jumped to the side just when the tag exploded. It took them a couple seconds to collect themselves and get back on Takuma's tail. They sprang out of the dust cloud only to find themselves facing a group of black-clad Takuma clones running toward them. The hidden frost duo glanced down at the clones' feet and saw shadows. They froze up for a second, but they couldn't dawdle when they were suddenly outnumbered 5-1 and took defensive stances. Their swords began to hum a shrill yet soft noise. The woman stepped forward and swung her sword in a wide, swift arc, but when her sword mowed down the 4 clones in a single strike, the clone bodies turned into a mist as they stalled for a moment before putting themselves back together. Immediately, both hidden frost shinobi fell back a step while continuing to cut down the clone, but no matter how many swings, the clones would turn into mist before they were all good again. Their 2-on-1 advantage was turned on its head, and they were now on the back foot. In the rush of the battle, they didn't notice how the clones weren't trying to actually hit them, that they were the only ones making contact with the clones and not the other way around. The hidden frost man swung his sword straight down with a powerful yell, but the clone stepped back to successfully dodge the reckless strike. However, the next second, the clone turned into mist as a kunai emerged from the clone's stomach and struck the unprepared man in the same place. Rashi. The kunoichi yelled for her companion. She cut down another 2 clones before rushing for him, only to get nailed down by 6 shuriken that came from within the clones. Takuma emerged from within the clones made from Ganjutsu, Mist Servant Jutsu, with a kunai held in both hands that he sheathed into the man's body before throwing it into the woman's clavicle. He avoided the heart but made sure she stayed down. They were done, Takuma judged his 2 enemies. But then this isn't in the ring, said the same cold voice. The fight isn't over when the opponent no longer wants to fight. It's over when they're dead. Takuma shook his head. These shinobi should be kept alive for interrogation so that they can find out the reason for the betrayal. They were in a foreign land, and the hidden frost shinobi could provide all sorts of information they could use to safely return home. Yes, keeping them alive would do more good. The hidden frost man suddenly thrust a gleaming kunai for Takuma, who saw it coming and firmly grasped the offending arm before snapping the wrist and confiscating the kunai. Takuma raised the same kunai and aimed it for the man's shoulder. This isn't the ring. In the last second, he redirected the kunai, and instead of stabbing the shoulder, he struck a little to the right. For the neck. The spluttered blood out of the mouth, the blood soaked Takuma's hand through the wound, and slowly, the light left the man's eye. Takuma stood up, still holding the man's kunai, and walked to the woman, who was trying to reach for the man with a trembling hand, weakly calling for the man. He kicked her shoulder to make her face upward, stepped on her wrist that held the sword before squatting down, and stabbed her in the heart. He watched life leave her eyes with a myriad of emotions flashing in her eyes that remained affixed on her dead companion. Takuma stood up and felt his feet lose strength, making him stagger before catching himself. He stared at the 2 enemies, 2 people that he had just killed. There they laid, murdered on the field by him. They were trying to kill him but got killed instead. At that moment, only 3 things existed in the world: Takuma himself and those dead bodies that just a few moments ago were breathing, living individuals. He looked at his hands dripping in blood. It wasn't a new sight, he had blood on his hands at least once a week. But today, blood on his hands had a different meaning. He felt. Takuma. Came Iruka's yell. Takuma snapped out of the vacuum he had secluded himself in, and before he could look, he felt a heat on his cheek. He finally turned to see a giant fireball heading for him. His eyes widened as he immediately jumped out of the way, but not in time to completely avoid the raging fire. Fuck. Takuma patted the clothes, skin, and hair that had caught fire. Flames that used chakra as fuel were hotter and stuck to things they wanted to burn, like a light version of napalm. He knew that and so tried his darndest to get rid of the flames that could seriously burn him. He stumbled on something that tripped him to the ground. Takuma immediately rolled on the wet ground and finally snuffed the flames. He scrambled to his feet and glanced down at what had made him fall. It was Dai. His head crushed. Takuma's stomach lurched, and he stumbled away from the body, bumping into Susumu, who sliced him across the arm with an errant swing. The cut was not a bad one, but Takuma's arm lit up in a line of pain. He hissed at the sting, and when he glared at Susumu, the Aburame had left his side and was fighting his hidden frost opponent. Takuma swallowed the anger, knowing it was an instinctual attack and accident. He felt tired and so much more, but still equipped another kunai. The fight wasn't over. Chapter 94, Takuma swallowed the little saliva left in his dry mouth, trying to focus his fuzzy mind on the field around him. The wounds didn't hurt as much as they should, instead, they sapped his energy, weighing his body down like lead. He tried to ignore the dead bodies of Yumeko, Dai, and Aizen, but they seemed to stare at him as he surveyed the field. Iruka and Raiden were fighting two hidden frost shinobi, and the two matchups looked evenly matched. Takuma knew they weren't his battles. He turned to the other genin and noted Susumu fighting one opponent and Yuko taking on two people at once. Susumu was doing fine, but Yuko was clearly struggling. Her left leg had a large gash on her that hindered her mobility. Yuko's hands had turned into something like a demon's. Her arm below the elbow had bulging musculature with deep purple flesh and sharp clawed hands. Dark purple veins covered her visible skin, giving her a menacing look matched by her bloodshot eyes and feral expression. On Nakama clan's hidden jutsu. Takuma wasn't aware of the specifics, but he knew the jutsu allowed the clan members to gain enhanced physical capabilities, but they feel prone to an unstable mental state, rendering them to act like feral beasts. Takuma clicked his tongue as he clenched the kunai until the metal hurt his sliced-up hand. The pain brought clarity. He threw the kunai hard at Susumu's opponent to give him an advantage and charged toward Yuko and her two opponents. Hey! Takuma shouted at Yuko. The transformed Yuko looked toward Takuma and growled at him. She threateningly stepped toward him, but a volley of shuriken stopped her as Yuko dodged before charging at the hidden frost shinobi, who had thrown them, with a vicious roar. She can't differentiate between enemy and ally, Takuma speculated with deep displeasure. He glanced at a dead hidden frost shinobi with a gaping hole in his chest and animalistic gashes. It was clear that Yuko had killed him, and she was now handling two more enemies, but with her mental state, she could quickly become a liability. He didn't like this type of jutsu at all. He made a quick decision and blitzed one of Yuko's opponents and tackled him. They rolled on the ground, exchanging blows, and Takuma kicked the man in the stomach to separate them from Yuko and her opponent. The hidden frost man looked like he wanted to say something but bit his lip and charged for Takuma. Prepared for the fight, Takuma chucked an explosive tag tied to a kunai at his opponent. It blew up in the face, punching them to the ground. Takuma slowly stepped towards his opponent while weaving hand seals, and the moment the hidden frost shinobi got up in a panic, he nailed him with a lightning-style shock, blasting him to the ground once again. Takuma readied his kunai and moved in for the kill, only to be blindsided by a kunai digging into his left hip. Perhaps it was because of the adrenaline that the sharp pain didn't kick in immediately, and Takuma knew from experience it would take half a minute before the pain spiked, but he wasn't expecting his leg to fall asleep, go numb and cold. The kunai had likely struck a nerve. His balance crumbled, and Takuma was kneeling on the ground, his face scrunched at the uncomfortable feeling jittering his leg. He immediately looked to find his assailant and found Raiden kicking the hidden frost chunin, which given the angle, could have been the only one to strike him. Fuck. Cursed Takuma. He couldn't take out the kunai because it plugged his wound. Nonetheless, he still needed to get his mobility back. He forced himself to stand up and shook his leg to release the pressure on the nerve, but nothing seemed to work. He put the kunai back into the pouch and tugged himself away from the opponent, who had pulled himself up to the knee, staring at Takuma with delirious eyes. Takuma bit his tongue as the pain tortured his body. He couldn't afford to get into close range with his opponent, as that would most definitely spell trouble and disadvantage for him. So, he began to weave the hand seals for lightning-style shock for another attack. It was at that moment that every hair on Takuma's body stood up. The sixth sense that only those who practiced chakra screamed at him. He had only felt like this once before when Yoshio had directed his chakra at them. Both he and his opponent turned towards the source and saw Iruka's opponent weaving hand seals. Even through his hazy consciousness, every fiber in Takuma's body told him this was unlike anything he had ever seen or faced and absolutely not something he could make contact with. If he was ever clear about something in his 2 lives, it was the following: this would be the end of him if he let the jutsu strike him. Takuma abandoned the current hand seal chain and switched to a new one. Through his trembling hands, Takuma weaved the signs with earth alignments. It was a race, and fortunately for Takuma, whatever the hidden frost chunin was casting was more complex and longer than a C-rank jutsu. The air in the clearing whirred with harsh energy as arcs of sharp lightning sprung from the shinobi, going into the ground and air alike. The ground cracked as pure unadulterated lightning screamed out in waves targeting everything in its path with pure malice for everything in its path without bias. Falling was faster than kneeling for Takuma as he dropped to the ground and pushed his palms against the dirt, and in accordance with the earth style, earth and dome, the ground arose to form a protective dome around Takuma. Bang! Takuma flinched when a lightning arc struck the dome, shaking the structure. But with the jutsu cast, he couldn't do anything but trust his skill, as the only thing between him and the terrifying lightning-style jutsu was a layer of earth held up with a chakra. Bang! A chunk of earth was blasted off the dome, letting the evening light in. Takuma huddled into a fetal position on the ground, minimizing his surface area to protect himself. Bang! Another chunk blew off. Bang! Then another. And another. And another. Until Takuma was practically lying under the open sky. Earth-style jutsu were weak to lightning-style jutsu, but Earth-style, Earth and Dome had done its job of protecting, and Takuma was infinitely glad for it. Takuma lay there shivering, scared that the jutsu wasn't over. He wanted to get up, but he had no energy left, his body felt cold, and parts of his body hurt worse every passing second as though someone had stuck ice cubes on his skin. If it was the ring, he would have already called it quits. You have to get up. Takuma coughed up blood as he struggled to his feet, one good and one numb, and looked around with a swimming vision. He weakly pulled out a kunai and faced his opponent, only to find a partially burning corpse. He turned his sight away to the other side to find Yuko and her opponent on the ground, with the opponent stabbing her repeatedly while screaming. For a moment, he stared at them with a dull gaze. 100 thoughts packed in his head, 99 of them told him that it was okay to lay down, that he had done enough, and that everything would be fine. He momentarily stared at the kunai in his hand before dragging himself toward Yuko. Iruka pulled the short blade from the hidden frost shinobi's chest and pushed the dead body to the ground. He felt exhausted physically, mentally, and chakra-wise. He was about to fall on his knee, but a heat cut through the land of frost's cold and snapped him out of his daze. He jumped away to avoid the fire from touching him. He looked at Raiden, who was spitting out flames at his opponent from his mouth. Iruka could tell from the flaming man that the battle was over on Raiden's end. He turned his attention to the other side of the clearing to see Takuma slicing his kunai across the neck of another hidden frost man kneeling over on Ikuma Yuko, who was already dead. Gazing at his favorite geinin, Iruka knew this experience would affect Takuma. Death always did. He didn't need to look around to know that only 4 of the 16 people involved were alive. He, Takuma, Raiden, and Susumu, with a swarm of bugs buzzing around him. The next second, Susumu dropped to the ground. Iruka ran towards him. Fortunately, the bugs didn't obstruct him. Iruka examined Susumu. There were injuries, blood loss, and signs of chakra exhaustion. He glanced at the bugs buzzing around Susumu and recalled what he knew about a Barame. At birth, clan members are offered their bodies to several special breeds of insects as a nest, residing just under their host's skin. The insects would then live in symbiosis with their host from that point on. In return for using insects as weapons, the host provided the insects with nutrients and chakra. They'll continue to draw chakra from him. Iruka felt cold. Right now, Susumu was low on chakra, and if the insects in his body continued to draw on the remaining amount, the reserves would dry up, leading to Susumu's death. If it was an experienced Barame, Iruka wouldn't have worried, but Susumu wasn't. That he needed help from his clan, or else he would die. Iruka? Raiden's voice croaked. Hey, how are you feeling? Iruka asked, observing Raiden's body. The chunin he had fought had done a number on Raiden. Patch me up, Raiden wheezed. We have to get out of here. You're in no condition to go anywhere. Iruka grimaced at a large cut in the lower abdomen infected with some form of poison. He had no idea how Raiden had managed to remain standing, much less win the fight. I'll have to carry him, thought Iruka. Wait here. Iruka rushed to the last person alive and found Takuma weaving hand seals before pressing his hand to the ground. What are you doing? He asked. Earth style, earth tremor sense jutsu, Takuma barely whispered. There's no one within a kilometer but us. I should have done it before this happened. Iruka pursed his lips. That wasn't Takuma's responsibility. He knew that Takuma could perform that jutsu, and it had slipped his mind it was his fault for not ordering Takuma to check their surroundings for an ambush. Iruka checked for the wounds on Takuma. Except for the kunai in the hip, and a few shallow cuts, Takuma didn't seem to be in danger. He had a decision to make. Iruka bit the inside of his cheek, knowing that there was only one choice, which wasn't good for Takuma. Takuma. I'm afraid I have to leave, said Iruka. Takuma looked up at Iruka, confusion peeking through the exhaustion. What do you mean? Raiden and Susumu are in grave condition, they need medical attention. I can carry them both across the border, but I'll need to be alone to travel faster, said Iruka. If Takuma traveled with him, he would need to slow down to match Takuma's pace, extending their time on the road, thus decreasing the chances of Raiden and Susumu's survival. You'll need to travel home back alone, Takuma. It was unfair for Takuma to be left alone, but if he was to increase the chance of Raiden and Susumu's survival, this was the only way. Iruka realized he wasn't giving a choice to Takuma, but they had already lost 4 Leaf Shinobi today, and Iruka didn't want to lose the rest of them. As long as Takuma traveled under the radar, he could cross the border without any problems. I understand, said Takuma after a long pause. He looked up at Iruka and nodded with a tired yet firm expression. I don't have much of a choice, do I? Iruka put on an apologetic face, but Takuma waved him off. I'll patch up Susumu, you should get Raiden ready. I want to leave here as soon as possible. As he said that, Takuma pulled the kunai out of his hip. Chapter 95, I'm ready to leave. Iruka looked uncomfortable with 2 people hanging off him. Raiden was tied to Iruka's back while the lighter Susumu was in a princess carry. Are you sure you don't want to leave together? You should get them to safety, said Takuma, tightening the bandage around his shoulder wound. I'll catch my breath for a second before starting out myself. In truth, he felt pissed beyond words and wanted some time alone to calm himself down. Iruka was his team leader, who was leaving him alone in a foreign country whose shinobi had just betrayed them. On top of that, he was being asked to travel across 2 countries alone. He didn't want to see Iruka's face any longer in case he blew up at the Chunin. I understand, Iruka said quietly, but don't stay here for long. We don't know when someone might come here looking. Yes, sir, Takuma went quiet and didn't look at Iruka. Get home safely, Takuma, Iruka said, and moments later, he disappeared into the woods. Takuma, leaning against a tree, looked up at the sky that had grown dark. The overcast clouds blocked the stars from view. At no point since receiving the mission had Takuma thought it would go the way it had gone. He lost Yumeko and Dai, the 2 people he liked working with. He lost 2 friends. He bitterly questioned whether they would be alive if Takuma hadn't recommended them to Iruka. After staring at the sky, Takuma stood up with a groan. He was thankful to Taro's father for recommending the first aid course. Without it, he would be in a much worse condition than he was in right now, which wasn't good, but anything was better than the worst. He walked to the backpack he had thrown away during the fight and took the hand axe from it to chop the nearest trees down for lumber. He gathered all the materials he needed to start multiple fires before heading to the dead bodies of his comrades lying around the clearing. A shinobi's body holds the village's secret that our enemies can use against us. We can't allow them to get our secrets, for they can endanger us. One of Marubushi's many teachings echoed in Takuma's mind as he dragged Yumeko, Dai, Aizen, and Yuko's bodies into a line before stripping their bodies of gear and then redressing them in the plain clothes they had changed into the moment they had exited the land of fire. Yumeko's and Dai's wouldn't hold many secrets, but Yuko and Aizen had secrets pertaining to the Onigama and Izuno clans. He didn't care about any of that. They were shinobi who had lost their lives for the village. They needed the best funerals he could provide them. Takuma made 4 pyres from the wood he had chopped and laid the bodies of his friends and comrades on them before lighting them up on fire one by one. Takuma didn't know if they preferred to be buried or cremated in the field. The only option was to be cremated to leave no evidence behind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, tears streamed out of Takuma's eyes as he lit fires on Dai and Yumeko's pyres. He recommended them to Iruka, but when the time came where he should have been protecting them, he was floundering on the field in panic like a pathetic loser. If only he had been prepared, he could have saved them, and they would have been alive. Please forgive me. He didn't particularly like Yuko and Aizen, but that didn't mean they had to die. They were young shinobi who didn't deserve to die like this. He had seen how excited they had been the entire time since they had left the village. The memories of the 2 having fun in the Sheuka village flashed through his mind as he bowed his head in shame. Why did he have to fight with them? Takuma dropped to his knees and prayed to the guardian of the forest to guide their souls safely to the afterlife so they could attain the peace they deserved. Takuma didn't care if the fire and smoke from the funeral pyres attracted attention. He refused to have their funerals simultaneously as the hidden frost shinobi who had killed them. Only after the fires had died down did Takuma turn to his dead enemies. Despite his disgust and hate for them, Takuma gave the hidden frost shinobi the same treatment because they deserved basic human decency. Soldiers didn't start wars. Takuma knew the Hidden Frost shinobi were only following orders, but it didn't matter, they had murdered his friends. Takuma lit their pyres on fire and briefly prayed for their souls before going through their gear. The information they were supposed to obtain, if it existed in the scrolls, had been burnt to a crisp. He wanted to see if there was anything of importance he could find among their belongings. Unfortunately for Takuma, except for the map to the meeting place, he couldn't find anything of importance. Takuma stared at the 2 kunai in his hands. They had come from the 2 Hidden Frost Chunin shinobi, one from each, but as Takuma looked at the 2 kunai, they were different. One had a leaner blade while the other had a longer grip. He looked at the other kunai in the weapon packs and found that there were indeed 2 distinct types of kunai. The first type belonged to one of the Chunin while the second type belonged to the other Chunin. Weapons like kunai were an essential part of a shinobi's life. They were so important that they needed to be forged exactly to a template dimension and weight. The blacksmiths forged so many of them that no matter where you went in the country, you'd find the same kunai everywhere without any discrepancies. However, every country had its own way of forging its weapons. His own kunai were different from both types in front of him. Hidden Frost must have their own specifications, but it was beyond strange that they had 2 different types as shinobi liked their tools to be uniform. Takuma searched the Geinin's weapons and found the same 2 types of kunai. He then went beyond comparing the shuriken and the other gear. There were 2 distinct types of everything. What is happening? A chill rose up Takuma's spine as a thought passed through his mind. Every country had its own way of forging its weapons. They're not from the Hidden Frost, Takuma muttered to himself. He swallowed the saliva as the conclusion shaped inside his brain. He looked at the gear. 1 Chunin and 3 Geinin had the first type of gear while the other Chunin and other 3 Geinin had the second type of gear. One team wasn't from the Hidden Frost. He recalled the Geinin he had pried away from Hueco, who had tried to say something to him before silencing himself. Another thought passed through Takuma's mind. What if the Hidden Frost hadn't betrayed them? What if this was someone else? What was the information Hidden Frost was trying to share? But who? Takuma didn't have the answer to any of those questions. Iruka sat on a bed in a medical ward of a border post on the Land of Fire, Land of Hot Water's border. He hadn't ever felt this exhausted in his life. The last sleep was already over 2 days ago. His Chunin exam hadn't been this tough on his mind and body. The day and a half straight of sprinting with 2 bodies while his own body was injured were one of the toughest ordeals. It didn't help that he smuggled himself across the Land of Frost border to avoid any contact with Hidden Frost. And yet, despite all that, his mind disallowed sleep no matter how much his body demanded it. The long, arduous travel without treatment had put Raiden and Susumu in a critical condition for which they were being treated by the medical ninja. And Iruka's heart couldn't stop worrying about how Takuma was faring alone in foreign lands. He sighed heavily into his hands, covering his face only for the faces of Yumiko, Dai, Aya, and Yuko to flash behind his eyelids. He had lost 4 Geinin in a C-rank mission which rarely had any deaths. No. Why? His body contorted from the inside thinking about the mission, and he couldn't think about anything else. All he wanted was for his mind to stop going there, but it was all he could think about. Chunin Iruka. Iruka tiredly looked up at the head medical ninja of the border post. He had been treating Raiden from the moment they had stumbled into the camp. How are they? Asked Iruka. Aburame Susumu has been stabilized, but we can't do anything about the insects feeding on his chakra. We were able to neutralize the poison in Shimura Raiden's body. Iruka felt a wave of relief pass through him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to survive the damage already done to his body. Chunin Shimura Raiden had passed away. I'm sorry. Iruka felt his mind go blank at the sudden news. Had he been too slow? Was that why Raiden failed to survive, because he wasn't able to bring him to treatment fast enough? That one thought now plagued Iruka's mind. We have already called for the Aburame clan for their help. They'll be here as soon as possible. We're in the process of contacting the Shimura clan to inform them about Chunin Raiden, said the medical ninja. Whatever said after didn't filter into Iruka's mind as he continued to fall into the tragedy he had been served. He didn't notice when the head medical ninja left him. If Takuma didn't return safely, Iruka would have lost 6 people and salt on the wounds. The information they were sent to retrieve was absent. He had failed worse than anyone could on a mission. For the first time in very long, Takuma didn't enjoy sleeping outside in nature under the open sky. The Land of Frost's cold hurt his wounds. He could take the pain and discomfort during the day spent running, but he didn't appreciate it when it messed with his sleep at night. Nothing had made him appreciate Sengo's medical care after every fight and their personal session than the days he had spent without healing as he traveled secretly through the Land of Frost. Just one more day, Takuma thought. Illegally crossing borders wasn't hard. Any type of border patrol could only cover so much ground, leaving many unprotected spots where people could cross in and out of countries. The real problem was surviving harsh undeveloped terrain that sat on the borders and reaching the nearest settlement only for them to reject shelter to the immigrants. He didn't have that problem. Takuma had the gear and experience to sleep outside every night, enough rations to feed multiple shinobi, and he could ground much faster than any civilian, even with his injured body. He had already crossed out of the land of frost into the land of hot waters, and in the morning, he would skip the first line of border towns with shinobi presence and rest at one of the towns at a comfortable distance from the border. While he was safe in the land of hot waters, Takuma didn't want to meet any shinobi in his current condition. Takuma snuggled into his sleeping bag with painful groans and closed his eyes to get some sleep. A few hours later, Takuma snapped his eyes with his body drenched in sweat. His labored breathing couldn't beat out the sound of his rushing heart in his ears. He started at the cloudy sky through the insect net and saw the beautiful moon, whereas a few moments ago, he was dreaming of Yumeko and Dai's smiling faces that quickly turned lifeless and bloodied. They didn't say anything, they were dead after all, but they simply stared at him with their dull eyes as though judging him for being alive. After drinking some water, Takuma went to sleep again. Only to wake up to the same images. Takuma looked to the side at the fire that burned slowly, providing him with some much-needed warmth. He stared at the fire for a moment before reaching into his pouch for a joint that he lit on the embers. Takuma didn't know when he closed his eyes, but somewhere while blowing smoke at the moon, sleep overtook him, and this time, they didn't visit him in his dreams. Because he didn't dream at all. Chapter 96, Sneaking into a town wasn't tricky for Takuma. He scaled a wall, dipped into alleyways, and stayed in the shadows. A walk around the town found him in the less affluent part of the town at a distance from the main districts, a place much like where his home was situated in the Hidden Leaf. He glanced at the hotel sign as he entered the three-storied building that hadn't seen maintenance in many cycles, something reflected by the interior. The floorboards creaked under his feet, the furniture set up in the tiny lobby was grimy, and the front counter was an old desk with scratches and dirty stains on the wood. The woman sitting behind the reception read a woman's magazine with a cover as absurd as her over-the-top makeup and hairdo. She glanced at Takuma when he knocked on the countertop, giving him a look over. Takuma wore a fresh set of clothes that hid his bandaged wounds, but all of that was covered by a hooded travel cloak. "Room for the night," said Takuma, modulating his voice to be a smidge fuller, "with water in the bathroom." She pointed to the crooked board hanging on the wall with room prices that had been crossed out and written over multiple times. Takuma chose the cheapest room and put down some paper bills on the countertop, revealing his bandaged hand. "We don't take that," the woman pointed at the land of frost currency that Takuma had put out. Takuma stared at the woman, and a silence fell between them before the woman sighed in annoyance and took the foreign currency. "It'll cost more," she said pointedly, and Takuma gave her what she asked him. Only after that did she take a key off the wall key hanger and toss it on the counter. Takuma took the key and went to his room on the second floor. The room ended before it could start and had the basic of basics in the form of a double bed, a dingy cupboard, a small study table with an old chair, and a less than pleasant bathroom. First thing first, Takuma checked the entire room. He tested the door locks to see if the inside bolt was intact, checked the cupboards and side tables, lifted the bed for bed bugs, cleaned out the bathroom, and finished testing the integrity of the window grate, which was weak enough for Takuma to kick out in case he needed to make an emergency exit. He locked the door, reinforced it with nylon wire, and immediately jumped into the bathroom. His injuries weren't severe, but they weren't shallow enough to be left alone. The only reason he had stopped at the town was to retreat his injuries to prevent infections. He planned to stay here for the day before starting the second leg of his journey back home. Takuma took out the length of gauze that he had stuffed in the deep hole in his hip with a long groan. He bathed, properly irrigated the wound with water treated with a few drops of iodine because he wasn't sure about the water quality in the town, and then redressed the wound while smoking another joint to help dull the pain. After repeating the process a couple more times, he ate his rations and drank plenty of water before crashing on the bed for a couple hours of rest. A poor bed was better than an outdoor sleeping bag, and by the time Takuma woke up, he had overslept for several hours. The sun was already up. He looked at the clock in his room, and his checkout time was in 2 hours. Not wasting any more time, he got dressed and was out of his room before the minute could move quarter way across the circle. The woman was behind the counter again, her hairdo as ridiculous as yesterday. He wordlessly handed her the key and walked out when she acknowledged him. Takuma felt her eyes on him as he exited the building but ignored it. However, it seemed that the gaze spelled trouble. Just when Takuma walked out of the block, a trio of men approached him. "Hey man, where you from?" asked one of them. Takuma ignored them and turned into an alleyway. "That's rude, oi," said the second man. "Yeah, what's with the hurry? We only wants to talk to you," the third man smiled as he cracked his knuckle. The trio followed Takuma into the alleyway, where he was waiting for them. They weren't allowed anything but to scream, which were stifled almost immediately. Takuma walked out of the alleyway a few moments later, leaving behind the battered trio to be found later that day by the time Takuma had already left. Takuma didn't pursue the matter with the hotel and left the town. Every minute spent away from the Hidden Leaf made him feel sicker. He just wanted to get home. The Hidden Frost betrayed and launched an attack during the exchange, said the Takebutsu Jonin in charge of Iruka, who solemnly nodded. You lost 4 genin in that attack. Unfortunately, Chunin Shimura Raiden died at the border post due to his injuries. Genin Ibarame Susumu is out of danger. But you left 1 genin Takema as you rushed to get Shimura and Ibarame back to the country. Yes, sir, said Iruka. Even if we assume genin Takema can return home, less than half of the team made it back on a C-rank mission. Even if it was a multi-ranked mission, it doesn't change that it was a C-rank mission and you even failed to get back the information. This is difficult, Chunin Iruka. Yes, sir. Iruka had no words. The facts were as follows: the mission had failed, and they had lost Shinobi, and even though it wasn't his fault, this mission would cause difficulties between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Frost, and in some ways, he would have to suffer the brunt of it. And they might have faced an equal number of opponents and had won, but to lose a Chunin and 4 genin was unacceptable. They were from the Hidden Leaf, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, while the opposition was the minor village of Hidden Frost. This type of loss was a slight to their reputation. There was no silver lining to this mission. Iruka wasn't even allowed to wait at the border post, so he could wait for the Takema and was forced back to the Hidden Leaf only to be put in a room with torture and interrogation division personnel who were put in charge of the aftermath of the situation. Iruka knew the reason why a Takebutsu Jonin was put in charge. Raiden was from the Shimura clan, an important Chunin who had the potential to be a Jonin in the future, who had now died on a C-rank mission. They were looking for foul play. It didn't help that Izuno and Onikama clan members had died, and Ibarame had come close to death on a C-rank mission. Shinobi didn't die on C-rank missions. Did you recognize any of the Hidden Frost shinobi? Iruka shook his head. A bingo book was thrown on the table. Try again, said the investigator, with a stare that wouldn't take no for an answer. Tell me about genin Takema, the invigilator asked as Iruka looked over the bingo book with Hidden Frost profiles. Iruka looked up from the book and furrowed deeply. What do you mean? You left him behind? He agreed to that? He had no choice in the matter. He followed the orders I gave him, said Iruka bitterly. And he must be bitter about it. The investigator looked at a file. To be left behind on his first mission outside the country. Do you think he'd defect because of that? What? I mean, he doesn't have any family here. And to be left behind right after being in a fight for his life, there must be some anger because of that, amplified as he's alone in a land with no friends. I have seen men defect for much less. Do you think he'll defect? Takema won't defect, said Iruka with disgust. He's a shinobi who the Leaf should be proud of. He will be back home soon. If you say so, the investigator shrugged. He'll be back. If he's alive, that is. Iruka bit the inside of his cheek and returned his gaze to the bingo book. The door to the interrogation room opened, and a genin peered inside. Genin Takema has crossed the border and is now getting treated at the Daguchi border post. The investigator turned to Iruka and smiled. Looks like you were right. Very well then, let's get our boy back home. Takema breathed a sigh of relief as his feet touched the familiar pavements of the streets he had walked so many times. He looked behind at the inner city gates behind him and the weight weighing his heart down ever since the ambush lifted. He closed his eyes and breathed out a sigh of relief. He was back home. Come on, let's get a move on. Takema looked back at the 2 genin who had escorted him from the Daguchi border post to the Leaf village. Escorted, Takema clicked his tongue, more like detainers. They had stuck to him like glue ever since he had appeared at the border post. His reception at the border post had been warm and respectful. A Chunin medical ninja had treated his injuries. He hadn't been treated that well since Inomoto, and they had made him feel as comfortable as possible. But then the order from Hidden Leaf came. He was to return to the village as soon as possible. Takema had been more than happy to oblige. There was nothing more he wanted but to return home. However, he was told that 2 genin would accompany him back to the village. Upon asking, he was told they were escorts because he had just been healed. Takema found it strange, but he graciously accepted their offer. But the entire time on the road, his 2 escorts tried to subtly control his actions. Where should we go? Asked Takema. To the... One of the genin took out a slip of paper, the Torture and Interrogation Division Force Headquarters. And where is that? Asked Takema. He had got them talking during their travel and knew for a fact that neither had been to the Leaf village. Even now, their eyes were darting from place to place like country bumpkins in the big city for the first time. We don't know. Their voice grew smaller at the end. Takema sighed. He knew they were following orders, but it pissed him off regardless. Come, follow me, Takema sighed, and he led them to the Torture and Interrogation Division Force Headquarters, situated in one of the most protected regions inside the village, for which they had to go through 2 layers of security. When they finally reached the headquarters, Takema was allowed inside while his escorts were stopped at the door. He was sat down in a small interrogation room. Genin Takuma, a shinobi, entered the room soon after. I'm Takubatsu Jonin Shiroma. I just have some routine questions about the Hidden Frost mission. Shiroma sat down across from Takuma and set down some files on the table. The topmost one had Takuma's name on it. Takuma looked up from the file to Shiroma, who was now staring at him silently. Takuma stared back and a silence settled in the room. How was the journey back home? Asked Shiroma. Lonely, replied Takuma. Yes, you were ordered by Chunin Iruka to return home alone. You must have been hurt by that order, Takuma. To be left behind by your team leader must have been tough. It's not my place to question orders, sir, answered Takuma calmly. Chunin Iruka did what he felt was the best for the team. I simply followed the orders. But to leave someone who hasn't been out of the village, much less out of the country. Was that wise? Chunin Iruka's decision to go ahead and get Chunin Raiden and Genin Susumu the help they needed showcased his trust in my ability to handle myself in tough situations. I'm flattered if nothing else, Takuma said. He knew what the investigator was trying to fish for, but he wasn't going to give it to him. Shiroma hummed. Can you tell me about the mission? Start from the beginning and narrate your recollections of the events. Don't leave anything out. Takuma gave his account. He told him everything except for a few things. First of all, he omitted the conflict with Raiden's team. And as they arrived at the meetup with Hidden Frost, Shiroma interrupted him and asked, Don't you find it strange that the Hidden Frost betrayed us? They've been our allies for a very long time, why so suddenly? Takuma said, I found it strange, yes. And I also think that things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface, saying that Takuma began unpacking weapons on a surprisingly large table. Shiroma was surprised by Takuma's action, but he didn't seem worried. Why would he? A Takubatsu Jonin had no reason to be worried of a Genin. What am I looking at? Asked Shiroma. There was a row each of kunai, shuriken, senbon, explosive tags, smoke bombs, and a single short sword. The numerous weapons covered the entire table. Do you notice the difference between these weapons? This here is a kunai I purchased from the supply. Takuma pointed at the first kunai. Then there's this one that I picked up from one of the Hidden Frost shinobi. He pointed to the kunai with a thinner blade. And this one here is from another shinobi, which had a longer grip. Do you notice how each set is different? Of course, we would expect our kunai to differ from Hidden Frost's, but why would Hidden Frost shinobi have kunai different from each other on them?